काही प्रॉब्लेम आहे का?
Just we are going to start our sessions. One of our guests is going to join. So we will wait for 2 minutes. Thank you very much.
Am I audible to you? Hello?
Hello. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Hello. Hello, Dr. Fadnavis ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. Your voice is very clear, madam. Thank you very much. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
Dr. N.V. Kalyankar, sir, Honorable Vice Chancellor. Can you hear me, sir? Hello, Dr. Kalyankar, sir. Can you hear me, sir, please? There is any problem, I think. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Dr. Kalyankar, sir, can you hear me, sir?
Yes, yes, he will come right now. Hello.
Okay. Okay, sir. Okay. Dr. Ishwar Morle, sir, I would like to request you to start your video. Yes, yes, yes. You are there. Okay, okay. Morle, sir, can you hear me?
I'm audible now.
About 5,000 members are registered with us. This is a very huge conference. From all over the world, we have very large scale of response. Now we are going to start the session. Our one delegate guest is going to join to us within few minutes. So, okay. Honorable Vice Chancellor Dr. Kalyankar, sir, can you hear me? Am I audible, sir, too? Hello. Hello.
Hello, Dr. Power is cut off just now.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. You just wait for 2-3 minutes.
Okay, sir. Okay. Yes, sir. Sure, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
You
Yes, sir. You are audible, sir.
Yeah, because of electricity failure,
Okay, sir.
just within 2 or 3 minutes, then okay.
Okay, sir. You are visible and audible, sir. Okay, now we are going to start our session. Welcome all of you. Gondwana University, Gadchiroli and Chintamani College of Commerce, Pombhurna, Mahila Mahavidyalaya Amravati, Chintamani Mahavidyalaya Ghugus, Chintamani Mahavidyalaya Pombhurna, Chintamani College of Arts and Science Gonpipri, and Chintamani College of Science Pombhurna, collaboratively organizing 2 days interdisciplinary international e-conference on impact of COVID-19 on various areas of global economy, science, and humanities for 2 days. I would like to welcome all the delegates and all the guests, all the participants to this large scale of event. Now, we would like to request Dr. N.V. Kalyankar, Vice Chancellor, Gondwana University, Gadchiroli, to chair this session.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. I would like to request Honorable Vice Chancellor Dr. Mrunalini Fadnavis to chair hold the chair of keynote speaker and inaugurator of this session.
Okay, I have already accepted. I'm very much here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, madam. Now we are going to start our session. First of all, I would like to request all the delegates to please stand up for the Gondwana University song. Please stand up. After that, we are going to give 2 minutes silence to all over the world. Ani pama gare ni sa Gondwana navatapovan Adi janavana parisari Vishwavidyapitha he Jnanarjanaya mandire Gondwana navatapovan Adi janavana parisari स्त्रोत आदिम संस्कृतीचा या प्रदेशी निर्मळ शास्त्रविद्या अनकलेतून अमृताचे ओहळ या झऱ्यांना करुणी विकसित या झऱ्यांना करुणी विकसित मिळवू विद्या सागरी विश्वविद्यापीठ हे ज्ञानार्जनाया मंदिरी बंधुता स्वातंत्र्य सम I would like to request you all, please stand up for the silence of this world. Now the world is suffering from the pain of COVID-19. So I would like to request you to give your 2 minutes tribute towards the victims and to the patients for 2 minutes. I am a pure soul, having all the almighty powers in me. We are spreading all the powerful thoughts to the respected and all the souls which are suffering from pandemic COVID-19, which are passed away, which are having a lot of sorrow in their whole life. We are spreading positive waves. We are spreading positive thoughts, peace, happiness, and joy. We are the powerful souls of the Almighty. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. I would like to request all the guests and delegates to please sit down. Now, I would like to request to Honorable Chairperson to get permission to start the sessions.
If at all anybody is from the guest is not yet reported, you tell me all whether they have occupied the chairs.
Yes, sir.
So then,
Definitely.
yes, we can go ahead.
Thank you very much, sir. Now, with the permission of the chairperson, Dr. N.V. Kalyankar, we are going to start our sessions. First of all, I would like to request Principal Dr. Sushma Deshmukh to express her views, welcome the guests, and preface. Dr. Sushma Deshmukh, Principal Mahila Mahavidyalaya, Amravati.
Thank you, sir. Hello and warm wishes to everyone. I am Sushma Deshmukh, Principal of Mahila Mahavidyalaya, Nutan Vidarbha Shikshan Mandal, Amravati. It is a great pleasure for me and I feel honored to welcome you to the two-day interdisciplinary international e-conference on the impact of COVID-19 on various areas of the global economy, science and humanities in collaboration with Gondwana University, Gadchiroli, Maharashtra and Chintamani Group of Institutions. COVID-19 pandemic has drastically changed human life and its living patterns, including our economical, sociological, political, and educational aspects. This global crisis has certainly affected the world economy. Being an important part and element of the educational system, it is our responsibility to ponder this issue and suggest effective measures to improve global economy and ultimately save humanity. It is a need of time to analyze the current situation and the only noble cause behind organizing this e-conference. Experts and scholars have joined us to exchange experiences and knowledge in order to work together in this direction. First and foremost, I would like to extend our gratitude to our source in inspiration and constant support, that is the government of Nutan Vidarbha Shikshan Mandal Amravati. I would like to thank the executive body of the Chintamani Group of institutions. We offer our sincere thanks to Gondwana University and Chintamani Group of institutions for coming forward to collaborate with us in organizing this international e-conference. Initially, I would like to welcome Honorable Vice Chancellor of Gondwana University, Maharashtra, Dr. Namdev Kalyankar, who is the chairperson of this inaugural session. Thank you, sir, for gracing us with your presence. Now I would like to heartily welcome Honorable Vice Chancellor of Punyashlok Ahilya Devi Holkar University, Solapur, Dr. Mrunalini Fadnavis, who is the keynote speaker of this conference. I would like to welcome Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor Dr. Chandrasekhar Bhusari and Honorable Joint Director of Nagpur Dr. Mahesh Kumar Solanke. I welcome Honorable Swapnil Tanturwar, Secretary Chintamani Group of Institutions. It is my pleasure to introduce the eminent personalities who are going to join us today as speaker and resource person. Dr. Babul Kumar Dhar, Assistant Professor, Department of International Trade and Economics, Yanta University, China, Mr. Ashit Dalal, renowned expert in industries and cybersecurity, New Jersey, US. Dr. P.T. Chaudhary, Professor and Head of the Department of Commerce, MJ College, Jalgaon. I would like to welcome our resource person, Dr. Ram Deshpande, Rajiv Gandhi National Fellow, ICSSR, former Director of Institute of Social and Economical Changes, Bangalore, and Chairperson Dr. D.V. Jahagirdar, ex-Joint Director, Higher Education, Kolhapur, and ex-Reader and Head of the Department of Economics, Vidarbha Institute of Science and Humanities, Amravati. Now I would like to introduce the important and renowned personalities who will chair and guide us to tomorrow's session of this conference. Mr. Nilesh Sathe, Advisor, Finance at the National Highways Authority of India, Mr. Abhijit Nikhade, Analytical Engineer, General Electric International, World Economic Forum Global Shaper, North America, and Chairperson, Honorable Vice Chancellor, YCM Open University, Nasik, Dr. E.V. Vayunandan. On this occasion, we have received best wishes for the success of international conference. I would like to thank all of them. I want to say this proudly that 5,000 delegates have registered for this international conference. 210 research papers have been received and 50 research scholars have registered for the paper presentation. Last but not least, I offer our welcome to all the national and international delegates and research scholars and all participants of this e-conference. This conference would not have been possible without the hard work and efforts of the convener, Professor Om Prakash Sonone, and tireless efforts and work of the organizing committee. Dr. Ishwar Mahurle, Registrar, Gondwana University, Dr. T.F. Gullani, Principal, Chintamani College of Commerce, Pomburna, Dr. N.H. Patha, Principal, Chintamani Mahavidyalaya, Pomburna, Dr. C.A. Nikhade, Principal, Chintamani College of Arts and Science, Gunpimpri, Dr. C.S. Kumbhare, Principal, Chintamani Mahavidyalaya, Bhuj, Dr. Sudhir Hunge, Principal, Chintamani College of Science, Pomburna. The coordinating committee and advisory committee has given its valuable time and efforts in the organizing this event successfully. I give my best wishes and hope that this e-conference achieves its targets of providing knowledge and important information on the global economy and other aspects. Thank you. Thank you, Sonam sir.
Thank you very much, madam.
Sir, unmute your audio, sir. Sonone, sir.
Sonone sir.
I would like to request, thank you very much, ma'am. I would like to request I would like to request keynote speaker of the session, Dr. Mrunalini Fadnavis, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Punyashlok Ahilyadevi Hodkar, Solapur University, Solapur, to express your views and give the keynote address to the delegates. Over to Dr. Mrunalini Fadnavis, madam.
Thank you very much, sir. Good morning, one and all.
Good morning.
The chairperson of this particular session, Dr. Kalyankar sir, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Gondwana University. I first declare this session or this particular conference, it is inaugurated. So with these words, I would like to say
Thank you,
that
ma'am.
Gondwana University, Gadchiroli, and Mahila Mahavidyalaya Amravati, similarly Chintamani College of Commerce and the entire group, as well as all the stakeholders of this particular organization, they have really done a very wonderful work for choosing the subject, impact of COVID-19 on various areas of global economy, service, and humanities. Therefore, this is a very important issue for 2 days. Rather, 2 days will be very less, but still it's a very important thing. So we have to discuss on various important topics. So all these things really matters a lot in this context. Similarly, we are having a lot of resource person with us. I would like to say few: Dr. Zahagirdar, Dr. Ram Deshpande, maybe Dr. Vayunandan will be joining tomorrow, as I have just heard it. So all my co-speakers, I really happy that you have called me for this particular keynote address, and I'm really feel great that we have to talk on various issues regarding 3-4, which you have already mentioned on the title. So with the permission of sir, I think I will have 45 minutes or something to speak. Am I right? So I'll take around that much time, I think, so for keynote address.
You okay, ma'am? Okay, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, sir. So this is the area where now everyone is focusing how COVID is or this pandemic is posing different type of effects. Naturally, it is a controversy between various things like whether we have to save human resources or we have to save our economy. So this is a sort of a game the system is playing. You all know that America has tried to save the economy first. And then the result we have seen, the lot of deaths, lot of affected people were there. Similarly, in our country, in other similar countries, they have tried to focus on their human development and human resources. And therefore, we focused on the lives of the people. So first, we have declared that this is a lockdown for or the Janta curfew for a few days. So that was panic, definitely. But our lives were saved. Still, we are not having that much effect, but gradually it is increasing because the economy is opening. So therefore, this is a game between the human resources and the economy, what to choose and what not to choose, how to stop. All these things are very, very important from the point of view of the adjustment in the new system which we have. So this is, I am calling the adjustment because a particular area is not affected. Every part of the world has been affected, and therefore it is necessary for a human being to adjust in all spheres of its life. I remember the word of Bill Clinton when a lot of problems came in Mumbai, and he praised Mumbai people that because of so many problems, they have adjusted to the situation so quick, and they started working within few hours or days. So that is the beauty of the Indian system, to adjust with so many things. Maybe now every person on this globe is adjusting to this situation. Once again, I will say the topic which you have chosen, that is economy, science, and humanities. I would like to say I would add commerce also to it. Maybe commerce is the inbuilt part of that, but I would like to say why it is necessary, because it is highly interdisciplinary thing which you have taken into the cognizance. And therefore, first we will start what has happened with the system with agriculture. Now in Marathi, people used to say, Shetitil ware vahatat. something is very deep happening in the agriculture system. And therefore, we have to think on those lines what happened at the global economy. Yes, in every part of the world, they have focused to the agriculture side. Naturally, we have agriculture dominant economy, so we have to focus more on that. And we have quickly developed the system of agrotech. So that is agrotech art, I should say, which we have adjusted when the industry is falling down sharply day by day in last 2 months. When it is falling down, who will support for food and good food and cheap foods, all these things. So that is the priority which we have given for the human or people, as I have told you. So these are the things which we have pondered upon it. But you can see the Japan, the Italy, Spain. I will explain those countries because they have suffered a lot, and therefore they have also focused on the agricultural pattern, which is very, very important from the point of view of supply, take care of food articles and other related things. So these are the things which the world is facing. But if you'll see the America, Canada, now Brazil, Mexico, they are also facing a lot of things. But they equally have paid attention for the supply of the food. They have quickly developed the supply chain, and they have provided this chain at the doorsteps of the various people. So our people are there in America, in Canada, in other places. They were constantly giving the feedback how this supply chain has started. So this has been really given some I will say very little, but job opportunities. Though they were very meager, but still they were important from the point of that type of thing which we were facing. Now the cases are increasing and the patients are improving, but still we are having some psychological as well as some issues which we have to face. But now we have adjusted with all these things. What is corona? What is the effect? How we have to take precautions and all that. But for again, I'm coming to the agriculture side. Why? Because agriculture is not only to give food to the people. It may be, of course, we are ready to pay some money for good food and better food, rather safe food also. But it is also necessary how our farmers are doing. I'm taking you to that part. Our farmers are very, very much, disturbed from that point of view. All the things which has been put for in the farm in the month of May and all that, lot of things has been tackled well. So it has been wasted. So we are not having that type of system in our country, which we should have, like cold storages, like some quickly we can make some food system to pack with it or process with it, or agro-based system should be taken care of. That we don't have that much in that system. We have not reached, and that's why it is wasted. So that waste cannot be calculated in various terms, but if we calculate it in the money terms, 70 to 75% waste was there. And therefore, we can say even the farmers has suffered. But again, some things which is related to fertilizers, which is related to pesticides, which related to the irrigation facility, it has been given to some extent. And therefore, they have worked with the physical distancing, and they supplied a lot of things which is necessary for the human being. I would like to quote NASSCOM report, that is National Association of Software and Service Companies. They have paid a lot of things which is based on the startup. Maybe some issues must have come very well and some of them may not. Rather, it is possible that these companies has made a way or path to attract startup agri-tech, and therefore they have around 1,800 crores they have kept for that. And this type of system has helped farmers to some extent. So how to learn? Because I was just going through your brochure and other things. It is very necessary to understand. We cannot only blame whatever the government is there in the state as well as the center. Any government of any country will have to face this problem. So we have to think how to overcome with the problem and what will be the solutions for this. So when NASSCOM is giving such type of startups, I think some private companies has also come up in a better way. and they have made a formula that is farmers to consumer, that is F2C, how to reach from F to C. So if that formula may be related to fruits, vegetables, some of the items which we are using daily, and some forest items also. So they are supplying to it. So that chain is also, this maybe you can say it's a little related to market or the commerce system, but it is very important that how this chain has been built. So such type of solutions people have made. And in some of the areas where this type of technology was not there at their own, when they are staying in remote areas, they have also started this type of functioning, like how to reach to the consumers. If the consumer is satisfied, maybe for 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, we don't know how long this pandemic will be there. But suppose it is for 6 months at the period, and people are saying the effect will be more than that. It will be maybe for 2 years, and somebody predicting for, because it's a recession period, it can be for 10 years, we have to suffer the recession. Then we have to constantly keep on building all these things. And I think we are all from education field. It is the duty of the educationist how to make robust education system for consumers as well as farmers, as well as for the e-marketers. And gradually when it is opening up, you can collect various information from different people and you can market with offline and online as well. Now, how much e-market is successful, that also we need to see. Some of the things which has been done with the farmers to business, that is F2B. And F2B was a formula which has been made by many such companies, which is very necessary that how this business will work. So business is not related to only the growing of something and then selling it, but it should reach properly. See, there are a lot of perishable items in the agro system, and we all Indians as well as many foreign peoples are used to have such type of vegetables or such type of issues which we need daily. So it may be not on the daily basis, but some in 2 to 3 days, how this business can carry over, and can we relate this business to agro industries? Unfortunately, somewhere now we are talking about the MSMEs and all that. Narega has also played a big role. Even I have heard in Brazil, there are a lot of things they have done for poverty alleviation. They are putting properly now all these formulas for COVID-19 eradication of poverty and all that. So this type of things we need to see the quality of services which we need to give with the agro industries. Unfortunately, agro industries is not that powerful instrument in our country, but gradually its quality we have to think. And therefore, again, I will appeal to all the educational institutions. Can we help on this? We can definitely help. Now I'm going to that science part, which is related to the agro system or the issues which is related to the agro industries. Now there are a lot of things where the science students can do a lot. And in the education system, in various fields also, we have to think about the computer vision. Our students now love computers. They love this technology. At our young age, this type of technology was not there. So we were not tuned to this. And now we are taking all these webinars very easily because of this type of support we have. So computer vision is as good as for education, for agri-techs, for agro industries, for commerce, for e-marketing, you name it, it will go on. Similarly, spectroscopy is another area which I would like to say, which will go for agro industries as well as agriculture, because this type of technology will be very important for physical and chemical qualities which is inherited in that. So this type of courses, these type of things which is already maybe somewhere in course system, we can extend it, or we can put in a proper way, so that this type of industrial base, this type of commerce base, maybe some services also can be given to it. Then artificial intelligence. And artificial intelligence is very, very important part in our country. Some of the universities, some of the institutions are carrying this in artificial intelligence, but more focus towards all this type of intelligence is under the control of US, Canada, Australia, Japan, or you can say such areas which is growing very fast. So this artificial intelligence is important because they have grown up with so many things. And therefore, what I feel that this particular area, we have a challenge, and we need to understand how this challenge can be important for our young people, how they will develop. They're very fast in development, but we need to promote this with the help of different areas. So this particular thing is with US, and therefore US must not be thinking more about the people, as I have said in the earlier part. They're more focusing on economy. Okay, some people may die, but we can do with the robots. This may be the idea of the uh, American people. Of course, it is right or wrong, that is a question of debate. But this may be the thing because they have developed to that some extent, and that is related to the not only the robotics, but machine learning also. So machine learning is part which has been taken care by so many areas, especially in healthcare, there that I'm going to talk you with health care later on. So healthcare is one of the area where we can say that all robotics will be working with the doctors. Doctors are very fast in adopting all these things. So healthcare in high-end areas, it has been happening. But it is not happening in the rural areas. It is not happening in the semi sort of, you can say, urban areas. Even some urban areas, they are not smart cities even, but they are not having this type of facilities. Though we are teaching students about the machine learning, that is the core science which has been taken place in the computer sciences, but still we are not making them that much competitive as the world is going fast. So this is again a challenge with us, that for machine learning, we should make a platform so that all these important things for the quality enhancement will be important for our youngsters in coming years. Then there are Internet of Things, which is normally known as IoTs. IoTs is also now related with the farmers organizations, I should say. The sets of farmers, they are working for all these physical and chemical qualities for development of various things. So growth in the crops, then packing it, then storing it also, then selling, and selling in a best prices, suitable prices. Now we all heard about that organic farming and organic food. We are attracted towards that. So actually that was our original thing. We have never thought previously, even our forefathers have never thought previously that such thing will come. They have never used chemical things in that. But now, as the growth in the use of chemicals as well as other pesticides, which is of course not suitable for our health, but this type of science, can we replace? This is the thing which we have to think in COVID-19. And therefore, this is a thing which we were fighting about, cancers and all that. Now we have to fight for the COVID-19. So COVID-19 may become for the different type of virus. Cancer may be because of we are using wrong type of practices in our system. But anyway, we are working on these lines because this type of science areas which I have just mentioned, they are very, very important, and the science can play a very important role. I would like to focus your attention that Japan has already made a focus on these areas where how agriculture can be related to the industry, industry can be related to the commerce side, commerce can be related to the marketing, and the whole interdisciplinary system they have fixed there. Maybe their geographical area is less, that's why they are making it fast, but we can also do with the state level, or we can put some different clusters and in the state within, and then we can work. So this is the thing which is very, very important. And therefore, the science and technology for the development of all these things is very important. Now, let me just give a small example related to the drone technology. And drone technology is purely from the science and all technical base, which is now highly used by the big farmers at their farms for identification of different type of crops they have. If the crops is being attacked by pests, what they will get the data. If the rainfall is less, the water is less at the bottom of the trees, what they supposed to do. That data goes over there in various parts of the places which I can say the Western Maharashtra as well as the Western Gujarat. They are even in the Rajasthan, they're also working on these lines. If the paste has been damaged, some of the areas, which I have closely seen in my area for the pomegranate. So in the pomegranate, if the pests are there, immediately the message goes to the owner that these things may damage you, so kindly take care. So this type of system may be taken from drone technology, or maybe their attachment with the system, which is with the SMS and other technologies. They are very important for the development. Can we think that type of science development, or the correlation between the science and technology with the agro system? That is very, very, I think, say the prominent issue to understand. And we have to move. The post-COVID is always there, and we have to think on those lines, how to move in that. Now, some of the part which I will focus upon the commerce. I'm taking agriculture more in this in my talk, because agriculture now is the answer for us, and we are already having 70% people. They may not be directly related to the agriculture, but indirectly they are working with some rural and agro system. And they're supposed to do, because in many places I have said, the reverse migration has happened, because that is the forced by COVID-19. That's why it is a reverse migration. But if we want to put those people in that area, because many people are saying that don't ask them to go. They cannot go at this time. This is one thing. But in the future, they should not go. So that same migration we were observing earlier should not happen. And therefore, what we have to do for agricultural robustness, that is the, I think, most important part to think on this. We have a good potential, we have a big resource, we have a natural resource, we have human resource, we have now technology. Then why we are sending people outside the villages? Why, and they're migrating such a long and facing such a hardship? So why not to take all these consequences, all these betterment for rural areas development, which many of our scientists, many eminent people have already said, all these type of things have to come and be rooted over there in the rural areas. So for commerce, I would like to say insurance is another area which is directly related to the industry, as well as bank, I should say. So this is coming up. And actually, it is not like that after COVID it has come. It was there from the many years, I should say. But now when we are talking about the agricultural technology and commerce technology, how to collaborate, that is the thing. And all educationists should think how these two things can be collaborated. Can we have a typical type of what you can say, the course system, that only we will teach commerce, only few things of the commerce will be there, only agriculture technologists will tell about the crop and all that. But can there is a blend of some this type of things which is related to the agriculture and commerce technology? So it will we can say the correlation between the agri-tech and fintech. Finance has been taken by the fintech, and agriculture is agricultural tech. So this is a multidisciplinary subject, we can think upon it. And most of the, I should say, the insurance companies and banks, they are ready to help. They are saying we need different type of training to the students. We need different type of training to our staff members. So this can be correlated. And this is also known as the bunch of, or rather we can say the basket of different type of subjects which we have to mold in one particular area. So if it is possible, and if we can move ahead with this, that will be the wonderful thing for India, not only for India, but for Asian countries. Why I'm saying Asian? Because other countries have already entered in this field. How they have entered, I will give you an example of Australian or the New Zealand, because New Zealand has already come up with the COVID, that is their plus point. But how they have gone? They have thought for agriculturist, they should understand the astronomy, Khagol Shastra Jala apan म्हणतो. Then biology, Vanaspati Shastra. Then agricultural system, Sheti Shastra. Then statistical things, that is Sankhiki Shastra. All these things are, they are saying, they have already put that this is a model. There is a model formation in the domain of various areas. Economics can come up, some science stream can come up in this, and this can be very effective tool. Some 3-4 subjects can be blended and can be taught to such people, because if we are giving a tag to them that they are from rural area, they are farmers, ते शेतकरी आहेत, ते ग्रामीण भागातले आहेत, so that has become a lot of sort of a humiliation to them. Arey, we are from like very poor areas, we are like from backward areas, we are from unorganized sector, we are informal people, so this is not good, and therefore they are mentally, psychologically, they are being dominated. So if these type of subjects, which they can do it practically at their own system which they are having, maybe they are having 5-acre area or 2 acres area or hectare, whatever is there, so this can be effective. And such type of things has already been done in Israel, it has already been done in New Zealand, and some of the more parts at the global level. So that global economy is also teaching us that how to cope up with sort of model formulation in the system. In my subject, economics, I would say the microeconomics is now playing a very important role. How it is playing important role? Because we cannot think of the entire nation. One package cannot be given to the entire nation as it is. We have to break it up and break it up in a different sets, in a different groups, in a clusters, so that it can be useful for small areas. And on that basis, we can go ahead for the betterment of the human being. Then we are talking about the demand, because whatever the consumer is saying, as I have said, farmers is giving to consumers, but consumers is also demanding something which is very important. Now the government has given a title E-NAM. E-NAM is a title which is given by our government of India, in which they can have a lot of issues which is related to the demand, which is related to the supply chain, which is related to the prices. These are all preliminary things, but they are important. And therefore, if the government is already allowed, but if they are selling their all calculated things which they are having at their own farmhouses, they can sell it to any area, anywhere in the India, and gradually they can move to the global area also. So what we have seen, the most of the things which is related to global area, big farmers are there, or some in between, Jalapan Dalal Manto, some agents are there, and they are doing all these things. So if it is eradicated, and in COVID, I would like to say, I have to emphasis on this. This is very important part in COVID. These all agents and Dalal has been, vanished for some, because they have been fear in the mind that if I'll go to market, COVID will affect me. So they are away from this. And now they are selling directly. So they are getting good, I should not say profit, but good prices, and they are good having a supply of money at their hand. So this is the things which we also need to say, not necessarily all the education system will do, but we should be the part and parcel of understanding how we can enter in these areas. Now, some areas I will choose related to MSMEs, that is medium, small scale, micro and medium small scale industries. I say this part is very, very important, giving importance to the agriculture, giving importance to the self-reliant India, Atmanirbhar Bharat, and giving importance to small and medium scale industries. It was a wait, we have waited for this from many, many years. Earlier, what we have done in the plans were very good, and implementation was extremely poor. Similarly, it should not happen. So therefore, for MSME, what we have to do, what type of services we have to tell to the people, or those who are interested for entrepreneurship. Because the bad part is that we have introduced all these things. They're very good. Definitely, there is no doubt in that. But when we are going to implement it, most of our students don't know how to start the industry, how to get the venture capital, how to take the risk, how to talk with the market people, about the packaging. There are so many chains. I'm not putting in a sequence, but there are so many things which is very, very necessary. Do we need training? Definitely we need training, because some of the our farmers, some of the producers, they are smart. They are doing it their own. They have developed in a great way. Even for the milk production, you can also say the technology has come up in a very good way. like milk, can we go for honey? Can we go for foods and vegetables which we need to have in a day-to-day life, groceries, all many things. So this is the thing, small trainings, maybe supplementary trainings, maybe somewhere major trainings are also necessary, and that will be good for development of MSMEs. So MSME will not going to come only we are going to loan to the students or the expected entrepreneur. Loan will be the one thing which is in their hand, but for other development they have to be rigorously trained. Their mental status has to be trained and framed also for better development. Similarly, we also now need to talk about, when we are relating all these things with the industry as well as agriculture, the service sector. Seva Kshetra jala आपण म्हणतो, service sector. So service sector is also coming up. As I have already told you, technology is already entered in the service sector. But what majorly we can focus upon? We can have a direct talk on the phone. That is a very simple thing we all know. SMS is also now very common. Then WhatsApp, that is also common. GPS mobile, that is helping lot of farmers as well as the producers, industrialists. Even you're outside India, you can do all these things with so many advantages of this services which has been provided by the technology. Then remote sensing, ज्याला आपण म्हणतो उपग्रह सिस्टम जी आपल्याला दिलेली आहे. So this remote sensing is very important, and therefore remote sensing can play a wonderful role. Like lot of things which has been forced by nature, चक्रीवादळ आला, काही आलं, we are now aware all these type of crises which are coming to different parts of the world. We are now systemized, and we can save the lives of the people. Similarly, we can provide these services to the needy people. They can message, they can tell, they can send the requirements, they can give the demand, they can tell what type of services they are needed, and it can be definitely moved to all the areas where people need good services. So this is also very important. Let me take you to one area where we were talking about that earlier, I can say 70 years back, when we were very poor, in the clutches of the British period we have come out. That time agricultural dominance was 90%, and still we are having some issues we can sort out for the getting income from agriculture. But gradually what happened? Sometime industry has come up, and later on in the present phase, before COVID, I should say, we are highly depending upon the service sector. So 60% GDP is coming from the service sector. And service sector, depending upon China, depending upon America, depending upon some very important countries, what is ours? So this is the best period when we can say we have to go for data management, and the system which we ज्याला आपण मराठीत म्हणू शकतो की ती एक चळवळच सुरू करावी लागेल. That is a movement we supposed to start for this type of thing. So this data management is more or less useful for all these systems, which we can reduce the services, we can work more for industries, we can work more for agriculture, and agro-industry relationship, if we can maintain, then definitely service sector will be increased. And the data management, not only collection of data for who are COVID patients, these has been taken care. But now we have to think later on, these COVID patients, these people, how they can move for the training of these things, how this MSME can help them. All these things we need to do. And one good thing which I would like to share, you all must be knowing that government e-marketplaces, that is normally known as GEM, they are under the Ministry of Commerce and Industry. They have already started. So the government has started. Let's see how private, that is, we always say PPP, public-private partnership, how it can be better for the development of these sectors. Now, one more thing which is very important, which is related to industry, agriculture, as well as service. Now, the combination of these three is very important. As I have told, that a lot of things which we have produced already, like a lot of grains we have, food we have, different type of fruits we have, but we are not having process industries. So accumulated grain should not go waste. So good, you can say, to exercise the excessive stock or agri value chain. That is the area which we need to think in the global system. That chain is not only for India. That chain can be for SAARC region. That can be for Asian countries. That is ASEAN group of 20 countries together. Then because other groups are also there. There are so many regional groups. In between that region, can we have that type of exchange, I should say? So this type of excessive stock need to be stored well, and then we can have an exchange. And naturally, the group of housing is very, very necessary to form for the better development of our system. So farmers and agriculture, they are not only doing for a particular agriculture system, but they are helping industry, they are helping trade, they are helping commerce. And for this type of produce, we have to make all promotion and facilities to them so that they can become robust in this particular system. So therefore, we have all ordinance of this Farmers Produce Trade and Commerce Ordinance 2020. So in that, we can definitely see how this promotion can be possible. Even the private people can also think about it. Then I will come to the health, because health is, I think, the most important, most widespread, and most needed part in the system. In few minutes, whatever is given to me, I think still I am having some time, so I will focus on that. So in health area, again, I'll go to rural part first, because there we have ASHA workers, IAYs are also there, and other people they are trained. They know how to give first aid, as well as they also know how to give such type of treatment. The patient can have a better life and till it reaches to the big hospital. But that is not enough. And therefore, even doctors are also recommending, because a lot of force is coming because of this COVID. Other patients are neglected. That is also the issue which we cannot say right now, but it is happening. So can we train in a proper way these ASHA workers and other Anganwadi workers also? They will not only for health, but they will also support for education. So whatever is lacking in rural area, health research and innovation is supposed to focus on the health area. I have worked in Vidarbha in various such type of areas, so I know very well, because with various NGOs I also have worked. So people are not having, that faith that something I will going to get in my rural area will be good. They want to go to the big, hospital where they mentally they are satisfied. Yes, I'm comfortable because now I'm in a big hospital. But we know what big hospitals are also doing. I don't want to comment on that, but still, I would like to say in rural areas, if we can make not very big, but like sort of a medium hospitals, which can small things can be checked over there. Why to load cities? Why to load urban areas in all this system? So that also we need to think. And whatever the plan we are doing, maybe in any institution or the universities or colleges or in any areas, there we need to understand how this health can be related to other pathies also. So we are not only talking about the allopathy, we should think about the naturopathy, Ayurveda, which is highly lacking nowadays. And they are definitely, they were the part of this and they are the part of this. And therefore, that type of thing we need to understand very well. There we can have a lot of scope to work upon that. Then about the higher level, high-end health activities. High-end health activities, again, we can think about the cities. Their smart cities has been declared by the government a few months back. And I think these smart cities can have these facilities. But what I have seen in smart cities, good roads, good show materials, all this has been given. But in COVID, it is of no use. What is the importance in the system? That you should give good hospitals. I'm not saying very high end, but at least such hospitals which can take care of your small things in the survival of the human being, as well as the small things, which is routine sort of thing, they can take care. But for that also people are going to the big cities. And again, the big load has been given to the areas which are already loaded. So this can be definitely we need to understand. In Russia, there is a model. They have a model that whatever the system they have in urban areas, similar type of, maybe 10% difference will be there, but similar type of system they have to give in the rural areas. Otherwise, that person or the practitioner will not get license for other things like health issues to get started in anywhere in Russia. So Russian healthcare is very well known. Italian healthcare is very well known. So we can, even the Israel healthcare system, we know. So small things we can take into consideration, what we can develop a model in the healthcare system, and how our universities can help out for these type of things. Then about informal sector, unorganized sector, we also have talked in a different way about the organized sector. It is very unpleasant to say, but we have to say that 85% unorganized sector is still there in India. When I used to say such thing, when I deliver such lectures, people used to ask me, Madam, is it possible to convert unorganized sector into the organized sector? So because they feel when we are organized, we are getting money, we are getting salary, and then we are at the comfort. But it is not like that. I have seen in various Scandinavian countries and all that, even if they are in organized sector, they have to work like a package. For 5 years, they have to prove that this is your capability, then next 5 years extension is given. So they are in the organized sector. So we are not having that model also. In some of the areas it is coming, but they are again high-end models. So what we can do for this, for the informal sectors? What type of insurance can be given? For COVID, they have given a lot of things. In Atmanirbhar Bharat, that is a wonderful thing done, that lot of things has been given from 500 rupees to 5,000 rupees. But again, I will say it's a short term. We have to think about the long-term facilities where we can think about how this informal sector can do. Even in Atmanirbhar Bharat, they have taken care of minor forest produce, ज्याला आपण वन उत्पादन म्हणतो, वन उत्पादनी हे आहेत. आता आपण गडचिरोली विद्यापीठाच्या सोबत आहो, तर त्याच्यामुळे नॅचरली हे जास्त महत्वाचं ठरेल. दिस विल बी व्हेरी इम्पॉर्टंट फॉर एरियाज दोज हू आर नियर द फॉरेस्ट, near the periphery of the rural and forest areas, how this can come up. Like any small example you can take. Mahua example we can take, because the Gadchiroli is having a lot of system and it is very nutritious. How we can develop that particular crop in a better way? We can talk about the ज्याला आपण हे म्हणतो हनी म्हणतो, शहद म्हणतो, how it can be developed in a better way. It has been dominated by big companies, but how small MSMEs can come and we can help out the informal sector. That is a challenge. So that we have to think. So as I have given the example of minor forest produce, in our environmental studies 1108 this type of list has been given, which is very unique in our country, and that can be turn out as a good industry for healthcare, for day-to-day routine, as well as for other industrial purpose like development of shampoos, pharmaceuticals, cosmetics, and all that. So these are the things which we need to ponder upon it. Missing here. The link is missing, and therefore we need to think on these things. Now, another area which is related to the health, but which is also related to the other parts which has been given in your title also. Health is also an industry. Health is also a service. Health is also innovation, because now we need research on that. That's why that area I'm a little bit talking, just 2 minutes I'll talk and 1 or 2 points and then I will finish. So this is the area which we need to go for research. How research is important in microbiology, how research is important in pharmaceuticals, how research is important in the area which is indirectly and directly related to the health. So when we are working on these, when the patients are increasing, many news you must have heard, microbiologists are in the short. Microbiologists suffered last night. So we cannot do the test. We have to stop the test. We are not having that type of labs. We cannot say the expert. Doctors are overloaded. Nurses are overloaded. Ward boys also now understood how to test it. But all these things cannot be depending upon the few infrastructure which we have. And therefore, to understand the research in this, how much we can expand, how much we can develop good resources through this type of research, That is very, very important. And I very much feel that India can do this. We have this potential. Especially, I can think the universities, colleges, which are in remote areas, they can definitely do that because they are having that type of products. Only we need to know which is suitable for what. That type of education has to be imparted, and that is also possible because now we are having experts. But if we delay for 20 years or 30 years, I think these experts will also not able to tell because they will have their limited life. So we have to capture right now, and we can make a network or a system for making better research in the areas of health and its services. Only robots, only as I have told you in the earlier, image processing cannot be the important part for all. All cannot afford. So we have to go back to our own original things, that I'm very much convinced that local things, inherited properties, they will going to help us. Their proper education, that is also scientific. They are not non-scientific. It is again a wrong notion if we'll say, if they are scientific, and we have to go with them, and we can develop lot many things. Then last thing, which is hampering our economy, I should say, and people are worried about that. Now we have opened it partially, gradually we will open it in a full swing. Then what will happen? And first thing, I'm not talking of health and COVID, but related part, unemployment. When pre-COVID, we are the CMIC, Center of Monitoring Indian Economy. They have quoted that 8.5% people were unemployed pre-COVID. That is a pre-COVID data. इतने कमी होते का? This is also the question we should have in the mind. Many studies say no, it is more than that. They are at the tune of like 20% or 22%. Some of them had said if we'll add some contract people, ज्याला आपण म्हणतो की काही काळा करता कंत्राटी घेतलेले contract people, if we will add, so it is more than 28%, all that. And contract thing is really increasing a lot, which we always say it's a gig economy. The name which we have given is a gig economy. And this contract teachers, contract laborers, contract purchase means related to the commerce areas and all that. So if we include those, they are not having proper future. We cannot predict how much unemployment they must be facing. But CMIE is now saying that at the end of May, it was 27.1%. People have suffered. That is a authorized data government has given, that 27.1% are totally unemployed. They have gone with the frustration, psychological problems were there. And as you must have heard that a lot of suicide cases have also been taken. So it is a very bad phase we have all observed. It should not happen. So lockdown and coming to the lockdown, we can say some good things has been come up, and CMIE was again telling that it has improved to the 7.5%. So improvement in 7.5% means people have rolled back to their own work. They have rolled back to their own industries. They have rolled back to their different areas which they were doing earlier. And therefore it is 7.5, but new system or the new organizations or the new employment creation is still under the question mark. So that we have to think. And still 11.6% people are totally unemployed. If we'll count in the terms of crores, it is very, very high. And therefore, it is very necessary for us to think about the rebuilding of the economy. In the last, I would like to say the rebuilding of the economy in terms of, you have already said science and humanities. I have added commerce also. So in the terms of commerce, humanities and science, the rebuilding of the Indian economy, the world economy is very, very important. Not a single economy on this globe is very robust right now. People are saying that GDP is falling down, and if you are not able to cope up with this, many countries will go in the minus GDP also. And then what will happen? So rebuilding of cities is important, rebuilding of rural areas is important. And there are, in the last just 1 minute, I will say, there are 5 pillars of this rebuilding system. That is, conversion and accountability is must. You need to, ज्याला आपण म्हणतो एक विमुक्तता असली पाहिजे, म्हणजे प्रत्येकाने त्याच्यामध्ये पार्टिसिपेट करण्याकरता काही ना काहीतरी सोय असली पाहिजे. So that accountability is also there, and in many places accountability is less, accountability is missing. We don't know exactly which person is working at what place, what contribution it is giving. So accountability, rather we can say, social auditing is very necessary. Then we should have a scheme which is rural and urban specific, populous schemes, which is very, very important. A lot of things I have told, I'll not repeat. These are all populous things which I have told. Then wider public participation. Can we have a wider public participation? The answer is definitely yes. Because without public, we have a huge public, and that's why the problem is because of more in slum areas and all that. So that type of things has to be taken care. And again, focusing on the where I have started, I will end the use of latest technology for re-empowering people, especially in rural areas. That is very, very important. So use of latest technology is, I firmly believe that we have a good number of young people with us, and they can easily adopt. They have the capacity. Only thing, we have to show the path and make everything possible for them to go with it. So a lot of things to say, but I think I have tried to cover all the disciplines because it's a wider subject, interdisciplinary subject. And I thank a lot, Kalyankar sir. Thank you very much for calling me in this, and Amravati College and all other co-organizers and all the participants. I thank you very much. Have a very good day, and I wish a very good success for this particular webinar.
Thank you very much, madam. I would like to share your views in a summary way, that you have covered all over the points which are given in our brochure. Not only in the brochure, but rather than that, you have given covered the area of science, technology, commerce, agro technologies, and government policies also. The various issues you have covered in your keynote speech, and I would like to say that it is very important and very fruitful lecture for the participants. Thank you very much, ma'am. I would like to request chairperson of this session, Dr. N.V. Kalyankar sir, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Gondwana University, Gadchiroli, to express your views and give the presidential speech. Dr. N.V. Kalyankar sir.
At the outset, welcome and congratulate
I think there might be any connectivity problem. Just we will wait for him. I think there is any connectivity problem.
I think it has come. He need to unmute the thing. I think.
Hello, may I?
Yes. Now, sir.
It was a connectivity problem.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Is
Sure,
it
sir.
audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are audible.
Distinguished guests, and let me appreciate efforts made by our co-organizers, that is the college from Amravati University and the Chintamani group of institutions affiliated to Gondwana University, Gadchiroli. At the outset, let me again appreciate Dr. Mrs. Fadnavis to open up this international conference, which is organized by Gondwana University, Gadchiroli with co-organizers. At the beginning, let me tell all of you that it's a very rural university, and against the backdrop of COVID-19, an effort made by university and the colleges to bring up all the galaxy of people has become only possible because of the technology that is developed, and it is the impact of COVID-19 to force us to use this technology. Unless and otherwise, it might have taken, don't know how much time it would have taken. But anyway, it has brought us together, and I came to know that some 5,000 participants are there in this conference. Really, in that way, I appreciate and give full marks to our Chintamani group of institutions for making this effort on behalf of the Gondwana University, Gadchiroli. Now, I am not an expert in economics. I am a science person, but I want to throw light on certain things, being a chairperson of this conference. The experts like R.S. Deshpande and all, they are there in this galaxy of expert people. So talking up in front of them regarding the economical impact of COVID-19 for me will be difficult. But at least I want to emphasize on certain things, that this COVID-19 has brought a very basic change in the attitude of the people about the lifestyle. That is a very important thing that I feel. Now, just in the opening, that is in the opening remarks by Mrs. Fadnavis, that she has touched almost all aspects which are supposed to be covered in this international conference. That is from social things, in the commerce, on industry, science, agriculture, and health as well. In my opinion, what the greatest impact is that it has brought we people together for the betterment of the mankind. That is the basic change that we find all over around us. Our basic philosophy of our Hinduism is that it is kindness towards life, and that is very important. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam is our philosophy, and I think that matters much in the pandemic. And in that direction, in that aspect, in that particular thing, that we have proved that Indians definitely have a mindset towards kindness towards the mankind, and that has been proved because in the pandemic all countries are suffering like anything, having all sorts of expertise, that is in healthcare, in technology, in transportations, availability of hospitals, availability of doctors. Even then, the death rate in our country is minimum as compared to the developed countries. It is because of the coordination that we have, because of our philosophy, and we have not given any kind of help that may be directly from the system, but from the society itself, the help provided to the sufferers, to the patients, and the workers, particularly health workers, is definitely noble as compared to the developed countries. Now, Madam has touched the subject of supply chain, particularly. I think our traditional supply chain is very strong and it has worked very effectively in the pandemic system, but which need to be developed in the context of the pandemic, and it requires a technological support. Unless and otherwise it is helped technologically, I think it is difficult to survive in future, because in this contest, now the limitation of our packaging industry has been exposed. If it would not have been allowed to a transportation system to make free, I think by this time our rural area, urban area might have suffered because of for essential commodities. But because of our robust, that is available system, we could survive in this pandemic. Now, we need to emphasize on the impact of COVID in the scientific way, particularly how it has affected science and technology. The example that I have just given is we are now forced to use the most convenient, easily available, low-cost technology. Because you see, for the international costed in few lakhs for organizing this, and a huge manpower would have been deployed for organizing the conference physically, and the effect might have been the same, even a better effect have been caused by this, because for this international conference, some 500 to 1,000 people might have gathered together, but because of this technology, 5,000 people are participating, and this is more convenient, low costing, and more effective. I think because of this COVID-19, the most thing which has been suffered is supply of electronic commodity across the globe, and this is of real intelligence, and I think this could hamper the development in this field, and in that case, the underdeveloped countries need to introspect themselves regarding indigenous development for electronic commodities. And in the context of our country, I think this is a challenge in front of we people, scientific community, and it is rightly that will be a response to our president's, our Prime Minister's view of our Atmanirbhar India. I think this is the most challenging field which will change the economy of our country. That if we go for development for the hardware in this country, which is required for artificial intelligence. Moreover, integration of this technology with different fields, that is also a challenge. And in the context of COVID-19, where there is some limitations regarding the movements, transportation and all, this integration of technology with different fields, that is use of technology in commerce, use of technology in agriculture, use of technology in healthcare definitely is a challenge in front of us. And this, I cannot sum up the total impact and I cannot elaborate in a short span of time, because this impact is going to be there for a very longer period, and we'll come to know how much it has made an impact on all aspects of our society and the system. Now we should think about at least a comprehensive model for all inclusive sustainable development of developed and underdeveloped society. We are thinking there are so many models which have been suggested by different people for the all inclusive development, and particularly in the context of our country. I think this is a challenge that we are thinking. Several models have been developed by we people, but the pressure of this demographic dividend, which was a buzzword. I'm not against of the population growth, but what type of population is expected? What quality of population is expected? That is also a point of thinking, and a line of thinking should be developed for nurturing to our younger generation right from the preschool. That is very important in this context. Sometimes we were proud of our population. In last decade, we were used to say that the most youngest population will be our country in near future. Now, if this youngest population is not useful to use technology to understand the market forces, to understand what is required in near future, then I think this is a time, because of this challenge, it is required to be thought by our administrative machinery. It is required to be thought by the planners. It is required to be thought by the thinkers. And I think, unless and otherwise, if you go for some value addition in our all resources, that resource may be from the industry. Now we have some resources in minings. Whether we are using them only just for one byproduct. Now you take the example of coal. We are using for it as an energy, but coal can be used as a fertilizer. In most of the countries, coal is used for manufacturing of fertilizers. So this is the value addition. We should think value addition in our industrial product as well. What China is doing, our all toys, all our electronic goods, they are imported from the China, for which material requirement is very less, but value addition is more. That is required to be thought, I think, against this pandemic backdrop. I appreciate, I congratulate the efforts made by our people. Now, this is a very vast subject. I think I am not an expert to talk on all subjects, but only thing is that because of our little efforts, this galaxy of people have gathered together, and they will be thinking, they will be put forth some new ideas. This idea may be useful for crystallizing certain policies, some arrangements, and some outputs for industry, for agriculture, and that will be helpful for the development of poor people, for development of their economy. Once again, I will be thankful to the experts, those who are going to deliver their speeches in 2 days of international conference. Being a chairperson as well as being a host, I'm thankful to everybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir.
Sonod.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for your valuable guidance and your valuable presence in front of us. You have covered almost near about very essential topics in this conference. We think that you are the scholar because of you are the VC. Not only you have the important and various logical knowledge regarding the economy, but you are the expert in your personal area also, sir. Thank you very much for your knowledge. And I would like to request all the delegates to participate and continue, because the next session will be going on. So now for this session, I would like to express my gratitude towards our guest, Dr. Mrunalini Fadnavis, a keynote speaker of the session, Dr. N.V. Kalyankar, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Gondwana University, and to chair the session. All the delegates, Dr. Ishwar Mohurle, sir, Registrar Gondwana University, Gadchiroli, all the principals from various colleges, all the delegates from various areas for the session. Thank you very much. Next session will be soon start within 2 minutes. I request to all the participants from YouTube Live that you have to note down the codes which we are providing now for your certificates. It is compulsory to all to note down that codes for your certificate, so that the attendance will be calculated. Thank you very much. Over to Dr. Purnima Meshram for the next session.
Thank you, Sonone sir. I am here.
Welcome, ma'am. Welcome. Dr. Purnima Meshram is Assistant Professor of Chintamani College of Commerce, Pambhurna, and have a good experience in the commerce and management field. Also, she holds the various departments head position in our college. Over to Dr. Purnima Meshram, ma'am.
Thank you, Sonone sir. I think Chaudhary sir is also join us.
Sorry to say, Dr. Chaudhary sir is trying very hard to join, but at the Jargaon, his network provider has very much problem. He is trying since 15 minutes, but could not join yet. We have to start the station for all. Thank you very much.
Okay, sir. Now we start our station. Good morning to one and all. I hope you all are safe and healthy in your home. Sir, may I audible?
Yes, you, ma'am.
Behalf of our institutions, I, Dr. Purnima Vilas Meshram, very warm welcome to all the participants and eminent dignitaries. Today, we all have gathered to attend the 2 days e-conference to learn and discuss about the impact of COVID-19 on global economy, science, humanity, and similar significant topics. It gives me immense pleasure to announce that our institution has hit another milestone in the long and prosperous history of Chintamani Group of Institutions. We have organized this conference in collaborations with Gondwana University Gadchiroli and Mahila Mahavidyalaya Amravati. In this, the first sessions, we will discuss about impact of COVID-19 on manufacturing, trade, and cyber security. Behalf of our organization, I warm welcome to all the first session eminent dignitaries. Sir, chairperson is Paprikar sir in this session.
You can, okay. Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Okay.
I would like to request Dr. Pabrekar sir to chair the session.
So, our
Sir,
resource person.
Pabrekar sir.
So, in this session, our first resource person is Mr. Ashif Dalal sir. I humble request Honorable P. Pabrekar sir to preside over the session. Pabrekar sir.
Unmute
Hello.
yourself, sir. Unmute yourself, sir. Unmute, sir.
Hello.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, sir. I humble request Dr. Pramod N. Pabrekar, sir, Principal of ICLES, Motilal Jhunjhunwala College, Vashi, Navi Delhi. Please, sir, preside over the session.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Let me introduce our first session's eminent resource person is Mr. Ashif Dalal, sir. He is a renowned expertise in the industry and has over 30 years of experience in cyber security, risk management, and is also the lead assessor for TUV SUD. He has worked with over 500 of the world's most prominent firms such as IBM, Reliance Industry, Shell, Unilever Group in India and USA. Mr. Ashit sir is a platinum member of ISACA International and regular speaker at the several ISACA chapters in the USA and internationally. He is a member of American Institute of Chemical Engineer, member of Industrial Control System, Joint Working Group of Department of Homeland Security, CISA, and regular speaker at ICSJWG conference. He is adjunct professor of cybersecurity and sustainable development for the MBA and PGDM students of the Wellington University of Management Studies, Mumbai. Our resource dignitary is connected with us all the way from New Jersey, USA. I humble request to Mr. Ashif Dalal sir, please share your thoughts to the participants.
Well, thank you very much, and good morning to all of you.
Good morning, sir. Good morning.
You guys can hear me clearly?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's an honor and privilege both to be in front of such august audience and about 5,000.
I would like to request you, sir.
Yes.
Just set your camera that your face can be seen very good. Yeah.
Oh,
okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir.
All right. Well, it's almost 2 a.m. so little.
Yes,
But anyway, I was on the session for last almost 45 minutes. You have a very excellent and very knowledgeable speakers, and I want to thank Professor Purnima Meshram and Professor Sonan and all the dignitaries to give me this chance to be in front of such august gathering and share my views. And I would like to, I have prepared a presentation which already been sent to everyone. I'm to Professor Sonan. I'm going to share my screen. And what I've done is that though my topic is very broad, I have tried to, reformat it a little bit and made it more impactful in terms of the impact of COVID-19 on the economy, which covers some manufacturing services and other areas, as also the cybersecurity. since this is the global conference, I mean, cybersecurity, I can go on for one full day or next 2 days without any issues, because there are various facets and intricacies thereof. What I've done is I've kept it very simple. I have not gone into a lot of technical details and kept it simple for the simple fact that what's going on right now in the world, cybersecurity is one of the major impact across the globe, whether coming from nation state actors or from the insider threats or from the external threat actors, etc. So rather than being very technical, I want to highlight what are the key points that one need to consider and how can you make your cyber defense more robust. So if you all permit me, I would like to start my session and share the screen.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Okay. Hold on. You all can see this? Hello?
No, sir.
No, not yet, sir. Not yet.
Sir, let me share your PPT, sir.
Ashit, sir.
Dalal, sir, let me share your
Yes.
PPT.
One second. Let me just see if
Yes,
it
yes,
comes
yes.
back.
Now it is weaving, sir. Okay, sir.
So it's come back?
Okay, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Now PPT is audible, sir.
All right. So,
Okay, sir.
Audible and visible also.
Sir.
all right. So once again, thank you everyone, and for giving me a chance to be a part of this magnanimous effort that you guys have put in. This is definitely possible, as previous speakers have said. And on, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sure, sir.
There's some background noise. So anyway, so I'm just going to. Previous speakers have covered at very extensive length of what is impacting, what is going to be, or what is impact of COVID-19 at various aspects of economy, healthcare.
Sorry to
supply
disturb
chain.
you, sir.
Yes.
But your screen is shared. You have to click on your PPT.
Yeah. Okay. Clear?
No, sir. You have shared your folder. Just unshare it and share it again.
Now?
No.
No, sir. No, sir. Am I share, sir?
Yeah, you can share if you want. No problem.
Just you have to say next for me to understand
Now?
that. Okay, sir. I'm sharing it, sir. Sir, please unshare your screen, then I can share it.
1 second.
Kumbare sir, please mute yourself. Chandrasekhar Kumbare sir, please mute yourself.
Shall I say post share?
Yes, post share. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Sir, please stop your sharing, then I can share it.
Hello, Ashit, sir.
Yes.
Just click on stop your sharing.
Stop video.
No.
Stop sharing, sir.
Okay.
Okay, sir. Okay. Now you can see it, sir.
I can see it.
Okay, sir.
Okay. So sorry about that, because
just say me next, sir, please.
Yes.
Whenever you want to. Okay.
So let's start with this one. So yeah, go ahead. Next slide. I think you got a different presentation. Anyway, that's fine. So this is the disclaimer, basically. So this is my public, views from the actual experience and whatever information that's available, and based on also the some of the things I have experienced myself. I think this presentation is already available, so one can have that. Next slide, please. So topics here we are covering is the impact on global economy, Indian economy, the digital revolution in India and the new normal, uh, especially COVID-19 and cybersecurity. What's the current threat landscape under COVID-19? And I have developed some, when I consult with some of my clients, this is something which I come across everyday life. So I've developed some cyber hygiene tips, all kind of tips and I mean, it's very long, but I have picked up the few major ones for organizations and employees because most of us are in remote working mode. So that should be helpful to everyone. And then I would highlight the summary and then any questions and answers from the audience or anyone. All right, next slide, please. So this is my brief introduction. I guess Professor Purnima Meshram already has spoken about it. So we'll go to the next slide. Now, this everyone knows what COVID-19 is because enough has been talked about it. These are the latest figures, almost 9.1 million cases worldwide, and US is leading the count. I don't know how, but why, etc. We don't get into the details, but we have unbelievable 2.1 million cases and almost more than 150,000 deaths, etc. It's one of the most major and ferocious crises of the century with global impact far-reaching consequences. Now, as per the recent World Bank report, the global economy will shrink by over 5.2% in calendar year 2020 because of COVID-19 alone. And this pandemic has resulted into loss of thousands of lives, but also has created largest global economic crisis since 1870. So almost 100 and I would say 50 years, no one has seen a crisis like this, which has taken the whole world by storm. And economic activity among advanced economies is anticipated to shrink 7% in 2020 as domestic demand, supply, trade, and finance have been severely disrupted all across. Uh, no exceptions. US, India are, some of the major economies are very severely impacted. Next slide, please. Now, this is the quick snapshot of global impact. Uh, we have seen last 4 or 5 months, there is a weak overall consumer demand, especially for non-essential goods. Uh, However, demand for essential consumer goods like food stuff, medicines, etc., they have remained very, very good even during COVID-19 period and what we are seeing today. And it's going to continue for 2020-21. Uh, which is very much expected because people are not going to go into some kind of a rampant or unnecessary buying mode that, okay, let's go to the mall, buy this, buy that, etc., because of all the severe major economic and unemployment related issues. Uh, Unemployment rates are very high. Mrs. Fadnavis has already talked about what scene we have in India. US is unbelievable because we have unemployment rate has almost climbed to 20% since March 2020, and almost 20 million people have filed for unemployment insurance in various states of the United States. Uh, Financial markets have been pretty topsy-turvy and volatile because nobody can make out which sectors are going to go and then shape up very well, except for a few of them like pharmaceutical, life science, etc. Energy demand has been very good. Uh, the first time in the history where the oil prices have gone in negative dollars, which has not happened any time. And even in the US, we are seeing that the demand is now slowly picking up for the gas and the for fuel and other stuff. But still, it has been relatively pretty weak, and this will continue to be like that because of less travel on all forms, or in all forms or all sectors, etc. And there are huge supply chain disruption, which is impacting essential industries like food, pharmaceuticals, healthcare, and previous speakers have already talked about supply chain related issues. Next slide. Hello.
Next slide, please.
Yes. So this is the from a slide from the very good company called Statistita, and this they publish all kind of infographics, etc., from the US, and this shows that how coronavirus or COVID-19 has created havoc on. Can you go back to previous slide, sir? Yeah. How it has created impact on all major economies. And if you see country like India, we are, what is this? This is coming from this particular institution, is showing around negative 9%, and world average is almost 7.7%, which is possibly more or less close to various estimates that we have seen. United States economy is going to dip by almost 8%. So uh, very few economies are which are going to be like below world average, and that is China is definitely one of them, because they already started earlier, recovered and started, but we need to see how that is going to come up, uh, over next 12 months or so. Next slide, please. So impact of small and medium businesses. Now, as we started opening up in the US, and I'm sure in India as well, uh, uh, I think what is going to happen is that it is not going to be the business as usual. It will take some time before everything gets settled down. If you see McKinsey's recent survey of small businesses, it suggests that before accounting for intervention, 1.4 million to 2.1 million of them, about 25 to 30%, could close permanently as a result of disruption from just the 4 months of COVID-19. This is the permanent closure of the small and medium businesses. And as Madam Fadnavis has said, that these small and medium businesses, especially for a country like India, they become a kind of a lifeline. And we need to focus, government, we definitely need to support them. In the US, that things are already being done that way. A lot of support is coming from both the federal and the state side, giving them, 0% loan, deferment of payments, and so on and so forth. Something on that line, I'm sure that is going to be done even in India as well. Next slide. So what if I mean, there are so many industrial sectors, one can think that yes, everyone is impacted. But what I feel, and which is again in line with some of the research studies I have read from McKinsey, Deloitte, etc., it shows that some 7 or 8 industry sectors are very severely impacted. Retail trade, I'm talking about the non-essential services or non-essential goods. Automotive, absolutely. Construction, professional services, hospitality and accommodation. So if you talk about Hilton or talk about the Marriotts and those global hotel chains, now I'm a Hilton Diamond member. One of the things when I was talking to, because I wanted to do some reservations for August for my travel, and Hilton told me their average occupancy rate right now is in the range of 20 to 25%. People have still not started traveling, and I don't know, because we are getting into the holiday season now, summer vacations and all, but it is not same thing as usual which we had seen in pre-COVID era. So this is one industry that is going to be severely impacted. Foods and restaurants, now they are opening up slowly, but it is not going to be the same for 3 or 4 months that this thing, all foods and restaurants were closed except for takeout services. Obviously, arts, entertainment, recreation, we know that theaters are closed everywhere. That is a big impact on that. But at the same time, OTT kind of platforms and Netflix, Amazon Prime, and YouTube, or digital services from Disney, etc., they are going to do exceedingly well, and that is something at the cost of brick and mortar, theaters and stuff like that. And transportation and warehousing. When I say transportation, it's not just the trucking companies and all, uh, but I'm talking mostly about the large part of infrastructure related transportation, the rail services, the aeroplane, that means the air travel, etc. Those are severely going to be impacted, and they are impacted. Next, please. Next slide. So if you say that now economies have started opening up, US definitely in many states have started opening up, though slowly and gradually. This was one of the surveys. This was done in the month of May by same company, Statista. And you see the perception, what American people feel, that whether they should go or they should not. Now we are in summer right now. Beaches have opened up in New Jersey, in New York, in Alabama and other places, North Carolina, but still large chunk of people are possibly reluctant not to go. Obviously, you can say 50-50 right now, and that is possibly going to continue even if the restrictions are lifted, or even if there are restrictions with wearing masks in public places and so on and so forth. Half of the American public would like to stay indoor. And I guess that possibly would get reflected even in other countries as well. Next one. Next slide. So if you see again, this is a survey which was done, over 3 months period, and with the most recent one was done in the month of June, June 9 to 11, and they interviewed some of the adults and said, find out our consumers are gradually restoring a sense of safety. So it is gradually coming back to normal, but it is still in the range of 40 to 50%. It's not that people have started going out in masses, because you will have the second round of COVID coming back. So people are still very skeptical, and they don't want to take chances and go out, and start enjoying, because this is the vacation time. Schools are getting closed now. Colleges are closed. All graduations have happened in the US. And people are still reluctant to go on vacation, go to resorts and so on and so forth. Malls are still closed in many states, and they are opening up slowly, but people are still, they will think twice before they have to go inside the mall. Next slide, please. Next slide. Now, on Indian economy, if you see some of the, I mean, you guys are already know this, but I just want to highlight few areas like credit rating agencies like Moody's have already downgraded India's sovereign rating to -BB, which can possibly dampen the future FDI unless Indian economy bounces back. If you see the surveys from major financial institutions like Moody's, UBS, Barclays, they have lowered the India's GDP growth rate by 0.5% to 1.5% for FY 2021. Sectors like automotive, power, FMCG are going to witness a negative growth of 15 to 25% in FY 20. Like, for example, automotive sector is likely to show minus 23.1% as per one of the surveys from Deloitte that they conducted in March of 2020. Now, as seen elsewhere in the world, India is going to see major shift in consumer behavior and preferences from 2020 and beyond. And this is definitely going to be a game changer, because we are going to see increasing use of digitization, social media, e-commerce, and the other touch points. So that is going to change the consumer behavior as far as shopping and other areas are concerned. Next slide. So this is very interesting research from McKinsey just published a report, and they are saying, this is specifically for India, and they said that COVID-19 and digital revolution coming up in India, how it has changed the entire perspective from consumer standpoint. And we are and all of us have seen this, not just in the US, but even in India. You see that now most of us are watching movies on Netflix. OTT platform have really gone up. Most of us have shifted from, on-site shopping, grocery shopping, to e-commerce, or, online shopping from either Whole Foods and, um, Targets and other places in the US, and I'm sure it will be there. You have a bigbasketers.com. All those companies have started delivering groceries. And what is important is that McKinsey Global Institute estimated in 2019 that such technologies could create some $1 trillion of value in India alone. So if this is true, and which I'm increasingly seeing that's going to happen, then all these new technologies which are coming up like AI, analytics, cloud, disruptions and technology platform and cybersecurity included, it could yield about 205 to 250 billion US dollars of gross value add by 2025 alone, which is twice of what we have seen in 2017-18. Now, several executives that McKinsey interviewed, they expressed the view that pandemic has gone as a wake-up call to embrace some of those technologies. And again, previous speakers have already talked about it, so I'm not going to go into details. So what companies are doing now, they are started rapidly digitizing their supply chain and manufacturing operations. So contactless technologies in particular can mitigate the health and safety risk. And this is going to be pervasive throughout most industries, including healthcare, life sciences, and so on and so forth. Next slide. So this is again from that Statista company, and they have been tracking the online grocery prices for 3 or 4 groceries, the items, vegetables, poultry, and rice. And you can see that once COVID started after January or say February onwards, I would say after February, almost all prices have started going up. And also the demand. I mean, because in the US, I can tell you the demand for meat and some of those products have really become very tight. So prices have also increased in the US. But in India, we will see a very major shift or major increase in the prices. Next slide, please. So let's talk now on the cybersecurity, how it's going to happen, what is going to happen. Now, the global cybersecurity market is expected to grow from US $183.2 billion in 2019 to about 230 billion by 2021, about 12% CAGR, which is also COVID-19 adjusted. Now, with working from home becoming a new normal, investment in endpoint security, cloud technologies, collaboration, which we are seeing right now, Zoom, 5,000 people already on this, and VPN security solutions from end-to-end encryption have been becoming very, very important, and they have been growing tremendously to mitigate the cyber risk. Healthcare sector is expected to record highest investments in cybersecurity due to increased cyber attacks related to phishing, spear phishing, and ransomware, etc. And obviously, USA and North America are expected to hold the largest market share in global security industry. But APAC region is going to show highest growth in this forecast period. Next one. So what are the key cybersecurity concerns? And I've been seeing this being a part of the industry. What we are seeing is that there are increasing phishing, spear phishing attacks, social engineering attacks, resulting into ransomware attacks and data breaches. One of the webinars that I was attending with ISACA Silicon Valley chapter, the agent for FBI said that the calls have gone. They have been getting almost 3,000 to 4,000 calls related to cyber attacks. Some of them are false positive, false negative also. I mean, they are not necessarily cyber attacks, but maybe some kind of small incident here and there. And fact of the matter, what the FBI was trying to say is that the volume has gone up substantially. So pre-COVID, they were getting almost average 1,000 calls, but this is 3,000 to 4,000 now. Now, there is also increased cyber risk due to remote working and training, where uncontrolled use of personal devices, because I can connect through my laptop, which is not company owned, and then that can create a lot of issues. How would you enforce some of the policies, procedures as far as cybersecurity is concerned? Then potential delays in cyber detection processes and response, because most employees work from home and remotely. It's not that people are in one of office locations or across different office locations connected to one network and so on and so forth. Lack of physical security is also a very major concern. if you see in Nigeria, a large number of people tend to work from cyber cafe using unprotected internet connection and inadequate physical security controls. So this is one area which one we need to look at it. Business continuity plan, because when people started working from home, nobody has thought of, I mean, except for few major companies, of how to deal with pandemic situation like this, which is impacting entire global landscape. So people have to now look at the risk, or relook at the risk, and make sure that they update their business continuity plan and account for pandemic situation like COVID-19. And post COVID-19, there is going to be increased cyber risk, and you need to continuously review and update policies and procedures and make sure that risk assessments are done more frequently, even if things started getting back to normal. Next one. Now, ransomware, most of you are knowing that ransomware has become a major bully, and it is considered as one of the top 5 cyber threats in 2020, and it's going to continue even in 2020 and beyond. So it has been increasing in last 2 years. 2019 specifically and 2020 are seeing increasing attack. And as per one estimate, there are almost 2,244 ransomware attacks every day. McKinsey has said the potential cost of ransomware attack was in excess of US $7.5 billion in 2019. Now, some of the examples I have highlighted, these are US specific, but I'm sure US is one country which reports a lot of in terms of information dissemination because of the regulations and compliance requirements. We have to report. Possibly it's happening in India, but it's not being reported as frequently and as diligently as what we see in the United States. And the most important one, possibly most of you are aware, was the ECAN's ransomware attack on Honda Motor Corporations, which has created a large impact on their global operations, including in their plant in India. Next one. Now, Microsoft has come out with phishing attack related advisory because of COVID-19. And they have warned that there is massive COVID-19 thermal phishing campaign has been initiated, and that would allow attackers to gain remote access with malicious access files. So these emails, which would come as the phishing email, and they come out as if it is coming from John Hopkins centers, and people would think that this is some important information from COVID-19. And once you click on that, what would happen is those attackers will install Net Support Manager remote access to gain access onto your endpoint device or computers or a network or the victim system. And then it would transfer, because of the remote access being granted, the malware payload, which is in embedded Excel attachment using Macro4. Now, this is very powerful .exe kind of file, which will be executed if once they get into your system, and that can create havoc. So what Microsoft has advised is not to click on any unknown, unsolicited emails or attachments if it comes from Johns Hopkins or any other unknown source, because this is the very, very, very common way how the attackers trying to get control remotely of your computers, laptops, and including cell phones, if it is based on Microsoft. Yes, next one. Now, this is the very latest FBI advisory. If you go to fbi.gov, you can regularly look into some of those advices which FBI is coming out virtually every day, along with Department of Homeland Security. This is from their Washington office in May of 2013. And we all know China, what they are doing. In fact, they have initiated substantial attacks right now in India because what is happening at the border. But FBI has come out this because China's favorite targets are not just the US, but also countries like India and some of the other ones, including Japan. So they try to attack those research organizations who are putting a lot of efforts, money, time, etc., in developing vaccines and doing some fundamental research in COVID-19. So this is the clear advisory, and I'm sure, though it was for the US, but this is basically can impact any global organization or any company, even in India. Next one. Next slide. Uh, Now, CERT India, which is basically Computer Emergency Response Team, had come out as recent as June 21st that they have sent out the advisory possible large-scale phishing attack by malicious actors starting June 21st. That means 2 days back, this advisory came in. And if you see any phishing email coming from nco2019@gov.in, that means it is suspicious. You should not be clicking on this. And CERT India has very clearly given advice to everyone, including individuals, organizations, large corporations, to delete those files without even looking at it. If you find there is something suspicious, do not click onto it. Talk to your IT department, talk to your cybersecurity team, and make sure that you don't get trapped into this. At least 2 million emails may be compromised across several major metro cities in India if people continue to click on this. So this is going to be a big stuff, and this is as recent as 2 days back. Next slide, please. This is that CERT advisory. I mean, if you go to cert.in, our website, which is again part of Ministry of Information Technology, you can download the whole stuff and read this. So I just put the screenshot of this for everyone's benefit. Next slide. Now, why I'm sharing this slide specifically, just to give you a flavor that even in the US, I think the cybersecurity is of such an important concern. And it's not everything is good on the other side of the fence, or everything is green on the other side of the fence just because US is the very developed nation. This is the report from the state auditor for the state of Mississippi. This is published information, and you can go to the website and see the report. And that says very clearly that even the cybersecurity is neglected in the state government. And I have seen similar reports even on the federal side, and so on and so forth. So this is a perennial issue. I'm sure it's everywhere. All states, all federal governments are not the same. Some may be better, some may be less. But what I'm trying to lay emphasis on that just because it's the government and they have all the measures, all the resources, everything is hunky-dory as far as cyber is concerned, that is not correct. And that's why I'm showing you this one, which is coming from horse's mouth. And you can go to the Mississippi State's website and download the whole report. It is available for public. Next slide, please. So what are the risks? Because most of us are working from home or remotely and so on and so forth. So what is the cybersecurity risk of remote working? First of all, in this year, especially post-March, and this is going to continue for a while, 75% of the workforce work remotely as compared to about 63% last year. Now, remote users connecting with unmanaged devices is primarily security concern, which is 57% of them responded, followed by accessing resources from outside the perimeter. That means they are not supposed to, but they do that. Because if I am working with my own laptop, which is not the company owned, or a cell phone, I don't know whether my wired antivirus signatures are up to date, whether I have proper endpoint security definitions or not, whether my OS is patched or not, and so on and so forth. And second thing is that you will see increasing amount of phishing, spear phishing attacks, etc. And people try to get and take, I'm talking about the bad threat actors would try to have unauthorized access and privileges to, and that could result into a higher amount of identity theft. 38% of the organizations see higher productivity from remote work, which is very good thing. And majority of 84% of the organizations consider at least somewhat likely that they will continue increase work from home capabilities in the future due to increased productivity benefit. So working from home, as we have seen, even because most of those things are now using cloud-based services, either through Amazon or Google or Microsoft Azure, that is definitely going to enhance effectiveness, efficiency, and productivity gain. but it also, you need to be very careful about the cyber risk that comes with that. And also, even if you are using your own device, you want to make sure that your company's policy, cybersecurity policies, etc., are followed on your computers. Do not go and download anything what is required. Manage the access on your laptops, endpoints, etc., and so on and so forth. So the last one, 50%, 54% of the people who have been surveyed, they said that the COVID pandemic accelerated migration of user workflows to the cloud-based apps. And this is what we are seeing increasingly. Cloud is becoming cloud and collaboration technology, because whenever we are, like right now, we are seeing in Zoom about 5,000 people connected. That possibly would have not been possible if you have arranged an on-site or on-premise this kind of mega event. So thanks to technology again. Next one. Now, these are some of the tips which I feel that every organization should follow. This is based on my experience, and this is based on some of the things I do with my clients. And this is not the complete list. There could be a whole 9 yards, whole 9 laundry list, but I thought some of the important ones I would put that up. So most important, you need to have a proper access control, including remote access to employees working from home, regular patching of our operating systems and hardening of servers, making sure that the servers are with up-to-date patches and all, antivirus, anti-malware software properly, deployed. Proper endpoint security, that means all your laptops, all your desktops, all your endpoints have proper endpoint security configured and connected to the server. Access through VPN, because VPN ensures either IPsec tunnels and stuff like that, end-to-end encryption. Obviously, use of multi-factor authentication on the privilege account. Someone who is, especially when I say privilege account, like network administrator, system administrator, database administrator, even companies who have the payroll administrators, because they have access to a lot of personally identifiable information or PHI, etc. They should use multi-factor authentication. Use of secure collaboration and online meeting tools like Cisco WebEx, BlueJeans, etc. Zoom should be avoided as much as possible. One, because it's coming from China. And in the United States, in federal and the state government, and many corporations do not allow you to use Zoom. But the way, because it is so economically effective, and it can accommodate large audience like 5,000 people, what we are seeing, people are using it, but use it securely as much as you can. Then continuous monitoring and network, especially for remote access. Increasing use of cloud where possible. So if you are if you're going to decide to work for a longer period of time, it may be a good idea to migrate some of your applications and systems into cloud rather than managing on-premise, especially because when you are not going to have very many people in the office and on your data center. Documenting and implementing proper IT security policies and procedures and incident response program. Updating and regular testing of business continuity plan to make sure that it includes remote workforce and pandemic related situation. How your business would continue even if a particular server goes down or remote workforce from a particular country is not available. All those aspects should be incorporated into BCP. And communication and training of all employees and the new remote working related protocol on updated IT security policies and procedures. So if I'm working remotely, this needs to be done that way. Now, also scan your web applications and all other stuff. Next slide quickly. And these are some of the tips for employees. Most of you already know it. Most important thing I am going to talk about is that make sure that you do not click on unwanted links, attachments, files, etc. because of the large threats we are seeing in COVID-19 related area situation due to phishing, serious phishing emails, ransomware, and so on and so forth. Last and not one of the most important ones is that please stop believing in forwarding COVID-19 related rumors and unconfirmed news on social media. I get a lot of those stuff from Facebook, WhatsApp, Instagram, etc. believe the sources only coming from, authentic sources, information when you get from authentic sources like CDC, WHO, Health Ministry, or state and federal government. And believing such unconfirmed news also can cause a lot of psychological trauma and can impact everyone in the organizations and also at the personal level. Next slide, please. Next slide. So this is the summary. COVID-19 is clear and present danger. Pandemic has created obviously unprecedented economic and health crisis across the world. Remote work or working from home is going to be a new normal. Has major impact on cyber posture of most organizations, especially those from healthcare and life science sectors. And employees and organizations need to continuously maintain and strengthen cyber hygiene. As again I said and repeatedly I'm saying, get rid of those unsuspicious links, attachments, etc. And as I mentioned, that do not believe those kind of rumors and other things which can float around in social media. Next one. This is my favorite slide because when it comes to cybersecurity, I cannot forget Bruce Lee, who was my hero. And Enter the Dragon, most of us have seen it. He says that the highest technique is to have no technique. My technique is to result of your technique. My moment is a result of your moment. That means you watch your, the bad actors in this case, when he talks about cybersecurity, watch them carefully and prepare your defense accordingly, how they are going to take positions to create a, cyber risk. Next one. So any question and answers, and then the next slide will have my contact information. Anybody has any questions?
Sir, we will ask question after the chairman's speech.
Okay,
we are already late, sir. Okay.
Sorry. Thank you very much. And thank you for giving me an opportunity to be part of this August and mega event. And thank you for all cooperation.
Thank you so much, Ashish sir, sharing your valuable thoughts on COVID-19. Your thoughts, light in our mind, have shown in the new part, definitely. Thank you so much, sir, once again. I take this opportunity to introduce most prominent chairperson of this session, Dr. Pramod N. Pabrekar, sir. Sir has more than 4 decades of extensive experience in teaching, administration, and research, superannotated on 31st May 2018. He has Senior Consultant Rashtriya Uchchatar Shikshan Abhiyan, RUSA, Government of Maharashtra. He worked State Liaison Officer, OSD, NSS Cell, Department of Higher and Technical Education, Mantralay, Government of Maharashtra. IC State Coordinator, Quality Assurance Cell, Government of Maharashtra, and member as a peer team visit, appointed as an assessor by the NAP. He has written guidelines for the conduct of state competition such as Indradhanushya, Krida Mahotsav, Avishkar, Ahvan, like that. His expertise too delivered number of lectures on NAC related activity. He is the member of various academic bodies of SNDT Women University, Shivaji University, Mumbai University. He is research guide in chemistry and environmental science. Sir has author of 15 books in chemistry and 3 titles in Marathi poetry. He is recipient of Best Teacher Award of Mumbai University, Mayor Award by Kalyan Dombivali Municipal Corporation. His career graph shows his versatile personality. I humble request to Honorable P.N. Pabrekar sir, please share your lectures with us.
Thank you, Madam Purnima, for a nice introduction. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. You are audible.
Am I audible? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much for inviting me. I must thank Dr. Om Prakash Sonone for being constant in touch with me and inviting me for this international conference. I'm
Thank you,
aware
sir.
that this international conference is organized jointly by Gondwana University, Gadchiroli, and Chintamani group of institutions especially on
Sorry
the
for
topic.
interruption. Your volume is very low, sir.
My voice is low.
Yeah, sir.
Okay, I will connect my headphone.
Okay, sir.
Am I audible now?
Yeah, sir. Nicely.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Very good,
Yes,
sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yes, sir.
sir.
Am I
Nice,
audible
sir.
now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Sure, sir.
Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you very much. I think I should do my presentation first, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Sonone, please start my presentation. Dr. Om Prakash.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm doing it.
Yeah.
Continue, sir. Please continue.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. In fact, I am indeed happy that I am a part of this international conference where I was able to hear the keynote speaker, Madam Mrinalini Fadnavis, followed by the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Gondwana University. And after that, I was lucky enough to also hear from Mr. Ashit Dalal, who was connected to us from the United States of America. I have been, working as Madam rightly said that I am a senior most person working in the education field for more than 40 years, and naturally being the above around 65 age, I am not supposed to go out of the home. So the impact of COVID on me also, that since 15th of March I am working from home online, and Mr. Ashit has already given us number of tips. Of course, that is to be required to be used. Next slide, please. Om Prakash, next slide, please. Now, some of the points were, because of the time constraint, these are the different points on which I'm going to elaborate to the extent of my knowledge. I was mentioning that because of my experience in the field and whatever I learned due to COVID, I'm totally packed at home. So only because of the media, maybe television or the radio or the WhatsApp messages or the emails receiving from different kind of sources, whatever I could learn, and of course from the print media also, I am putting my observation. These are my observation because I am not moved out of home at all, but my observation through all this media, which has impacted on me, and my experience in the field of education. I'll be, covering some points which I mentioned here right now. Next slide, please. Yeah, it is impact on COVID on 19, on lockdown, on migrant laborers, challenges in front of industry. Madam Fadnavis was mentioning about these all points. Now, because of the COVID, it was a difficult task for the people to move around from one place to another, and the laborers who could migrated from one place to another, especially those who were attached to mega cities and working in various industries. The moment they had left, it was of course difficult, but it was managed that some of them we could reach, and it was difficult the availability of the local laborers. When I mention this, it is even for the small scale industries, for them to running the kind of thing, the local laborers are not really available, and because of no public transport due to fear of spreading pandemic situation, it's as per the directions of the honorable prime minister and the on the government authorities of the entire state, not only in India but all over the world, the all public transport down, of course, with the interest of the health of the nation, which was more concerned as compared to other kind of movement or other things. And monitoring the health status of laborers is a big challenge to industry. Naturally, barring the multinational companies or barring the high class industries where they really have a regular checkup, and but whereas in case of small scale industry it is not possible, or even the government offices, government sector, nobody has thought that. But this COVID pandemic situation has now given a new dimension of thinking of taking care of the health of the laborers also, or to the public in general, and also people working in the government sector. The local workforce to be involved, however, lack of mental acceptance of the same. Now, most of the laborers, skilled labor, technical laborers, experts in the various kind of thing, even because of their migration from the cities to, or the urban places to rural areas or to the native places. And we feel that the local people, when I'm talking about Mumbai, Mumbai is a different kind of, it is very thick populated, and there are a number of different kind of multinational companies, also the industries, also the small chain industries, industrial areas. And because of the migration of these laborers who have gone to native places, it is not possible to identify the force, the human resources. But human resources may be available, but may not be. They are, you can say, they will not be trained. So therefore, I said, and they are not mentally prepared, because they are not. They don't want to work in a situation where whether they will be able to cope up with that. Next slide, please. Non-availability of the skilled laborers is a big challenge. Yeah, of course, it's a small scale industry, suffers a lot, because as I was mentioning rightly, the turner, fitters, all this kind of technical laborers, or even the lab technician, or even the people who have who are trained and then joined these small scale industries, industrial areas, and then getting these kind of laborers is a big challenge. Construction sites are not functional. Mega cities like Mumbai, Pune, or many mega cities, not even the entire nation, that the construction is a continuous kind of thing. And because of the workers which are available, are supposed to be available, they are not available now in a given city, because the mental status of the people, human resources to be made available from the local area is not possible. And therefore, it is not functional. Construction sites are not functional, and it's going to be a big problem. Creation of skilled force is a challenge. Even though human resources are available, is it possible to give them training? Not possible, because there are no trainers available to the extent what is expected. Neither the mindset of the people to get trained and therefore try to earn money. No vendors, no technical skill workers are available, and naturally no movement because of this COVID-19. Everything is stopped, and which has ultimately led to the economy, which is suffering a lot, in not only in our nation but at the international or the global level. Next slide, please. It is difficult to make availability of skillful, which I mentioned just now, unable to provide skills to laborers due to non-availability of human resources. Training to the new persons is a challenge. No production, no economic transaction, fear in mind, no risks for any initiative, because everybody has got tension. Because if at all I move out of home, or if I come in contact with the people, I think it's a big challenge. And therefore, there are no initiatives taken. So now, after the gap of 3 months after the COVID has taken, we don't know the COVID will continue. But looking at this number of, the number and the cases which are hearing from different parts, and now this COVID has, spread over in such a way that one don't want to take any kind of risk to move from one place to another, or no initiative being taken. Government is trying their level best to, restore the situation back, but I think it will take time. Next slide, please. Lockdown on government policies, government schemes and priorities. Look at this situation. Government wants, under the direction of the Honorable Prime Minister, under the direction of the Chief Minister of the different states of the nation, naturally, it is a maximum resources which are involved in the healthcare services due to pandemic situation. Their own regular usual jobs they are not doing, but most of the things are being diverted. Implementation of scheme difficult due to non-availability of human resources. There are a number of schemes available at different kind of, we talk about the agricultural kind of thing, the technical kind of thing, major of the things, but the human resources which are supposed to be available, it was a situation where even the government sector on the attendance was only 5%. Out of 100, only 5 people. The colleges are closed, the industries are closed, the small scale industries are closed, the multinational companies are closed. It is going to be very difficult, and therefore implementing any kind of scheme, even the government scheme, even to the different sector, it is a challenge part into the situation. Majority of decision makers are involved in COVID related activities. All the secretaries, all the different departments of the government section, they are all involved. They are being diverted from their usual work to take care of the health related issue, especially focusing only on the COVID related activities. Even it is corporation area, if it is municipal corporation, any kind of everything being diverted to take care of only COVID related activities. Priorities are changed due to unforeseen conditions. We don't know what is going to happen. Slowly and steadily, we are trying to restore back, come back. But then only because of this COVID-19 situation, now people are thinking how to go about it. And therefore, in today's situation, all the priorities are changed. Everything is focused only on COVID kind of thing and taking care of the health of the nation. Diversion of funds to health related issues. Majority of the government funds it is believed that most of the funds are being directed more towards the health department, especially to meet the challenges because of the difficulties which we are all facing due to COVID-19 situation. Increase in education. In case of education sector, majority are innovative activities for COVID. Yeah, it's true that most of the teacher, the colleges, not even in the state of Maharashtra, but number of colleges over the nation have been directed by the government authorities that their premises, because in today's situation, the no colleges are functioning. The collectors or the government authorities are directed most of the principals or the authorities of the college to convert that into for the purpose of taking care of COVID patients. And not only that, majority of the teachers are also being invited to support the government system to take care of the COVID-19 situation and pandemic conditions. Next slide, please. Support scheme for higher education. Yes, this is my sector as far as education is concerned. I was talking in general earlier right now, but this is what is happening. What the Department of Higher and Technical Education in the state of Maharashtra is doing. Of course, there may be the other states also might be taken initiative, but in the state of Maharashtra, the Department of Higher Education and Technical Education has initiated an MSFDA, that is Maharashtra State Faculty Development Academy, for the all the, I mean, especially for the education sector. It is going to involve, is going to cover the capacity building programs for the authorities of the universities, either of Senate or the Management Council, the Academic Council, the Board of Studies member. Because, most of the people do, as per the University Act, they get appointed, they get nominated, they get elected, they are being chosen, they are being nominated either by Chancellor or the Vice Chancellor. And of course, with the support of the majority of the people around, they become a member of these bodies. But then maybe most of them may not be trained to take care of these authorities of work in the authorities as far as the university are concerned. And therefore, this MSFDA will be planning a program, training program, or the capacity program for all these members of the different authorities of the university. Training for teaching staff, which is of course on and related to either subject matter or the administrative matter, on the use of technology matter. All different kind of training of the teachers will be provided by this academy, of course, with the help of the support of the experts. Even we are going to focus on the training to be given to the non-teaching staff, either involved in universities or the colleges, especially also the people who are working in the laboratories of the various colleges. The skill development training will be provided to all these non-teaching staff, and also to the administrative related work as far the university or college is concerned. The functioning of colleges and university kind of training will be provided to different kind of officers of university, whether they belong to different kind of sections of university or the colleges, and that will be also provided. The health related activities, of course, will be also part that the center will also focus, because we are talking about the COVID situation right now. One don't know how it's going to get over, when it's going to get over. We may have to work with COVID maybe for a period of few months, maybe a year, and then now we should get used to it. And therefore, even functioning, how to run a college, how to run a school, how to run an university, accepting the conditions of the COVID, we will be also giving them training by inviting experts from the health department of the government sector, and also on the various expertise required for that. The working culture accepting the COVID pandemic situation, as I'm mentioning right now, that we need to now accept that culture, working culture in a accepting COVID situation, so that we will be able to proceed further. We cannot stop, because for a few months everything has stopped, because I was listening to Madam Vice Chancellor, I was listening to even Ashit Dalal, and then how the economy is affected. But we really cannot accept that situation. We had to slowly and steadily proceed further, and therefore we need to have the change in our working style as far as the accepting the COVID pandemic situation concerned. Next slide, please. The post-down education scenario, challenges in front of faculties and students to meet social distancing minimum teaching hours. Yeah, it's true that when we talk about, we should thank our honorable government authorities that they had taken a perfect step in having the lockdown period, which was definitely not accepted by the public in the beginning, but it was then ultimately they get used to it. Almost up to 30th June, last 3.5 months, everybody is at home. But that has saved the lives of many of us, and we should almost congratulate and thank our government authorities. And we talk about, as far the education scenario is concerned, the large number of students population. Any college you take in Mumbai, not less than about 6,000 to 10,000 students located in a building which is a vertical floor building, and not like in the rural area where the number of colleges having the big area in number of acres. The college like in which I'm teaching, it is a 4-storied building, and the campus area is only 1 and 1.5 acres. All maybe mega cities like Mumbai, Pune, Madras, Chennai, everywhere. Even though in the rural areas now, the population of students is very high, and keeping that social distancing will be a great challenge. And therefore the teacher-students ratio is very high, not like in foreign countries where the student ratio is 1:20 or 1:15. We have the student ratio is one teacher to 120. Controlling and taking and teaching student, and even if it's not possible, especially in today's scenario, that inviting and calling students to the classrooms, and therefore it becomes going to be a very difficult task. And therefore ICT resources, even though available, difficult to reach maximum due to connectivity issues. We are also facing just now, there is always a big problem. It is a big challenge as far as the rural area is concerned, because maybe because of the connectivity, Wi-Fi connectivity, the mobile towers, which are not, there is no range available. The isolated resources may be available, but are the teachers are trained for that? We are used to it, and that is to be taken into consideration. Students are also belong to financial status, not that each and every student has the mobile with Android connectivity, and we talk about we should go for an online teaching and all, but maybe a time to come that we should think of it. Training needed to use various ICT tools. Even the teachers, whether they belong to the urban area or mega cities like Mumbai or rural areas, the teachers are not yet have accepted that, are the fully prepared for carrying out teaching through the ICT enabled tools. And therefore it is going to be a big challenge, because number of teachers are needed to be trained for using these tools required for the purpose of education. The use of teaching pedagogy tools is also a challenge, which I was just mentioning. There are a number of tools available as far the teaching pedagogy is concerned, and we are not used to as far the India is concerned. But then at least because of this COVID pandemic condition, observing, because I as a RUSA person, as a senior consultant, constantly organizing. Every day there are 2 programs are organized in the morning and afternoon, and we are meeting the different kind of education sectors, maybe the college or university, and we are interacting. We are trying also level best, but the teaching methodology using these tools is going to be a challenge. We need to focus on providing a training for all the teachers. Next, please. Next, please. Post-lockdown education scenario, which I was just mentioning just now, that now it will be an online teaching will be more favored. Most of the universities has already declared. Of course, the government has also mentioned that minimum 30%, maybe you can increase more depending upon the condition. 30% of the coverage of the syllabus has to be done online. Training the teachers to be trained for the e-content development. They have to, produce their own e-content kind of programs, their lectures, their syllabus to be covered, and different kind of things are available. They have to use Google Classroom for teaching, Moodle, MOOCs, Inflippment, all these different kind of online platforms. It is not that the teaching means that only putting or recording a lecture on the Zoom platform or the the Google Meet format and just loading on the YouTube is not teaching. But there should be some kind of interactive kind of session as being required for the teachers when they're teaching the student, because eye-to-eye contact also plays an important role as far as the teachers and learners are concerned. The online examination and evaluation may be affected. Yeah, it's true that when we talk about it was Inflipped, who has mentioned very clearly it's not possible for them to conduct the number of examination online because of the population size of student. I mean, even if you consider only any one university of Mumbai also, the number of student population is not less than about 12 lakhs. And number of students involved in the state and the entire nation, somebody was mentioning about today morning that 900 universities, 40,000 institutions, about 4 to 5 crores of students taking higher education. They're going to be graduated, conducting their examination online, getting evaluated online, declaring the result, and then going for the online admission, payment of online fees. And it's going to be a big challenge. But then slowly and steadily, we need to accept that, and we have to proceed further for that. Next, please. Next, please. Yeah, this is what I was mentioning about, that Rusa Maharashtra, we have accepted this as a challenge, and we have used this COVID-19 pandemic period almost for last 2 months. We have been conducting these NAC awareness programs in the different parts, not different parts, all the states of Maharashtra. So far, we have covered 34th district. Today morning, I was live online on this one of the NAC related workshop at Buldana, and there are 2 more left out, and we'll be covering almost 36 districts in the state of Maharashtra, where we are inviting various experts in the field of NAC training, who are the NAC trainers. One of the speakers speaks on the NAC preparation, how to go for the NAC, how to prepare for NAC. The second one, research person, talks on the documentation required for the purpose of NAC, and the third person talks about quality culture, the role of IQAC, the quality assurance kind of thing, which is required in the education scenario. And what we have observed that because of this COVID-19 effect, there are a number of institutions who could not submit their going for the NAC kind of assessment. They could not even submit the IIQA or SSR, getting their documents validated and verification, and student citizen survey. It could not be possible yet. And the peer team visits are not happening at this moment. And it has been rightly mentioned by the NAC authorities that at least for the period of minimum 3-4 months further, we will not be able to send the peer team visits to carry out the NAC assessment. And maybe in a given time to come, that the moment we get used to all this online kind of system of working, you are all aware that now NAC has changed their policies, and they are inviting even the IIQA submission of SSR online. Even there is a change happening in AQR, annual quality assurance report has been changed. The format is changed. It is ultimately in the form of mini SSR, and the 5 AQRs of 5 consecutive years, when collected, it may be converted into a complete SSR for the institution. And there are chances that in the time to come, that there is no need of the peer team visit, but everything will be now done online, and the institution will be assessed and accredited by NAC. You are all aware that because as far as the NIRF ranking is concerned, there is no visit of NIRF ranking. You have to submit the data. The data is being already for each and every institution, whether it is university or college of the entire nation. All the information of the institutional data is available on AISHE report, also available with different agencies like the Joint Director Office, government sectors, universities. The DBV, when you talk about document verification by NAC, is being done by the third party. Any information required from the resources will be available, and your institution will be assessed and accredited online by the NAC. So one has to prepare for that. Most of the institution validity period is getting over now. They are worried what should be done, because if their college is not NAC assessed and accredited, there is a fear of availing benefits due to NAC. The RUSA conducting NAC program, which I mentioned about. Then we are also conducting capacity building program for accuracy coordinators and guidance on various quality parameters. Next, please. Next, please. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this is my presentation, which I am mentioning. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, sir, for giving very useful information to us. We sure your guidance and positive spirits will help us to get best future in our educational system. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
It's my privilege to propose thanks on behalf of our organization. I extend heartiest vote of thanks to our chairperson and resource person. My gratitude to all the speakers and participants being with us and creating a history for us. Knowledge has beginning, but it has no end. Now, we conclude the session. Before that, for question answers, I hand over to the Professor Nitin Uparvat sir, Chintamani College of Commerce.
Hello.
Nitin sir.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Sir, this is question to Dalal sir.
Yeah.
Sir, in this scenario, what strategies we have to adopt, or the government and small scale industries has to adopt to overcome in the pandemic situation?
So basically, I think it's, and the previous speakers have already highlighted this, is that small, medium scales are considered as the backbone of any economy. It's so in the US, which is the developed countries, and so more so in India, because a lot of people depend on that. And I understand in India, Prime Minister has announced 20 lakhs crores worth of package. So all the necessary, support that may be required to be given to the small and medium scale industries in terms of getting them back onto their business, maybe providing some kind of loan waivers and concessions, and maybe some grant as well, at both at the state level, maybe at the central level. Those are some of the things that need to be given. Also encourage them to use technology, because many small and medium scale industry, the owners, they may not be very technology savvy. But with the things which are changing so rapidly in the post-COVID-19 situation, I think that is going to be the new normal.
Sir, one another question on my personal side. Hello, Dalal sir.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
How to identify the cyber attack? Because we all peoples are unaware about the cyber attack, how it comes.
See, there are a lot of things which go into this. One of the most important things which I would suggest is that, so apart from basic cyber hygienes that I have already told you, there is something called as the continuous detection. And if you are an organization, they deploy a lot of technology and tools like SIEM tools and stuff like that. But at an individual level, the basic thing what you may want to do is, obviously, if you think that this is coming from a source which you don't know, just do not get into that. Don't even open any email, don't open any this thing, or don't have forward, because in WhatsApp and other things I have been seeing there is continuous forward of some of those ones. Another important thing is whether you use the cell phone or you use the laptop or a desktop, make sure that you have a continuous updated your antivirus softwares and everything else. If you are on the system which is legacy system, because for example, many of your laptops, and I've seen that, and I have also some of them, which are still Windows 7 based. So Microsoft has stopped supporting Windows 7. So you may want to upgrade your system to Windows 10 and higher version. Obviously Windows 10, which is most popular right now. Make sure that you update those on your cell phone, whether it is iOS or whether it is Android or even if it is Microsoft. They always release the system updates many times during the night time. Make sure that you have a latest systems on that. And one of the things which you may also want to do is install two-factor authentication, especially on your cell phone or on your laptop. And this is very common because if you are accessing the website, the bank sends you OTP, and then you want to make sure when you're doing net banking, etc., that OTP comes to you. So these are some of the things. And I'm not saying despite doing all this that nobody can never be hacked. It's a question of time. But when you put all these things, you will be extra careful, and chances of you or your system getting compromised would come down to bare minimum. So it's a defense in depth approach, we call it, from cybersecurity, and making sure that you review your policies, procedures, and all the controls which I have suggested on a periodic basis and update it.
Okay, thank you, sir. Sir, Pramod Pabrikar, sir.
Yes, sir.
On behalf of Dr. Bavankude, sir, the participant and organizer of this program, he asked about the what strategies we have to frame for the higher education during this pandemic situation.
I'm not getting, please loudly, please.
What type of strategies we have to frame for the higher education during this pandemic situation?
Basically, I was just mentioning that very clearly that today at this moment, we do not know when the university or colleges will be functioning or will be starting or commencing, right? So this is the right time. Pandemic COVID condition has taught us a lot of lessons, and we have started. You may be knowing that most of our teachers are attending different kind of seminars, workshops online, either by using different platforms. But that is especially for them. I mean, for a teacher, they attend the programs and they get certificate, and they are very happy. At the same time, they will be getting some knowledge. But what about our students? Students are every institution is basically a student centric. Are we planning some kind of program for them? So this is the right time for them, for you all as a teacher or as a part, that whether you have the students' number, email IDs, mobile numbers, WhatsApp groups, etc. Are you in contact with them? Are you guiding them? Are you motivating them? Are you guiding in regard to their further career kind of thing? It's a very important thing. If you don't do it right now, then they will be, especially there is always a gap between students and teacher. To reduce the gap with this pandemic condition, because we are totally away from one another, not meeting at all, that this entire gap will increase more. So to avoid that, basically you should try to be in contact with students. Internet session, you have to, whether it may not be for your teaching them, but at least to talk to them about their career, their any kind of thing. That's what I feel. Okay. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay, thanks a lot, sir. Purnima madam, over to you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable time spare with us.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you, sir.
I would like to thank all the delegates in this session, which have accepted our invitation in the short period. Especially Dr. Pabrikar sir and Mr. Dalal sir has given a very important information to the delegates and participants, which will useful for the further fortune of the world. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Once again. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And if there are any additional questions, please reach out to me or to Professor Sonone.
Yes,
and
sir.
then I would be very happy to answer
Yes,
any
sir.
question from audience.
Thank
or
you,
anyone.
Dalal. Thank you, Dalal,
sir.
sir. Listening to you, it was a pleasure.
It was nice meeting all of you, and thank you for your time. It
Yeah.
was great being on this platform and talking to most of you. You guys are very learned and doing tremendous job. And
Thank
keep
you.
doing
Thank
it.
you.
Thank you.
And
Thank you
Thank
very
you
much,
very
sir.
much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Jai Hind.
Jai Hind,
Jai
Jai
Hind.
Hind, sir. Now we have to move forward towards the next session. I would like to express my great gratitude towards the next session speakers. I would like to hand over the session to Mr. Ganesh Surjuse, Dr. Ganesh Surjuse from Chintamani Mahavidyalaya, Pombhurna, who is the HOD of English department. Over to Ganesh Surjuse, sir. Surjuse, sir. There is a network problem with Ganesh Surjuse, sir. Hello, Surjuse, sir.
Okay.
Yes,
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please, sir.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Good afternoon to all of you, all dignitaries and all respective participants. I, Assistant Professor Ganesh Surjuse, warmly welcome you in this. Sir, my sound is reaching to properly?
Yes, properly.
Okay. I, Assistant Professor Ganesh Surjuse, warmly welcome you in this international e-conference. This is 2 days interdisciplinary international e-conference collaboratively organized by Chintamani College of Commerce and group of Chintamani Institute affiliated to Gondwana University with collaboration Mahila Mahavidyalaya Amravati affiliated to Sant Gadge Baba University Amravati. The whole world is facing very terrible problem of coronavirus, and within a few days, COVID-19 has made a drastic impact almost on every sector. That is why the subject of this conference is impact of COVID-19 on various areas of global economy, science, and humanities. This is the second respective session of this conference, and this session is mainly focused on the impact of COVID-19 on social science. So, before we going to start this session, I would like to give the introduction of our honorable chairman and resource person of this second respective session.
Sorry to say, but the resource person of this session was attended, but due to the network problem, he get removed himself. So we have to continue with the permission of Dr. Digambar Jahagirdar to continue with his guidance. Please give detail about him and introduce him.
Okay, sir. The very prominent personality, Dr. Digambar Jahagirdar, is chairman of this session. I request to Dr. Jahagirdar to accept the authority as the chairman of this session. Okay. It is my immense pleasure to introduce the chairman, Dr. Jahagirdar. Sir, actually, the profile of Dr. Jahagirdar is so long, it is not possible to read the whole profile. So I am sorry, sir, I only summarize some point here. Dr. Jahagirdar belonged to Morshi Amravati. In 1982, he completed his PhD in economics and newspaper industry of Vidarbha Science 1960. He is ex-reader and head of the Department of Economics of Government Vidarbha Institute of Science and Humanities. He is ex-Joint Director of Higher Education, Kolhapur Division from 1999 to 2001. He delivered presidential address in 21st Marathi Arthashastra Parishad and 23rd Vidarbha Vidyapit Arthashastra Parishad. He is a co-author of textbook for BA and editor of book entitled Strategy of Department of India. Dr. Jahagirdar sir is a life member of Indian Economy Association Marathi Arthashastra Parishad. Government of Maharashtra has issued the appreciation letter for excellent performance for 6 times. He received Mahatma Phule, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Smriti Paritoshik continuously for 3 years for presenting maximum research paper in state, national, and international conference. He is invited by Indian Economic Association Research and Development Trust to attend 2 days seminar on 9th plan in New Delhi. Okay. This is the profile of Dr. Jagirdar sir. So I request Dr. Jagirdar sir, please give the guidance, give your valuable guidance to our respective participants. Thank you, sir.
Dr. Jagidar sir, Jagidar sir, I would like to request you to work as a resource person and chairperson of this session, because you are the whole for this session.
Thank you.
Okay, sir.
Hello, I'm audible?
Yes, audible, sir, but there is a little bit problem.
Now I'll start.
If you can use a headphone, that it will very good.
No, I'm just writing.
Okay, okay, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
And friends, I think this is the last technical session of today's webinar. At the very outset, I would like to take an opportunity to express my gratitude for inviting me for this international seminar on COVID-19. Friends, up till now, we have received and also heard some talks given by eminent persons. All the talks were pertaining to the impact of COVID on a practical ground. But my job is to discuss the impact of COVID on social sciences. I'm audible, sir? Whether I'm audible? Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are audible, sir.
Thank you. Now, please see that the whole world is facing the challenges of COVID-19 into different ways. But its economic impact seems to be more drastic as well as relevant. Now, taking into consideration the topic, firstly, I raise a very important question. Does COVID-19 have any impact on social sciences? This is the basic issue. In social sciences, as everyone knows, we include economics, sociology, political science, psychology, geography, etc. These subjects. They are subjects in which the relationship of individuals, that is among themselves, and the relationship between individuals and society is studied. And what is the objective of the study? The objective of the study is to have the well-being of the society. It means that in every social science, we study the relationship of individuals among themselves and the relationship of individuals to society. For what purpose? For the purpose of achieving maximum well-being. Now the problem before us is that it is the place where we have some time to discuss the issue, namely the impact of COVID-19 on social sciences. Now, as we are aware that most of the delegates are teachers, so I will be brief in my explanation. As we are aware that the theories are developed in various subjects like economics, sociology, or geography. Now, when we develop the theories, different techniques we take into consideration and develop our subject matter. If you go theoretically, you will come to know that there are two research methodologies adopted in almost all social sciences. From our point of view, the inductive method is rather important. Most of the social sciences will use inductive method. Now, when we take into consideration the inductive method, what we do, we study the present situation. We study the present situation. At the same time, we take into consideration the realities, the decisions from the present conditions, and thereby we develop our own thesis or our own theories. Now, when we take into consideration approach, please remember that there are different economists who have discussed all these issues in detail. If you are interested in economics, suppose, I will just inform you that Kenneth Boulding, the well-known Nobel laureate, explained this concept in different ways. he pointed out that as we live in environment, we also live in eco, socio, political, and religious atmosphere. All these factors, they affect our day-to-day living. And when we live in such atmosphere, it is likely that there emerges some problems, and these problems are nothing but the subject matter of every social science. There is another economist, Schumpeter. He wrote a very interesting book in 1956, namely Critical Study of Historical Analysis of Economics. So if you just go through these books, you come to know that the economy is affected by different conditions. Now, if you take the historical perspective and discuss that how the theories are developed, the theories are developed in a different way, but nowhere we remember that theories are developed by such a natural disaster like COVID. So COVID is not going to affect the theoretical aspect of any social science. If you take into consideration, suppose a subject like geography. In geography, there are different topics, but nowadays, urban geography is a dominant field in geography. Nature and theories of urban settlement are the subject matter of urban geography. Now, if you take into consideration the geography as such, you will come to know that we have to study the impact of COVID-19 on the slum area, that is settlement of human beings. Now, the problem before us is that whenever we take into consideration the different approaches in social sciences, the wonderful thing is that we have to take into consideration only one aspect in social science, and that is the development strategy. Inspector Delegate, to my mind, the only topic which is bound to be affected by present COVID-19 is development strategy. The development strategy is bound to be affected by COVID-19. Now I will discuss some issues regarding this developmental strategy. As we are all aware that we as a nation is developing very fast right from economic reforms. Economic reforms in India, they took into consideration the different ideas, and that too right from 1991. So right from 1991, we are following the policy of economic reforms. Now in every economic reform followed by India, or in 1978, China accepted economic reforms. Generally, after 1970, most of the countries, they accepted the issues relating to economic reforms. All these reforms are ultimately connected with the policy of globalization. And when we take into consideration the policy of globalization, we have to accept privatization, we have to accept free entry of goods and services in different nations, and at the same time privatization. So these are the 3 points which must be considered while taking into consideration the aspect of globalization. Now, what happens in globalization? When we have a typical strategy under globalization, we find that in most of the economies, in most of the nations, we are having the problem of inequality in the distribution of income as well as property. We don't have the equal distribution, even though our GDP is increasing. We are having a large number of poor people throughout the world, especially in most of the developing countries in Africa, Asia, and South America. And we are all aware that just 6 years back, a French economist named Piketty, he wrote a book namely Capital. And in that book, he has very correctly pointed out that due to globalization, we are having the problems of inequality. Now, then we have the problem of COVID-19. What should be our development strategy? That is the basic issue. This strategy we should adopt, and this strategy we should implement very firmly and properly. To my mind, when we have to accept a different strategy regarding COVID-19, we must emphasize at least on 4 points. The first point is decentralization. The second point is problem of employment. The third is health problems or health issues. And the last is environment. Now, when we are interested in rising the GDP, to my mind, we are overemphasizing these aspects. Every country is trying to increase the gross domestic product, that is GDP. Of course, we all like to have more and more GDP. We all like that GDP should increase more than 7% per annum. Ultimately, we are emphasizing regarding the increase in GDP, we are not considering how that GDP is distributed among the people. So it is not only the problem of production, but it is the problem of distribution. And from that point of view, we have to find out the proper strategy. COVID-19 will teach us ultimately that we should adopt a policy wherein all will be included in the development procedure. All will be properly participated in the development activities. And for that purpose, there should be decentralization of industrial. We must have a decentralization of industrial development. Unless and until we don't have the decentralized industrial development, we will not be in position to solve the problem of labor migration, which we are now facing. Due to labor migration, what happens? Different persons from different parts of India, they come to Bombay, they come to Kolkata, they come to Pune, or they come to Chennai, and this creates the problem. So if you have the decentralization of industrial development, ultimately you are going to have a smooth working of the economy. There will not be much and more migration of laborers from one place to another. Second point, which we must emphasize, due to the impact of COVID-19, is we must have an increasing trend of employment. Unless and until we don't have the increasing trend of employment, we may not be in a position to have a decentralization of industry. And increasing employment, we must see that we should have or we must adopt the labor technique, not a capital intensive technique. We must have a labor intensive technique. We must form such a technique in industrial production, wherein more and more laborers will be invited. More and more laborers will be included. There is no need to have more and more capital in a nation like India, where we are having more than 130 crores of population. The third point, which is very important, is health issues. Now we are not in position to solve the problems of impact of COVID-19 on health of the people. The health of the people as such is not at the proper level. It is likely to be deteriorated due to impact of COVID-19. So we must raise such questions that we should provide the proper health facilities to every Indian. Though Government of India is implementing different health policies, but it is a matter that we must concentrate on more and more expenditure of our GDP on health and education. Unless and until we don't increase the percentage of health expenditure to GDP, we may not be in position to raise up to that limit. As we are aware, the still now we are not spending more than 2% of our GDP on health. This is a simple thing on our part. We must spend at least 6% of the GDP on health as well as on education. Unless until we don't have the health facilities throughout India, especially in villages, we may increase the health facilities, but at the same time, there should be a proper access of everyone to the health facilities which we are providing in rural areas. And to increase the health access of everyone towards health facilities, we must see the income of every individual should increase. There is no need to provide free facilities of health. People should be in a position to purchase the health facilities with their own income. So we must try to see that GDP should be distributed among poor in such a way that they will be in a position to have access for the better health condition and health facilities. Lastly, environment. As we are aware that we are living in environment wherein we are facing the problem, different problems we are facing in environment. And as we are aware, it is one favorable point of view COVID-19 that today we are finding a very good environment in our environment. That is, we are having a good air quality. The different qualities of environment are improving. So whether such trend should be continued, so it is likely that if we are in a position of unlocking the COVID-19, it is likely that more and more activities will start and we may impair the environment among which is around with us. So the care must be taken to maintain the same type of environment which we used to have during COVID-19. So it is not a difficult problem. Many times people think that it is a utopian concept. Please remember that it is not a utopian concept. We must emphasize one thing, that we must have a minimum need. If we follow the policy of minimum needs, it is likely that in future, whatever natural calamity we increase, we will be able to solve them very efficiently. And as we are aware that we are living in India, where we should follow the principles given by Mahatma Gandhi. Mahatma Gandhi always emphasized the simple living as higher thinking. You may not think highly, okay, but at least we must have a simple living. And if we follow the simple living in reality, it is likely that we have to accept the Gandhian economy. So basic points that is to be taken into consideration by all the subjects of social science, that they must emphasize the need to have the minimum necessities. As students of economics know that J.K. Mehta, a renowned Gandhian economist, has probably handled this problem very efficiently, and he pointed out that we must live within our own limits. We should have minimum needs so that our whole atmosphere will not be polluted due to the industrial waste. Now, lastly, I must say that whatever impact COVID-19 is going to have on social sciences, the strategies will be developed, and if we develop a proper strategy, it is likely that we may be in a position to explain the contents of social science in a different way. And I think that is the good impact of COVID-19 on the social science. But basically remember that the core topics of social sciences may not be affected by COVID-19. Only the developmental strategy should have been affected by this pandemic COVID-19. And I think that if we think properly and if we respect the Gandhian principle, we may be in position to have a good life, not for ourselves, but for our grandchildren. So lastly, I thank the organizers for providing me this platform so that I can speak with the last delegates. Now what happens? Now I am 77 years old. So these are likely to speak for more than 15 or 20 minutes. So here I stop my deliberation, and again I thank every delegate and the organizers for hearing me very patiently. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. On behalf of our organizing team, I am thankful of Dr. Jagirdar for accepting this session and for your valuable guidance. Thank you, sir. Now, I hand over this session to Professor Sonone, sir.
Hello. I would like to request to Dr. Megha Kulkarni madam to start the question and answer session. Dr. Megha Kulkarni madam, over to you.
Thank you, Sonone sir. Sir, it is one question from Dr. Narwade ma'am. To what extent it is useful to teach and evaluate the students of higher education online? Hello, pardon, sir.
Hello. I think this question is not directed to me. Probably. Hello.
Hello, sir.
I think this question is directed to me.
No, sir.
Because I am teaching or I am giving deliberation on the
Yeah, sir.
sciences.
Yeah, sir. Actually, there is no question, sir. It was to Dr. Pabrekar, sir. By mistake, I had asked you. But, sir, your explanation was very good. But because of the audio problem, I could not get the topic. So, sir, no questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, ma'am. Now I would like to give this over to Professor Ganesh Surduse, sir. Please continue to vote of thanks.
Okay. Thank you, sir. So, I am very much thankful Dr. Jagirdar sir for accepting the chairmanship of this particular second session, and you have done the both role as a resource person and chairman, and it is within a few days, within a few minutes, you have given the very valuable guidance and that what we have to do in higher education during the COVID-19 period. So this is a very second consecutive session, and we had another resource person, but due to technical problem, that resource person is not connected to this our session. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. So, okay, thank you, sir.
Thanks for your valuable guidance, sir. Now I would like to request to all the delegates who are live on YouTube channel. Hereafter, we are going to start the paper presentations for all. Now you can see the paper presentations one by one. And you should have to write down the codes which are important to get your certificates. Now I am going to show you the codes. This is the second number code. Write down the second number code as a second number. Please write down the second number code as a second number to get the certificate. Without these codes, you will not able to get any type of certificate. So you should have to write down this certificate. It is very important for the attendance. Now I am sharing the first. Now I am sharing the first code. This is the second one. Now I am sharing the first code. Just wait a minute. I am sharing it. This is the first one. Please note down the code for your certificates. This is very important for you. Do not share these codes because those who have not attended this conference, live sessions, we will not issue them certificates. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Please note down this. And you should have to write down the code number 1 and 2 because the sequence is also important there. Now we are going to start the paper presentation session. It will be continued till 1 or 2 hours. If you can join, you can do your work and you can listen. Thank you very much. Just within 2 minutes, the session will be start.
respected chairperson, and my dear participants. I'm Dr. B.K. Sahu. I'm going to present a research topic titled Online Teaching and Learning During COVID-19. In the world, COVID-19 has spread its wings, and almost all the countries have been affected by the coronavirus. Many lakhs of people have lost their lives due to the spread of the pandemic. In this pandemic, USA has been post victim. The economy of each and every country has been badly affected by COVID-19. At this point of time, both the state and the central government have taken various measures like lockdown and shutdown, etc., so that this pandemic will not spread further. In view of this, all the schools, colleges, and universities have remained closed. The authorities of the educational institutions are forced to take other alternatives like the arrangement of online classes for the learners so that the syllabus will be completed in due course of time. Besides that, the e-learning materials have been provided to the students. Other measures meeting, the group discussion, the teacher initiate the group discussion among the students through Zoom apps and Google Meet for the development of their communication skill, observe them and intervene in the discussion if it is required. Evaluation of assignment. The teacher prepares the question paper and share through WhatsApp and mails. Accordingly, the students write the answer and submit them through mails or WhatsApp. The teacher evaluate them with proper care and guide them further for their improvement. Collection of feedback. The teachers distribute the feedback form to a Google Meet link in order to know the difficulties of the students. In order to avoid their difficulties shared by the student, the teacher modified this teaching process or assessment process in future to come. The feedback of the student generally helps the teacher to change his or her teaching process as to suit the academic needs of the students. Advantages. The online teaching and learning with COVID-19, you have both advantages and disadvantages. The advantages are as follows. At any point of time, online class can be arranged for the student. It creates interest among the students to participate in the online class. The student can interact with the teacher on any topic at any time through digital mode. The teachers visualize the images of any content through slides, form that draws the attention of the learners. In the online class, 250 students can participate and interact with the teachers on any topic of their choice. The teachers assess the performance of the students and provide the feedback to them through online mode instantly. The students and the teachers from any place can participate in the online class. Disadvantages. The online teaching and learning does have disadvantages which are minimal in nature, can be overcome with the technical intervention and promotion of infrastructure. In the inaccessible place, the online class cannot be organized due to poor networking system. The students with less knowledge in ICT cannot operate or participate in the online class. The online class is more expensive and costliest affair for the student. Proper infrastructure is required for the conduct of the online class. Overall, online class is the best choice for the student during COVID-19. The disadvantages can be overcome with the intervention of ICT, establishment of proper infrastructure, proper training to the students before inception of the online class, and arrangement of network, etc. During COVID-19, when schools and colleges and universities have remained closed, there is no other alternative available with the educational institutions. Only ICT-based teaching and learning can be utilized for the students as well as for the teachers. Through this digital platform, both the teachers and learners can interact with each other and interpersonal relationships develop between them. With the help of digital, the student can
conference चालू है सर आपका सेशन
and learn many things through discussion and participation. The academic needs of the students are fulfilled by the online learning. Similarly, the teachers also can take interest in online teaching with the support of ICT, and they provide feedback to the students, which help them improve improve their performance in the class from anywhere and any place. The online teaching and learning can take place. At this point of time, online learning is the only alternative left to the educational institutions to provide academic support to the students. With these few words, I conclude my presentation. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hello everyone, I am Dr. Mrs. Vasanti Revatkar, Department of Botany, Associate Professor, Sri Ganesh Mahavidyalaya, Navargaon, District, Chandrapur. The title of my paper is India as Mega Biodiversity Nation, a fantastic botanical museum. Mega biodiversity country is one that contains majority of living species found on the earth. There are 17 mega biodiversity countries in the world. India ranks 9th in terms of richness of higher plant species. Flora and fauna are most diverse along with the food, culture, clothing, languages of India. Diversity is due to the variety of geographical features that include frozen glacier, deep rainforest, fertile valley, then blistering desert and beaches with palm vegetation. India contains 1,27,000 species of the world is known for its rich heritage of biological diversity, having already documented over 91,000 species of animal and 45,500 species of plant in its 10 biogeographical regions. Nearly 6,500 native plants are still used prominently in indigenous healthcare systems. This is about the diagrammatic representation. In the table, all these numbers are given. There are about 15,000 species of angiosperm, that is of flowering plant. Of them, 588 genera are related to the monocotyledon, 65 species of gymnosperm, then 1,232 species of pteridophytes, 2,800 species of bryophytes, 6,990 species of algae, 14,500 species of fungi, 130 species of parasites, and 70 species of saprophytes. There are lichens, 2,075 species of lichens are also there in our biodiversity country. More than 850 species of viruses and bacteria are also found in India. About 90,000 animal species representing over 7% of Earth's recorded fauna species have been found in Indian forest. Over 400 mammal species are found here. This is the saving endangered species in India. Then bird species are 1,224. Reptiles are 408 and amphibians are 197. Fishes species are 2,546. Then India, coming back to the India as an ethnobotanical region. Let us see what is ethnobotany. The term ethnobotany was first coined by American botanist John William Hershberger in 1896 to study the plants used by the primitive and aborigine people. Therefore, we can define the ethnobotany is a branch of botany which deals with study of plants used by tribal people. There are about 563 tribal communities having age-old traditional knowledge through their long association with forests. Nearly 6,500 native plants are used predominantly in indigenous healthcare. As we've already seen that India, being a mega biodiversity country, fulfill all the requirements of tribal people, including problems of nutrition, healthcare and life support system, social custom, mythological association or faith in plants, cottage industry, economic upliftment, conservation of biodiversity, and sustainable use of plant resources. Good afternoon, one and all. Effect of my oral topic is effect of plant degradation on biodiversity.
ते आता झूमचं जे आहे ते मीटिंग संपली आहे तिथे कोणी सापडणार नाही तुम्हाला आता जस्ट झाली
topic. This topic is very important topic where I
10 वाजेपासून आपलं सेशन सुरू होतं आता संपलं
of physical and
हे पेपर प्रेझेंटेशन
and to their effects and plant and microorganisms. But today this scenario is totally different.
हो तुम्हाला काय करता येतं YouTube वर गेल्यानंतर ते जे प्रीवियस जे आहे बटन जर दाबलं तुम्ही आता सध्या लाईव्ह दाखवत असेल त्याच्या अगोदरचं स्ट्रीमिंगचं अगोदरचं दाखवते अगोदरचं सुरू
great nesting habitat of ants. So here the abstract shows importance of ants in biogeochemical processes and physiological processes. Here introduction is related to the study where integrated landscape approach to promote research in human modified landscape affects directly on the dynamics and conservation of biodiversity of ants. Here, ants are studied where ant fauna affects directly on the soil physiological processes. Here, I have studied three important subfamilies, Dolichidarini, Mignicini, and Hornea. Among these ant species, some genera are very important and observed in rural and urban areas. Here, This study related to the rural study, where maximum soil nutrients in ants and nest mound soil shows maximum concentration, while in urban areas, these concentration of soil micronutrient is decreasing. Material and method here. Experiment is very simple. I have used two different areas, rural areas and urban areas, where the soil sample of ant mound soil collected and processed in the laboratory of college. These are the pictorial evidences where ant mound soil in rural areas shows high peat mounds, while in urban areas it is somewhat sandy, and due to land degradation, it shows less micronutrients. This is the experimental setup. Now, result and discussion. Survey of present study of both tree and genera where subfamily Myrmicinae, Tubercularity, Formicinae yeasts are important subfamilies observed in both the urban and rural areas, while in rural areas, these species are highly species or biodiverse, or which species richness is maximum in rural areas as compared to urban areas. Here I have used one technique, the soil sample collected from urban areas, and urban means soil sample collected from rural areas. This is the tabulated form of soil sampling where pH, nitrogen concentration, phosphorus concentration, sulfur concentration, potassium and carbon concentration in three different species variable shows variability, while in control areas as compared to the experimental plot in place. While in rural areas, the concentration of these micronutrients is maximum as compared to urban areas due to land degradation. Now this is the graphical representation where all these graphs and bar graphs show maximum concentration and peak level of the concentration in the rural and urban areas. No conclusion. Conclusion shows that due to the climatic changes, land degradation and concreting in urban areas, it is the result that the ant nest habitat gets degraded or less as compared to rural areas, where maximum vegetation, green vegetation, plant dynamics, species richness of plants observed in rural areas as compared to urban areas. So, this degradation of land in urban areas directly affect on the population and biodiversity of ant species. So, if you if the people today, the people should know about the importance of ant as a biological engineer, not only engineer, but as the important role in socio-economic development of agriculture fields. Thank you very much.
Namaste. This is Prashasti Pandit, Assistant Professor of West Bengal, India. Today I am going to present on the topic Emerging Ethical Issues from the Worldwide Pandemic COVID-19. So let me share my screen. Currently, the whole world is facing the immense crisis caused by the unprecedented pandemic coronavirus disease. Now, each pandemic with its unique features raises distinct ethical issues and the whole scenario alters according to its present novelty. In this scenario, the infection of COVID-19 is spread more easily and more quickly than any other infectious disease till now. Although the mortality rate caused by this disease is lower than SARS and Ebola, its fatality comes from its highly contagious state. Secondly, a coronavirus infected person may remain normal after 2 weeks without any sign of infection, and consequently the person becomes the silent carrier of this infection and will infect more people without being aware of this infection. Now here I will differentiate and analyze the ethical issues of this scenario from three different perspectives. Firstly, the ethical issues emerge from the imposition of preventive measures. Here, social distancing, travel restriction, and covering faces masks have been implemented by WHO along with the previous implementation of isolation for the sick and quarantine by public health authorities in this scenario to slow down the community spread. Since an infected patient is able to spread the virus among 3 people at a time, the spread will be devastating and beyond control if the infected person joins in large social gathering or visits any crowded places. Although the measures have been taken here by anticipating the common good for the sake of community welfare, here the ethical issues emerges because it conflicts with the individual's autonomous free will and liberty. Since these quick mandatory rules for public health have been executed without taking informed consent into consideration due to lack of time and severity of the emergency. Secondly, since humans are the social species, it is indeed socially, physically, and mentally disturbing to maintain social distance. Again, it is problematic to suddenly adopt the new normal of greeting friends from distance. Now, here I am going to suggest some ethical solutions to deal with this problem. Firstly, the common good approach, which comes from Aristotle, emphasizes the common conditions that are important to the welfare for everyone. This approach evokes the interconnected social relations of a community and one member's moral obligation to others for the common good. From this standpoint, every individual, despite their autonomous free will, should consider restrictions of their public movements and reasonable and fear if these free movements pose serious significant threat to the whole community. Secondly, according to Kant, self-preservation is a universal duty for every rational being. It is one's duty to protect oneself and adopt whatever measures are required to promote the interest of self-protection. Another approach is altruistic in nature, which involves one's benevolent duty towards others. From an altruistic approach, everyone in a society has a duty towards others. This duty has two aspects. Firstly, by avoiding harm to others, that is non-malfeasance, and secondly, by promoting good for others, that is beneficence. From this approach, one should maintain social distancing and avoid harm to others, and in this way, one can promote the good for all by stopping the virus transmission. We should sacrifice our limited pleasure to organize or attend social gatherings or visit crowded places, not only to protect our own self, but also to protect others. So this approach is more convincing as social good. Again, since we are the social species, it is difficult to adopt social distancing. Maybe it would be easier to adopt the term physical distancing rather than social distancing. Since here the goal is not to separate one individual from the society or secluded from the society. However, the goal is to separate individuals physically from each other. The physical distancing actually promotes the virtue of solidarity. The virtue of solidarity holds a deeper sense of unity while promoting the commitment to something which is bigger and beyond. By cultivating the virtue of solidarity, one can reorient one's individual's free will and commit oneself onto something which will promote the common good, and in this way, everyone, despite their mere individual differences, fights unitedly against the deadly virus. Again, COVID-19 makes a situation which compels us to cover our face by masks to avoid transmission of the virus. However, this measure will go against one's individual's right of free choice. Now, we need to think that the virus transmits through the droplets by some involuntary reflexive activities such as coughing or sneezing, where we are not often ready to cover our face with hands or tissues. This practice is always involuntary harmful to others. So when the right to life confronts with the right of free choices such as uncover the faces or attend social gathering. The right of life subordinates other rights. Secondly, the moral dilemmas of the physicians and healthcare workers. The huge demands leads to high scarcity of medical equipment and resources during emergency. This situation raises the question of justice and pushes healthcare workers into the moral dilemma on how to share limited goods equally and fairly. Here, in this emergency situation, public health workers are adopting triage method to maintain the fair allocation of the limited equipment as much as possible. Triage method is initially used in War 1 to determine the impact and urgency of the wounds of the soldiers and make a quick decision regarding to whom to treat first. Although the impact is similar to a war, a pandemic outbreak is different because it is primarily clinical emergency situation. To maintain justice in this healthcare emergency, here we should make prioritization based on clinical relevance, but not based on utilitarian assessment, since the ethical and medical boards have no authority to decide the value of life years based on utilitarian assessments or who will give a greater contribution to society when the pandemic is over. Because everyone has their contribution for their society, even the old and the young, irrespective of this age. Now, the physician have to take the crucial decision by determining the life expectancy of patients and thereby choose whom they, they should provide the treatment to by removing it from a patient who is not at all improving or has the very minimal chance to respond. This decision goes against the principle of non-malfeasance, which prescribes that even if the doctor cannot do any better, do not do any worse. However, they have to take this crucial decision to cure other patients who might have chance to recover. Since in this crisis period, there are huge number of patients are waiting for the ICU beds or the life supporting machines. So they should take this crucial decision. And justice requires that medical judgment for prioritization should be solely based on clinical life expectancy, regardless of the patient's age, wealth, power, or any other less determining clinical factors. Now I'm coming to my final aspects, that is ethical confrontation from the administrative public workers and policymakers. Yeah, the role of administrative public workers and policymakers is to recognize the moral values in the decision making within the ethically challenging situation when the usual approved behaviors are dangerous to others. Now, for the effective implementation of prevention measures and other healthcare policies, the administration should provide strategies which are accountable, transparent, and trustworthy. For example, the preventive measures like social distancing, self-isolation, and quarantine should be implemented for all without any discrimination of power, wealth, and social status. Our transparent communication also includes the use of evidence-based and data-driven communication. The transparent, publicly informed, well-communicated measures can develop public trust, reduce the panic, and result in the acceptance of individual restrictions for the rest of the community. Thus, to execute an effective policy, transparency, honesty, and trustworthiness are the keys which build the bridge of trust between administration, public health authorities, and people in general. Now, there is an interchangeable relation between justice and infectious disease. This pandemic has exposed the deeper injustice of the global social structure, since it brings into surface a huge deprivation and unfair distribution of basic needs, especially to the poor people of the developing countries like India. It is quite difficult here to maintain the social distancing and lockdown policy for a long time, because here the largest poor which is the largest poor population, and most of the people in India live on their daily basic wages. Here, most of the inhabitants are susceptible to infection due to poor nutrition, polluted waters, crowded living areas, crowded living conditions, poor education, lack of awareness, lack of access to basic medicine. These factors lead the poor people of the developing countries to be more prone to the infection. So for an effective implementation of social distancing in the countries like India, administration of each state can determine the population of each area which falls under below poverty level, and an emergency fund should be invested to provide the basic nutrition of this group. The miserable condition of the migrant workers also portrays the acute disharmony and injustice of the social structure of India. So the government should identify the migrant workers of every state and take the immediate initiatives to provide them food, shelter, and other emergency needs. Now, finally, I would like to conclude that the worldwide pandemic, in one hand, uncovers a huge injustice within global social structure, and on the other hand, makes us to realize ourselves again as a member of one single community. Since the risk is common, we should practice and encourage the virtue of collaboration, benevolence, and solidarity. These fatal situations also teaches us that we need to move together, interconnectedly, collaboratively, benevolently, and by promoting global justice, by providing the kind access to the most needy and vulnerable ones among the poor people of developing countries and all over the world. Thus, by our united effort and virtuous community teamwork, we can defeat the common enemy of the entire human race, that is the deadly coronavirus. Thank you so much. Stay safe and healthy.
Hello everyone, myself Rohini Mogadkar, co-author of this paper, Executive Manager in Amigo Projects Nagpur. I have done my BE and MTech in electronics. Main author of this paper is Dr. Ravi Dharpawar. He is currently principal at Chintamani College of Commerce, Pune. Welcome to this 2 days international multidisciplinary e-conference on impact of COVID-19, various areas of global economy, science and humanities. Under this section, the title of our research paper is Stress Management, Other Roles of Yoga, Pranayam and Meditation during COVID-19 pandemic. In this paper, we will try to understand how we will manage stress and balance our physical and psychological health during this COVID-19 pandemic disease situation. Keyword of these papers are COVID-19, quarantine, stress, yoga, pranayam, and meditation. In early 2020, after December 2019, organization WHO identified SARS-CoV-2 as a type of coronavirus. This coronavirus is then abbreviated as COVID-19. In COVID-19, CO stands for corona, VI stands for virus, and D stands for disease. COVID-19 is a global pandemic with large number of deaths and infected people. For diffusion purpose, government has enforced strict restriction on outdoor activities or quarantine. During quarantine period, government prohibited outdoor and social activities, resulting in a reduction of physical activity. Lower level of physical activity can create some crucial issues in human body. It can weaken human body muscles, nerve cells, also significant problems in spine, neck, and back pain. Some studies also reported that during quarantine period, human body shows some psychological symptoms like stress, emotional disturbance, insomnia, anger, anxiety, etc. Yoga practices consist of mainly 3 stages. One is asana. In this, a particular position of body which forms a steady relationship between body and mind. Another stage is pranayam, which is also called as breathing technique, which increases the vital energy in mind and body. Last stage is meditation, which triggers the body's relaxation response. In present days, during the quarantine period of COVID-19 pandemic disease, lifestyle of today's man changed rapidly. It has very negative effect on physically and psychologically. During this quarantine period, social isolation causes spending long time on digital applications like mobiles, computers, laptops, and internet. Also, people spend more time on watching web series, playing online games, e-commerce, on internet platforms. Due to this, the amount of rest he or she takes up minimal to make physical and mental happiness. As a result of this, overall health of humans are affected in accordance with physically and mentally. Yoga improves body postures as well as it helps to enhance the functioning of respiratory system, nervous system, endocrine system of body. In yoga, there are total 208 postures. Some of them are Surya Namaskar, Tarasan, Paschimottanasana, Bhujangasan, Vrikshasana, Makrasan, Vajrasan, Sarvangasan, and Chakrasan. Yoga enables people to maintain balance between exertion and relaxation. Yoga is anti-stress in nature. Also, yoga is useful for maintaining a healthy circulatory system by fighting hypertension, enabling proper blood circulation. The physical part is trained by yogasana and mental part is trained by pranayama. Pran, in Sanskrit, the meaning of pran is energy. Breath is our most important energy which carries energy to all over body. Pranayama is the control over how we inhale or exhale and within our body. In pranayama technique, there are 4 important aspects of breathing which we utilize. These are puraka, that is inhalation, rechaka or exhalation, antarkumbhaka and bahirkumbhaka. Different types of pranayama involve various techniques which utilizes these 4 aspects of breathing. There are fast breathing, Anulom Vilom, Shitali Sitkari breathing, which is also called as pulling breathing, Ujjayi pranayam, Bhramari, Bhastrika, Surya breathing pranayam, Chandra breathing pranayam. The constant practice of pranayam is very useful in improving concentration, memory, and problem-solving capabilities. Pranayama helps in balancing internal organs of the human body. When human body goes through stress, then in that situation our body reacts in fight or run mode. This is called as stress response of our body. Stress is an internal response of body. Meditation is one of the most popular and easy way to relieve stress during this COVID-19 pandemic situation. It helps in redirecting the negative thinking patterns, which it can help in relieve the amount of stress. Meditation is free and it does not require any kind of special equipment. It helps it
कोणाचं तरी बोलणं सुरू आहे, बंद करा जरा.
and involves the improvement in internal organ function.
Okay, sir. Okay.
So now COVID-19 is pandemic disease which is caused by a virus that can spread one person to another. Everyone is at risk of getting COVID-19. Currently, there is no vaccine available against COVID-19. The best way to protect ourselves is to increase our immune system, stay active as much as possible during quarantine period. In this way, we can conclude that regular practice of yoga, pranayama, and meditation makes significant difference in the term of physical and managed stress during this pandemic disease. The combination of these 3 yogic techniques, that is yoga, pranayama, and meditation, it improves flexibility, builds muscle strength, perfect posture, boosts immune system, lower blood pressure, and also reverses the negative effect of stress on health. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. This is Pooja Jain, Assistant Professor, SC Jain College, Ambala City. Today, my topic of presentation is COVID-19 impact on banking sector in India. Let's start with the introduction first. The World Health Organization has declared coronavirus disease a pandemic. Banks have been harder hit than most sectors since the unsettlingly rapid global spread of COVID-19 sent financial markets into a tailspin. The government and the regulators have responded by providing an economic stimulus package with several measures to shore up liquidity and provide forbearance on several financial and compliance commitments. Next, I want to discuss about the objectives of my research paper. It is to study the impact of COVID-19 on Indian banking in India. And data collection, secondary resources has been used for data collections. Newspapers, journals and articles were assessed through internet. Next, I want to discuss with you regarding lockdown impact on our banking. In this, first point is suspended services. To carry out basic essential transactions, banks were allowed to open only selective branches in areas. Second point is related with essential services. Essential services in banks like deposits, withdrawals, clearing of checks, remittance facilities, and government transactions are available to the public. Third point is non-essential services. It will not be possible to take new loans, get project appraisals. Everything that does not fall under the gamut of essential services will be suspended until this pandemic dies down. Next, I want to tell you about the impact of COVID-19 on bank. In this case, first point is related with the bad loans in banking sector may rise. Second, I can say is India cannot count on banks to lead virus recovery. Third, banking bad debts could double in coronavirus crisis, delay recovery from the pandemic. And fourth point related with this is new lending opportunities, faster credit delivery may emerge post COVID-19. Now I want to pay light on COVID-19 regulatory package. In view of the extension of lockdown and continuing disruption on account of COVID-19, all commercial banks, all India financial institutions and non-banking financial companies are permitted to extend the moratorium by another 3 months, that is from 1st June 2020 to August 31st, 2020 on payment of all installments in respect of term loans. The government has already started taking fiscal measures to manage the health situation and avoid a dramatic human toll from COVID-19. Now, in the last, I want to discuss about the conclusion of my research paper. Soon after the WHO, World Health Organization, declared the novel coronavirus outbreak a pandemic, a sudden pandemonium broke loose across the globe. The coronavirus outbreak has impacted both financial markets and consumer sentiments, and with the ongoing liquidity concerns and lockdown situations, it seems there is more trouble brewing for financial institutions. The length of the crisis, the resilience of the country's economic and political base, and the speed and adequacy of policy response will be key for the trajectory of sovereign ratings. Thank you. It was all about my research paper. Thank you so much.
Hello everyone, I am Gayatri, Assistant Professor in Zoology from DG Ruparal College of Arts, Science and Commerce, Mumbai. I am presenting the paper on role of digital education during and post COVID-19. Education system all over the world and especially in our country is getting revolutionized. Education is aligning itself with a more learner-centric approach. That doesn't mean the traditional classroom session and use of digital education is having a contradictory approach. The approach of having the freedom to choose different combinations of interdisciplinary courses and to learn these courses at their own place and pace has empowered the learners very much. Teachers nowadays are becoming the facilitators, and digital education is used to create the void which is created now during the COVID. The survey was created using the following questions, 6 simple questions to find out whether the respondents are considering e-learning or digital learning as a better alternative, whether they would be interested to use this to gain knowledge, whether they would be interested to pursue such courses. This survey was made and it was circulated. During this survey, we can see that the respondents, 47% were parents and 41% were current students, and the rest were ex-students, teachers, etc. For the first question, the respondents, around 46.5%, replied with an S, telling that they find that e-learning is a very good alternative to traditional classroom, and 80.8% were not accepting this. For the second question in the survey, that digital learning gives more flexibility in selecting the courses. A bigger chunk of the respondents, around 71.3%, has accepted this, and they find that digital learning is more flexible in selecting the courses than in the traditional method. Then 67% of the survey people accepted that e-learning is a very interesting option to gain knowledge, especially in this condition and in the future. And they also showed interest around close to 50%, 49.5% were interested in pursuing higher education via online courses. And around 42.6% have not taken any courses so far online, but around 57, more than half of the respondents, 57.4%, have already pursued some online courses and they have completed it. Whether asked if they find that consider digital learning or e-learning as a new norm in the future, 58.4% said yes and 35.6% told no, or maybe, sorry. So a bigger chunk of the population, around 90% of the respondents are finding that digital learning could be or is the new norm of the future. This conveys their acceptance also. The studies supports online education and the reception and acceptance among the stakeholders. The user-friendly approach, orientation to online mode of instruction, incorporation of social media are some of the factors which are unique to the online pedagogy so that the learners get interested into it. These are some of the references which I have used for this purpose. And thank you very much for giving this opportunity for conducting this and presenting my work. Thanks.
I am Professor Anantappayan, Assistant Professor, Department of Political Science, K.R. Bellad Arts and Commerce College, and PG Studies in Economics, Mundurigi, Gadag District, Karnataka. My article's headline is Political Challenges During the Lockdown and After the Lockdown in India. The greatest political thinkers call Aristotle said one word, man is by nature a social animal as well as a political animal. Society is something that precedes the individual. And also another, the great man, political thinkers named called to the David Ruchiman, he said one word, coronavirus has not suspended the politics, it has revealed the nature of powers. The lockdown, the word used in ancient period, the government officers arrested the culprits or thefts and bring to the lock in the jail. That time they use the lockdown. We can see that word in, especially in prisons. But nowadays, the coronavirus has locked down throughout nation because of the pandemic spreading. The lockdown is a requirement for the people to stay where they are, usually due to specific risk to themselves or to others. If they can move freely, the term stay at home or shelter in place is often used the lockdown on effective an area rather than specific location. Coronavirus are large family virus which can be cause illness in animals or humans. Mass or SARS, they belong to the genealogist. The new virus and disease were unknown before the outbreak began in the Wuhan, China in December 2019. The government of India confirmed the India first case of coronavirus 2000 January 2020 in the state of Kerala. The university student of the Wuhan traveled back to the state as the number of the confirmed COVID-19 positive cases closed 500. During that time, our Prime Minister announced the Janata curfew, the people curfew on Sunday 2020, March 2020. At the end of the curfew, central government started Janata curfew is just the beginning of long battle against the COVID-19. Prime Minister said that the only solution to control the spread of the coronavirus was a break of cycle transmission through the social distance. According to the WHO, the person who distance maintaining the 6 feet to others. There is only one way to control or avoid the coronavirus, to maintain the social distance, wash the hands with the sanitization, and avoid the unknown traveling in different places. There is in India, total 5 phases lockdown. The first phase, 25th March 2020 to 14th April of 2020, total 21 days lockdown. The second phase of the lockdown is 5th April 2022, 3rd May 2020, it is 15 days. The third phase of the lockdown, it is begin on 4th May of the 2020 to 17th May of 2020, it is 14 days. The fourth phase of the lockdowns begins 18th May 2020 to 31st May 2020, it is 14 days. And the final and current phase is 1st June 2020 till 30 June of the 2020. So all this lockdown, the main object of the lockdown, it has taken the lot of object. In Indian politics, the lockdown give the greatest challenges to the federal structures. Number of the governments unable to attend the government office, they work from the home. So citizen of India cannot come to the office, and government also go through the financial crisis during the COVID-19. Not only all these days, the ruling party and opposition party of India together work against the COVID-19 to avoid the spreading of the coronavirus. In India, it's a major outbreak. To control the spread of the COVID-19, the first thing, ban the people from the stepping out of their homes. Either politicians or the common people, everyone stay at home with safely, and maintain the social distance, and follow all the regulations made by the Minister of the Home Affairs in India. Next one is all services and shops closed except except medical, hospital, bank, grocery shops, and other essential services. Apart from all other services, including government offices, other public-oriented offices should be closed during the first and second phase lockdown. The income will be decreases. People are unable to go to the work. The major problem in migrants, day laborers, and agricultures and farmers go to the lot of crisis during the lockdown because of there is no employment. Number of the factories has locked down. Then all the laborers were suffering with unable to pay their home rents and essential needs. And also closer to commercial and private establishment, suspension of all educationals, institution, training and research sectors. The major impact of the education also decreases during the lockdown because of the teachers unable to complete their syllabuses in framework times. Not only during the lockdown, close all the temples, churches, mosques, and all the other worship places. In addition that, the suspension of all non-essential public and private transport also, because of the main point is not travel to one place to another because of the virus will be spreading. During the lockdown, prohibition of all social, political, sports and entertainment, academic, culture and religious activities. For all these reasons, Indian economy will be received a major impact through COVID-19. Number of employees lose their jobs. Number of families suffering with foods and economical crisis will see in the nation. The political and economically, the COVID-19 impacts is so much. So we thank to our Prime Minister of India taken the measures to avoid the COVID-19. Thank you, one and all.
नमस्कार, मी सचिन पंढरी खेडकर, एमफिल समाजशास्त्र, डॉक्टर बाबासाहेब आंबेडकर महाविद्यालय ब्रह्मपुरी, जिल्हा चंद्रपूर. माझ्या संशोधनाचा विषय आहे कोरोना विषाणूच्या प्रभावोत्तर भारतीय समाजावर झालेला परिणाम. सर्वप्रथम या संशोधन विषयाची आपण प्रस्तावना थोडक्यात पाहू तर कोरोना या विषाणूने झालेल्या मारीला जागतिक आरोग्य संघटनेने महामारी म्हणून घोषित केले. या कोरोना विषाणूचा प्रभाव संपूर्ण जगभरामध्ये पसरलेला आहे. भारत देशामध्ये मात्र 31 जानेवारी 2020 ला पहिला कोरोना रुग्ण आला आणि जून अखेरपर्यंत हाच आकडा जवळपास 3 ते 3.5 लाखापर्यंत पोहोचलेला आहे. कारण असं की रोज 10 ते 12 हजार रुग्ण या ठिकाणी यांची आकडेवारी समोर येत आहे आणि त्यामुळे सरकारला ही एक चिंताजनक बाब आहे. त्यामुळे याचा अभ्यास करणे कुठेतरी एक महत्त्वाचं या ठिकाणी गरजेचं वाटलं. त्यामुळे या विषयाची निवड करण्यात आली. त्यानंतर कोरोना विषाणूचा जो प्रभाव आहे तो प्रामुख्याने भारतीय समाज व्यवस्थेवर पडलेला आहे. ही या समाज व्यवस्थेतील क्षेत्र जी महत्त्वाची आपण या ठिकाणी घेतलेली आहे ती म्हणजे सामाजिक, सांस्कृतिक, आर्थिक, शैक्षणिक, वैद्यकीय हे जे क्षेत्र आहेत या क्षेत्रांवर त्याचा परिणाम किंवा त्याचा प्रभाव कशा पद्धतीने पडला आणि प्रभाव पडत असताना तो कमी आहे की जास्त आहे की मध्यम आहे, अशा प्रकारची वर्गवारी या ठिकाणी करण्यात आली, ते आपण या ठिकाणी पाहणार आहोत. त्यापूर्वी या संशोधनाची पद्धत कोणती, म्हणजे संशोधनासाठी पद्धत कोणत्या पद्धतीने कोणती पद्धत घेण्यात आली, तर ती अशी की एका प्रतिनिधी निरीक्षणाच्या माध्यमातून संभाव्य नमुना निवड पद्धतीच्या आधाराने एक 500 लोकांचा गट तयार करून हे संशोधन करण्यात आले. या संशोधनाच्या संदर्भात जी माहिती जमा करण्यात आली ती माहिती 7 लोकांचा एक व्हॉट्सअप ग्रुप तयार करण्यात आला. त्या ग्रुपच्या माध्यमातून या माहितीचे संकलन करण्यात आले. त्यानंतर एकूण प्रभावित झालेले क्षेत्र कोणते, त्यातील पहिला प्रभावित क्षेत्र आहे सामाजिक आणि सांस्कृतिक. सामाजिक आणि सांस्कृतिक क्षेत्र यामध्ये आपल्याला सांगता येईल की समाजामध्ये एक भीतीचा वातावरण तयार झालेला आहे. मग तो समाज ग्रामीण असेल, शहरी असेल किंवा आदिवासी असेल, अशा तीनही क्षेत्रांमध्ये याचा प्रामुख्याने परिणाम पडलेला आहे. आणि त्यामुळे सामाजिक सांस्कृतिक क्षेत्रामध्ये आढावा घेत असताना आपल्याला असं सांगता येईल की समाजामध्ये एक भीतीचं वातावरण तयार झालेलं आहे. प्रामुख्याने जो आदिवासी समुदायातील जे लोक आहेत त्यांच्यावर याचा प्रामुख्याने प्रभाव पडलेला दिसून येतो. तो असा की त्या ठिकाणी गेल्यानंतर याच्याविषयी एवढी काळजी लोकांमध्ये निर्माण झालेली आहे की एखादा व्यक्ती जर त्या गावामध्ये जात असेल तर लोक रोडावरच त्यांना अटकून ठेवतात आणि आतमध्ये प्रवेश करू देत नाही. हा एक मुद्दा आहे, ही एक अडचण तयार झालेली आहे. त्यानंतर दुसरा मुद्दा आपल्याला असा सांगता येईल की एखाद्या वैद्याच्या हाताने जे भगत आपण ज्या आदिवासी समुदायामध्ये म्हणतो, ज्याला साधू असे म्हणतात, आदिवासी भागामध्ये त्याला भगत म्हणतात, तर हे भगत कोणत्या ना कोणत्या तरी व्यक्तीचा बळी दिल्याशिवाय हा कोरोना विषाणूपासून आपण मुक्त होणार नाही, अशा प्रकारची संकल्पना त्या ठिकाणी येत असतात. आणि त्याचा प्रभाव मात्र त्या समाजावर आपल्याला प्रामुख्याने पाहायला मिळते. अशा प्रकारचा हा सामाजिक सांस्कृतिक प्रभाव. त्यानंतर आर्थिक क्षेत्र या क्षेत्रामध्ये कोरोना विषाणूचा जर सगळ्यात जास्त प्रभाव पडला असेल तर तो क्षेत्र म्हणजेच आर्थिक क्षेत्र. तो असा की एकूणच राष्ट्रीय उत्पन्नामध्ये सर्वात मोठा जो भार आहे तो शेती या व्यवसायाचा आहे. आणि शेती व्यवसाय करत असताना त्या संदर्भात जुडलेले जे लोक आहेत किंवा कामगार आहेत, हे लोक लॉकडाऊन या परिस्थितीमध्ये घरी बसलेले आहेत. त्यामुळे कोणत्याही प्रकारच्या व्यक्तींना त्या ठिकाणी बाहेर जाता येत नाही. आणि बाहेर जाता येत नसल्यामुळे त्याचा फटका मात्र या ठिकाणी आर्थिक व्यवस्थेवर आपल्याला कुठेतरी पाहायला मिळतो. एकंदरीत संपूर्ण विवेचन केले असता आर्थिक हा जो क्षेत्र आहे या क्षेत्रावर फार मोठा प्रभाव या ठिकाणी कोरोना विषाणूचा झालेला आहे. त्यानंतर वैद्यकीय क्षेत्रामध्ये याचा प्रभाव आपल्याला पाहायला मिळेल. तर तो असा, परंतु हा जो प्रभाव आहे किंवा याचा जो परिणाम आहे तो मध्यम स्वरूपाचा आहे. तो असा की एकंदरीत भारताची जे वैद्यकीय साधन सामग्री जर बघितली तर त्यामध्ये इतर देशांच्या तुलनेमध्ये आपला भारत देश हा कितीतरी पटीने मागासलेला आहे. ज्या पद्धतीने व्यवस्था त्या वैद्यकीय क्षेत्रामध्ये पाहिजे त्या प्रकारची वैद्यकीय व्यवस्था आपल्या भारत देशामध्ये नाही. तरी सुद्धा कुठं ना कुठेतरी सरकार या ठिकाणी प्रभाव आपला म्हणजे या ठिकाणी कार्य करत आहे. आणि सर्वात महत्वाची बातमी अशी की आकडा ज्या पद्धतीने वाढत चाललेला आहे त्याचप्रमाणे मृत्यूचा जो दर आहे, रिकव्हरी रेट आपण ज्याला म्हणतो, तो कमी म्हणजे सर्वात जास्त होत आहे. जवळपास 50 ते 60 लोक या ठिकाणी 50 ते 60% लोक या ठिकाणी बरे होत आहे. हे चांगली बाब या ठिकाणी आपल्याला सांगता येईल. परंतु हा जो क्षेत्र आहे हा आर्थिक क्षेत्रासारखा एकदम जास्त प्रभावित नाही, तर मध्यम स्वरूपाचा प्रभाव या ठिकाणी आपल्याला सांगता येईल. त्यानंतर शैक्षणिक क्षेत्राला सुद्धा कोरोना विषाणूचा एक प्रभाव पडलेला आपल्याला दिसून येईल. पण हा सुद्धा प्रभाव एक प्रकारे मध्यम स्वरूपाचा आहे. कारण असा की जानेवारी महिन्यापासून ही जी लाट चालू झाली कोरोना विषाणूची, ही लाट येत असताना वास्तविक पाहता जे शाळेचे कार्य आहे ते जून महिन्यापासून चालू होतात. त्यामुळे जेवढा परिणाम आर्थिक क्षेत्रांवर पडलेला आहे तेवढा परिणाम या क्षेत्रावर पडलेला नाही. परंतु खबरदारी त्या दृष्टिकोनातून घेणे महत्वाचं आहे. त्यानंतर सर्वात महत्वाचा मुद्दा असा की याचा फक्त या ठिकाणी एकच प्रभाव आपल्याला सांगता येईल. तो असा की त्या कालावधी म्हणजे जसं मार्च एप्रिलमध्ये जे उच्च शिक्षण विभागाकडून घेतल्या जाणाऱ्या परीक्षा आहेत किंवा विभागीय मंडळाकडून घेण्याच्या जाणाऱ्या 10वी 12वीच्या परीक्षा आहेत याच्यावर थोड्याफार प्रमाणात प्रभाव पडलेला आहे, परंतु त्या लोकांना सूट देऊन एक कुठंतरी हे कार्य पूर्ण करण्यासाठी एक परवानगी या ठिकाणी दिलेली आहे. त्यामुळे ही जी समस्या आहे ती आटोक्यात कुठेतरी सरकारला येणं शक्य झालेलं आहे. त्यामुळे हा एक मध्यम स्वरूपाचा क्षेत्र या ठिकाणी सांगता येईल. त्यानंतर कोरोना विषाणूचा अभ्यास करत असताना त्याचे निष्कर्ष आपण खालील पद्धतीने काढले ते असे, मी आता पटपट वाचूनच सांगतो की कोरोनामुळे भारतीय समाजाच्या सामाजिक व सांस्कृतिक क्षेत्राला आळा बसलेला आहे, परंतु शासनाच्या समाज जागृतीच्या माध्यमातून हे शक्य दिसत आहे. त्यामुळे जो सामाजिक सांस्कृतिक आपण सर्वात प्रथम घेतला होता तो प्रभाव या ठिकाणी कमी प्रभावित क्षेत्र आपल्याला सांगता येईल. त्यानंतर अर्थव्यवस्थेच्या बाबतीमध्ये जी आर्थिक जो क्षेत्र आहे त्याच्या बाबतीमध्ये कोरोनामुळे भारतीय समाजाची अर्थव्यवस्था धोक्यात आलेली आहे. सरकारच्या लॉकडाऊन सारखा मोठा निर्णय झाल्यानंतर याला पर्याय नाही आणि म्हणूनच हा जास्त प्रभावी क्षेत्र आपल्याला या ठिकाणी पाहता येईल. त्यानंतर वैद्यकीय क्षेत्राच्या संदर्भात असा निष्कर्ष काढण्यात आला की कोरोनाच्या संकटामध्ये भारतातील वैद्यकीय क्षेत्र अकार्यक्षम आहे, परंतु कोरोनामुक्त होण्याचा दर हा 50% पेक्षा जास्त आहे. त्यामुळे हा क्षेत्र मध्यम स्वरूपाचा प्रभावित झालेला क्षेत्र दिसून येतो. त्यानंतर शैक्षणिक क्षेत्राच्या संदर्भात या ठिकाणी निष्कर्ष असं काढला आहे की कोरोनाच्या संकटात विद्यार्थ्यांचे भविष्य धोक्यात आहे, परंतु शासनाला यावर अनेक पर्याय शोधता येणे शक्य असल्यामुळे हा कमी स्वरूपाचा प्रभावी क्षेत्र आपल्याला सांगता येईल. मग अशा प्रकारच्या निष्कर्ष काढल्यानंतर कुठल्या तरी प्रमाणात आपल्याला खबरदारी घेणे महत्वाचं आहे. त्यामुळे त्याच्यासाठी काही शिफारशी सुद्धा या ठिकाणी या संशोधनाच्या माध्यमातून सुचवलेल्या आहेत. त्या अशा की शासनाने वेळोवेळी सांगत असलेल्या सूचनांचे काटेकोरपणे पालन करावे. यातच भारताचे विद्यमान पंतप्रधान श्री माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी यांनी लोकांना आत्मनिर्भरतेचं सूत्र सांगितलेलं आहे, हे लक्षात ठेवावे. त्यानंतर अंधश्रद्धेचा प्रभाव असलेला जो आदिवासी व ग्रामीण भाग आहे या भागामध्ये शासनाकडून सामाजिक जागृती घडवून आणणे गरजेचं आहे. त्यानंतर भारतीय अर्थव्यवस्थेची स्थिती अनुकूल ठेवण्यासाठी त्या संदर्भातील सर्व घटकांना नियमानुसार सूट देण्यात यावी, जेणेकरून त्यांना कार्य करता येतील. त्यानंतर जीवनाशक्य वस्तूंचा तुटवडा होणार नाही यासाठी शासनाने वेळोवेळी लोकांना मार्गदर्शन करायचे आहे. या आजाराची अजूनही लस उपलब्ध नसल्यामुळे शासनाने सुचवलेल्या नियमांचे व आत्मनिर्भरता या सूत्राचे काटेकोरपणाने पालन करावे. भारतामध्ये व केरळ या 2 राज्यांमध्ये जे प्रतिबंधात्मक उपाय सुरू केले आहेत ते प्रतिबंधात्मक उपाय सुंदर आहेत आणि हेच उपाय बाकी इतर राज्यांमध्ये सुद्धा त्याचा वापर करण्यात यावा, त्याची अंमलबजावणी करावी. आतापर्यंत आपण फक्त सांगत होतो की हे वैज्ञानिक युग आहे आहे ते दाखवण्याची, त्याचा वापर करा. मग ते शैक्षणिक क्षेत्र असेल, सामाजिक असेल, आर्थिक असेल किंवा इत्यादी कोणतेही क्षेत्र असतील. आणि शेवटचा, केरळमध्ये सोशल डिस्टन्सिंगसाठी तेथील लोक छत्रीचा वापर करतात, जेणेकरून त्या ठिकाणी जमाव होणार नाही. आणि तोच वापर करत असताना ती जे टेक्निक आहे, तो जो तंत्र आहे तो इतर राज्यांमध्ये सुद्धा वापरण्यात यावा, अशा पद्धतीच्या शिफारशी आपल्याला या ठिकाणी या संशोधनाच्या माध्यमातून सांगता येईल. सदर संशोधनाच्या माध्यमातून असे लक्षात आले की कोरोनासारखे भारतीय समाजामुळे कोणतेही संकट येतील अशा वेळी या संकटांना तोंड देण्यासाठी आपल्यामध्ये बळ निर्माण करणे आवश्यक आहे, काळाची गरज आहे. तसेच सरकार आपल्या स्तरावर प्रयत्न करीत असला तरी या संकटामध्ये आपल्याला भारतीय समाजाचा एक महत्वाचा नागरिक म्हणून काही गोष्टींची दक्षताही घेणे महत्वाचं आहे, कारण याशिवाय कोरोनाला मात करण्यासाठी दुसरा उपाय नाही. म्हणूनच या ठिकाणी या संशोधनाच्या माध्यमातून कोरोना विषाणूला एक आळा घालण्यासाठी हा विषय या ठिकाणी संशोधनासाठी घेण्यात आलेला आहे. धन्यवाद.
Good morning to all honorable dignitaries present here. Myself, Dr. Bhagyashree Deshpande, Professor, Dr. Punjabrao Deshmukh College of Law, Amravati. Title of my research paper is Changing Dimensions of Right to Education in Post-COVID-19 and Solutions. As COVID-19 virus has spread throughout the world and affected adversely on right to education, because educational institutions are closed in order to protect the right to health and consequently the right to life of students, teachers and other staff members, as COVID-19 is very injurious and it may result into death. People are dying due to COVID-19 virus. Right to education and its protection is incorporated under the provisions of Constitution of India, specifically under Articles 21A, 29, 30, 41, 45 and 46 of the Constitution. Not only that, the provisions under the international instruments such as UDHR, ICESCR, CEDAW and UNICEF are related to protection of right to education. When we consider the new meaning of protection of right to education in the context of post-COVID-19 phase, protection of right to education means and includes the prevention of violation of right to health and right to life and protection of right to health and right to life, which is the most valuable human right as well as fundamental rights under Article 21 of the Indian Constitution. Right to education itself is one of the fundamental rights under Article 21A, which is enforceable by the Supreme Court of India under Article 32 of the Constitution. After 86th Amendment Act 2002, right to education has become one of the fundamental rights. As time limit allotted for the presentation of this paper is 37 minutes, here I would like to cover an outline of my research paper, and here I want to highlight the need and importance of protection of right to education, its changing dimensions and suitable solutions. Right to education is needed and important to be protected as it is directly connected with right to life. Right to education is needed and important to be protected as it is directly connected with right to life. When we consider the changing dimensions of right to education in post-COVID-19 phase, it includes the balancing between the protection of right to life and to safeguard right to education, to obtain balancing between protection of health and development of right to education, to continue the fulfillment of right to education with the fulfillment of requirement of continuation of social or physical distancing, to enact and enforce suitable legislation and international covenant to tackle COVID-19 issues related to right to education. Suitable solutions for the protection of right to education in post-COVID-19 mainly includes use of masks, maintenance of social or physical distancing, cleaning of hands with soap, sanitizers should be continued at all educational institutions to protect the right to life and right to health of students, teachers and other staff members. Availability of masks, soap, sanitizers should be provided at all educational institutions everywhere. In order to achieve balancing between right to education and right to health, classes of students should be organized by following odd-even number policy according to their roll numbers. Study materials or notes should be circulated online. Online lectures may be conducted as per the necessity or requirement. However, total policy of conducting online lectures should not be adopted. Traditional or regular lectures should be continued with suitable safety measures. Because chalk and talk method, body language of the teacher, affection of teacher to the students develop the knowledge and personality of the student as well, which is possible only through live lectures. Impact of personality of good teacher on personality development of student is only possible through conduction of traditional or regular lectures. Conduction of regular or traditional lectures should be given priority in post-COVID-19 phase with suitable precautionary or safety measures. Lectures banks should be recorded. Lectures bank should be maintained at university level with recorded lectures of eminent teachers, and it should be made available to the students in the university. Putting books in online system and make it access to the students is also one of the important solutions. Online examinations should be considered worth and valid. Awareness should be developed for that. Adequate water supply should be provided everywhere in the educational institutions to maintain and improve sanitation. Social equalization and iconic education should be continued. Comprehensive legislation should be enacted to deal with protection of right to education in post-COVID-19 phase, as well as international covenant should be formulated and enforced. To cultivate and development and awareness among students, employees and visitors to the educational institutions about wearing the mask strictly through convincing, as wearing of mask is not pre-existing social culture in India, and some people may think that it is uncomfortable and rude. These are the some important solutions to protect right to health and right to education with right to health and right to life with development of education in post COVID-19. In conclusion, I want to quote that implementation of solutions and enactment of comprehensive legislation as well as international covenant is urgently needed for the protection of right to education in the context of post-COVID-19 phase. It will result into the protection and fulfillment of right to education along with the development of education in post-COVID-19 phase. I would like to suggest some recommendations such as education should be continued with the maintenance of highest possible quality through alternative modes by converting a necessity into an opportunity. Challenges should be converted into opportunity by changing the mindset of teachers, educators and students to adopt and accept online teaching methods. In India, unlocking has become imperative even though the infection of COVID-19 spreads with strong momentum. Therefore, checking of visitors with the use of thermal scanner and oximeter should be made mandatory for each educational institution. These are some of the recommendations. Thank you so much.
नमस्कार, मी डॉक्टर अनुश्री माहुरकर, श्री नाशिकराव तेलपुडे शारीरिक शिक्षण महाविद्यालयात असोसिएट प्रोफेसर या पदावर कार्यरत आहे. माझा आजचा विषय आहे कोविड-19 आणि ऑनलाईन शिक्षण पद्धतीचे महत्त्व, एक अभ्यास. कोविड-19ने अचानक संपूर्ण जगावर प्रहार केला व संपूर्ण जगाला व्यापून घेतला. त्यात आपल्या देशाचाही समावेश आहे. ही महामारी संसर्गजन्य असल्यामुळे आपल्या देशातील पंतप्रधानांनी लॉकडाऊन करण्याचा कडक नियम काढला. त्यामुळे शाळा महाविद्यालयांना सुट्ट्या दिल्या गेल्या. त्यामुळे ऐन परीक्षाच्या तोंडावर हे संकट आले. उरलेला अभ्यासक्रम असाइनमेंट पूर्ण कशी होणार त्याची काळजी सर्वांना लागली. पण विद्यार्थ्यांना नुकसान टाळण्यासाठी ई लर्निंग अध्यापन पद्धती सुरू करून विद्यार्थ्यांना ऑनलाईन पद्धतीने शिकविण्याचे ठरविले आणि अध्यापन सुरूही झाले. विद्यार्थ्यांनाही या नवीन अध्यापन पद्धतीचा आनंद होत आहे व ते आनंदाने शिक्षण घेत आहे. पण या नवीन अध्यापन व ते आनंदाने शिक्षण घेत आहे. पण जशा नाण्याचे दोन बाजू असतात त्याचप्रमाणे या ई लर्निंग अध्यापन पद्धतीचे अनेक फायदे व तोटेही आहेत. त्याचप्रमाणे ई लर्निंग अध्यापनाचे मोबाईल, संगणक, फिल्म, ध्वनी फीड, स्कॅप हे क्रियाशील साधने आहेत व याद्वारे ई लर्निंग अध्यापन होऊ शकते. ई लर्निंग अध्यापनाचे पुढील फायदे पण आहेत. बऱ्याच प्राध्यापकांना तंत्रज्ञानाची माहिती नसते, त्यामुळे हे नाविन्यपूर्ण शिक्षण घेण्याचा आनंद त्यांना होतो. विद्यार्थ्यांनाही जुने पुस्तकांच्या अध्यापनापेक्षा हा नवीन ऑनलाईन अध्यापनाचा आनंद व उत्साह येत आहे व तेही अध्यापन आनंदाने घेत आहेत. याचे काही तोटे पण आहेत. जसे प्राध्यापक नवीन तंत्रज्ञान अवघड वाटत असल्यामुळे त्यांना याचा कंटाळा येतो. जसं विद्यार्थ्यापर्यंत हे अध्यापन सलग पोहोचत नाही, नेटवर्कचा प्रॉब्लेममुळे मध्ये मध्ये अध्यापन थांबते व विद्यार्थ्यांना त्याचा कंटाळाही येतो. याप्रमाणे ई लर्निंग अध्यापन हे आजच्या आधुनिक युगात काळाप्रमाणे महत्वाचे व आनंददायी आहे, ज्याचा विद्यार्थ्यांना भविष्यातही उपयोग होतो. आणि अशा प्रकारे आपल्या देशावर किंवा कुटुंबावर कोणतेही संकट आले तरी सकारात्मक विचार केले त्यावर उपाय शोधून सहज सोडवता येते व हे त्यावरून कळते. आयोजकांनी मला इथे बोलण्याची संधी दिली, मी त्यांचे आभार मानते. धन्यवाद. थँक्यू.
Hello everyone, I am Harsh Kumar, student of Shri Satya Sai Education College, Muktsar, Punjab. Today I am going to present my views on the topic that I was selected, effective of COVID-19 on the Indian economy and supply chain. And I am heartily thanks to all the team organizer, international conference. So I will start my views. Today the world is threatened by the spread of coronavirus disease known as COVID-19. It started from the Wuhan city of China, that is called the major transportation hub of China. Due to spread of COVID-19, the government bodies have been taken many action to break down its transmission. Closure of seaports and airports are one of them. They have to stop transportations and ban import and export activities throughout the countries. India is the developing countries. The government announced 41 days lockdown for the safety of society and to reduce the transmission of coronavirus. All nations are depends on each other because of the economy, financial industry reasons. China is the major distributor of the raw material to the countries. Due to lockdown, India import export highly affected of supply chain. Lack of supply from China or manufacturing activities sectors, our industries have to face the problem of shortage in raw materials. That's why production of finished goods are less than their demands. Less supply affected cost, demanding price and equality of finished goods that have not and adverse effects of supply chain and Indian economy. There's a study about the effects of COVID-19 on the supply chain and Indian economy will important for research developing a model to overcome the challenges to improve the situation. Manufacturing industries are the part and the piece and the parcel of the nation. These are the major contribution in development in the global economy. Now the main aim of the industries is of high margin and high value of production, but due to pandemic disease COVID-19, shortage of raw material and importance affects the production and the supply chains of the global economy. Now the low margin, high volume of products lead to low and level of economy. Manufacturing plays an important role in contribution of to the gross domestic products. The motive of manufacturing industries is usually about the cost reduction so that profit may increase, but due to the COVID-19 pandemic, manufacturers have been facing the disturbance in process of production. About 35% of manufacturings are affected by this. Most of the factories are shut down and some are facing the problem of lack of the labor due to COVID-19 spread. The first case of COVID-19 in India was January 2020. Now, government has declared lockdown to fight against corona. Due to spread of the coronavirus, all manufacturing industries, whatever, small scale units or large scale units are facing problem of lack of labor, lack of raw materials, less transportation. All of these problems cause the shortage in production. Less production leads to the less supply. Most of countries have been shifted out of the China due to disturbance in supply chain. There are total 18 critical issues which are faced by manufacturing units with the bad effects of COVID-19. Not only India, but some supply chain is distributing all over the nations. The Indian government has held high-level meetings to step up new manufacturing policies, plants, and strategy. Japan and other countries are also concerning about the new manufacturing system with alternative place. Indian government is focusing on new market policies, economic decision for establishing India as alternate to China for manufacturing at level of local as well as global market. There is an urgent need to design new dimensions, smarts and more diverse supply chain. The government across the nation focusing on the encouraging manufacturing sector. The COVID-19 effect on Indian economy and the supply chain has been worse day by day. It is expected that the further study about the impact of COVID-19 on supply chain all over the country will be helpful for researchers and policymakers to find a solution and developing models to overcome for this critical situation. At the end of my topic, I would conclude my conclusion. The main thing that is supply chains are usually affected by some issues in the developing countries, and spread of COVID-19 all over the world has created main crisis. Disputes of the supply chain is also one of them. To prevention from pandemic COVID-19 and to break down its transmission, government has announced lockdown and also banned import and export activities across the nation. Stoppage of national trade, many industries which are depend on one or another industry or on raw material, finally goods, spare parts, etc. are now temporarily shut down. As a result of which supply chain got disrupted. There are total 18 barriers found out by academic discussion and supply chain experts. These barriers for the Indian supply chains are caused by COVID-19. These barriers have a huge impact on Indian economic supply chain that can be studied with MCDMs techniques such as ANM, AHP, TOPSIS, Demental, MAVET, MOTE, VICOR, and other model preparation can be done by the data analytical techniques such as SAM, ANOVA, and ISM. These will help the industry's policies makers to overcome from supply chain issues due to COVID-19 pandemic disease. About the study about the effect of COVID-19 on Indian economy and supply chain highlights the effects, the requirement, issues, and challenges of global manufacturing and supply chain. COVID-19 has adverse effects on the world day by day due to pandemic disease. COVID-19 today, thousands of industries are shut down their assembly line streams in US and European and in developing nations like India. According to the study with the consultation with experts, there are 18 barriers which affect the supply chain in India. MCDMS techniques such as AHM, ANP, MVD, and POD based MCDMs and other model validation can be done by the data analytical techniques, may helpful to overcome such barriers caused by pandemic COVID-19. The study can also be entitled by the assessments of barriers with the decision-making approach and identify of interrelation between the barriers with interpretation structure modeling can found solution to overcome the issue. That's all about my topic and my view. Thank you.
Resume. My paper title is India, a mega biodiversity nation. India is a mega biodiversity country with about 8% of the world biodiversity, high percentage of endemic flora and the fauna species. For biodiversity hotspot, India is one of the mega diverse country in regarding the flora and fauna. There are the 10 biogeographic zones like the alpine forest, grassland, wetland, coastal, marine ecosystem, desert ecosystem. India has 4 out of 34 global biodiversity hotspot, which is indicator of high degree of endemism in India. India is 16 major type and 251 subtype of the forest. Nowadays, biodiversity is under severe threat due to the anthropogenic activities. Now, India has taken number of reactive measures related to biodiversity conservation. Now, Biodiversity Act of 2002 provide for the access and benefit sharing to the traditional knowledge and to promote sustainable use of the biodiversity. The biodiversity is defined different species together with the genetic variation within which species is a given area. In that area, the biodiversity term coined by RF Esmond 1968. Biodiversity has significant role in survival of the human beings and existence of the flora fauna. Provide large number of the direct indirect benefit to the human mankind. Biodiversity is divided in 3 levels: genetics, species and community and ecosystem diversity. Biodiversity hotspots coined the terms biologist Norman Mayer's 1988. Biogeographic region is characterized by both exceptional level and the plant endemism and by the serious level of habitat loss. Endemism means species found in a particular area only in confined that area, not found outside. Now a present 34 biodiversity hotspot. In 34, 3 are in India, Western Ghats, Northeast India and Himalaya. The biodiversity, biodiversity is most found in India is mega diverse country, rich in flora and fauna. India represents 2 relief, 5 bands, 10 biogeographic zone, and 25 biogeographic province. The biomes, these are the 5 biomes, these are the 10 biogeographic zone, and biodiversity hotspot: Himalayan mountain, Himalayan foothill, Western Ghats, Western Himalaya, Eastern Himalaya, Peninsular India, desert, tropical rainforest, Andaman and Nicobar, mangrove and Sundarbans. This map shows the India's biodiversity hotspot. This map shows world biodiversity hotspot and the biodiversity conservation, which whatever we do to protect number of variety of the plant and animal is known as the biodiversity conservation. Biodiversity conservation into in situ and ex situ. In situ is natural, ex situ is artificial. In situ include Wildlife Sanctuary, National Park and Biosphere Reserve. Ex situ includes seed bank, zoo and botanical garden. This map shows the India's National Park of the India, a Biosphere Reserve from Nilgiri, Gulf of Manna, Nanda Devi, Pachmari, Kanchenjunga, Manas, Panna, Gold Desert, Augusta Malla. These maps show Biosphere Reserve. What is Biosphere Reserve zonation? These maps show the Biosphere zonation, include core zone, buffer zone, and tradition zone. There are the different terms is they are using, allow, and some human activities allow. Now, in legal aspect is there, and hotspot is the area which merits special wildlife significance in Andaman Nicobar and the Lakshadweep. Concluding part, biodiversity, terrestrial, aquatic, India has 24 approximately forest cover, more than 2 lakh species, endemic. Loss of biodiversity is due to the climate. We get the climate change, flood and drought. Nowadays, we conserve this biodiversity by the way of sustainable use and for research purpose. These are the references. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my paper title is A Study on Advantages and Disadvantages of Online Teaching During COVID-19 with Special Reference to Mangalore University Students. Abstract. The education system is transforming from traditional method to online teaching programs due to COVID-19. Educational institutions were shut down, facing them to shift towards online mode of teaching and adopting the tools and techniques of virtual classroom. This study attempts to analyze the various advantages and disadvantages of adopting online teaching methods, and also the study reviews various available platforms and indicate government-suggested platforms and their usage during the period of COVID-19 pandemic. The lesson learned from COVID-19 pandemic will force a generation of new system, laws and regulation, platforms and solution for a future cases when the government and education will be more prepared than today. Introduction. The Indian education system is generally based on regular and traditional classroom method with a limited scope for online mode of teaching due to lockdown caused by COVID-19 pandemic. The government suggested the online mode of teaching. Currently, various methods for conducting online classes are available such as video conferencing, video recording and sharing, audio notes, PPT, etc. With the help of various software and smartphone applications, namely Google Meet, Zoom, Google Classroom, Microsoft Teams, etc. In India, most of the students are facing network and internet connectivity issue, lack of suitable electronic gadgets, and many other students are struggling to use software and application because of lack of knowledge in ICT. In online mode of teaching, students can get classes from their home safely, and they can get various top-rated courses and classes for a free of cost or a minimum cost. Most of the faculties, students, and administrators are facing many problems because they were adjusted to the traditional classroom method In the initial stages of adopting online method of teaching, it is very important to provide development programs and training on how to access and adapt the various tools and techniques of online teaching. Objectives: to identify the online teaching platforms and their usage, to know the difficulties faced by students with online learning during COVID-19 pandemic, to identify the advantages and disadvantages of online teaching mode. Scope of the study. Scope of the study is related to the analysis of advantages and disadvantages of online teaching during COVID-19 pandemic with special reference to Mangalore University students. Research design. The study includes both primary and secondary data. The primary data is collected through structured questionnaire method from 100 students from various colleges of Mangalore University. The secondary data is collected from various published sources such as journals, newspaper, websites, etc. Limitation of the study. The study is limited to Mangalore University students only. The study is limited to 100 responses only. Time constraints while collecting data. It is not preferable to generalize all the data from this study. Online teaching. Online mode of teaching can be defined as education that takes place over the internet. It is also called e-learning. Online teaching is electronically supported learning through the internet and other electronic devices for teacher and student interaction and distribution of class materials. Various institutions are making use of different online teaching tools and techniques such as Google Meet, Google Classroom, Zoom, Cisco WebEx, Microsoft Teams, and websites like Webinar.com, Testmos, Edmodo, TED, and also social networking applications like WhatsApp and Telegram for communicating and delivering material. The outbreak of COVID-19 has greatly impacted the education system and made it compulsory for all the education institutions to use online mode of teaching. Tools and techniques of online teaching. First one, Google Meet. Google Meet is a video communication service developed by Google. It is used for conducting online live video classes. Google Classroom. Google Classroom is a free web service developed by Google for education institutions that aims to simplify creating, distributing, and grading assignments. The primary purpose of Google Classroom is to streamline the process of sharing files between faculties and students. Next, Zoom. Zoom application is used for video conferencing and it is developed by American communication technology company. It provides video telephony and other online chat service through a cloud peer-to-peer software platform. Cisco WebEx. Cisco WebEx is an American company that develops sales web conferencing, video conferencing application. Cisco WebEx is the leading enterprise solution for video conferencing, online meetings, screen share, and webinars. Web conferencing, cloud calling, it available an Android iOS version with a limit of 100 participants. Microsoft Teams. Microsoft Teams, also referred to as simply Team, is a unified communication and collaboration platform that combines persistence, workplace chat, video meetings, file storage, and application integration. It is only for Microsoft Office 365 subscribers, and other applications can use as a guest. Webinar.com, Testmos, Edmodo, TED, and Google Form. These are all websites for the purpose of creating classes, conducting tests and exams, distributing study materials, and scheduling assignment. This can be used for group charts and discussion with the students. These are all available for free with a limit. WhatsApp and Telegram. These are two social media applications also used for communication and group chats, distributing the study materials for free. These two applications are available for free in Android and iOS versions. Data analysis and interpretation. Demographic analysis. The above figure 1 shows that out of the total respondents, 32% are male and 68% are female. Advantages of online teaching. Various advantages of online teaching during COVID-19 are: figure 2 shows that 70% of respondents are of the opinion that major advantages of online teaching method is that it enables learning from anywhere and anytime. According to figure 2, 32% of respondent agrees that one of the very important advantages of online teaching is that wide variety of online information is available for learning. These are made available by various digital libraries, online tutors, MOOCs platforms, etc. Another major advantages of online teaching is its Flexible class timing. About 28% of respondents also agree with this. 28% of respondents of the opinion that online teaching enables self-paced learning. In this case, online teaching students can utilize recorded classes as many times they want and can understand the things at their own speed. 18% of the respondents indicate that ease of teaching the educator anytime over the internet is another advantages of teaching. In various platform facilities can be delivered recorded classes and they can interact with students and entertain their queries and doubts in the chat boxes. 14% of the respondents also of the opinion that online teaching helps to achieve quality education. Here, student can also access to classes from top educators in the country such as Byju's, Unacademy, YouTube channels, etc. About 4% of the respondents think that Indian online courses have good scope going ahead in the future. These online courses were highlighted during COVID-19 pandemic, and various educators like Udemy, Coursera, FutureLearn, etc. have also gotten a lot of demand during this period. Disadvantages of online teaching. Various disadvantages of online teaching are 72% of the respondents' opinion that online teaching is not suitable for practical classes as it requires hands-on experience and physical observation to understand many of the science stream subjects. According to figure 3, 68% of the respondents have identified internet, network and connectivity issues as a major disadvantages of online teaching, especially for students living in remote areas of the country. According to 60% of respondents, traditional method of teaching is more effective than online mode. Thus, online mode teaching suffer from psychological acceptance on the part of student. According to figure 3, 32% of respondents suggested that online mode of teaching suffers from lack of face-to-face interaction between faculties and students. And 28% of students identified that non-availability of required electronic devices for conducting classes in the hands of students coming from rural areas and from poor families. 26% of respondents stated that initially they have faced problem in accessing and using various platforms such as Google Meet, Microsoft Teams, Zoom, Moodle, etc. that were used for conducting classes. Conclusion. Online teaching holds the key for future education system in India. In future, online teaching will play a major and crucial role in advancement of changing learning system. Though initially both educators and students are facing problems in conducting and undergoing online teaching and learning. In the future, online mode can become the new normal. There are a few drawbacks to the system for now. However, advancement in this field can easily ensure effective implementation of online learning management system in times to come. Thank you.
Namaste. I am Dr. Parag Shukradip from Sitna College of Engineering and Technology, Amravati, going to present my research paper on economic impact of COVID-19 on tourism industry in Amravati district. Before the pandemic of COVID-19, tourism industry counted as one of the fastest and biggest growing industry. Now in the COVID-19 phase, the most affected and directly impacted industry is the only industry which is tourism industry. In the last decade, this tourism industry shows tremendous expansion and progress worldwide and in India also. The analysis of Indian Brand Equity Foundation suggests that the total contribution by travel and tourism sector to India's GDP is expected to increase from rupees 15.25 lakh crore in 2017 to 32.05 lakh crore in 2028. If we investigate through the Indian perspective, the economic opportunities in rural sector tourism can be improved by the tourism industry through maximizing the employment, self-employment, informal opportunity, and most important is through participation. But all these estimates and thoughts are reviewed before the pandemic COVID-19. The COVID-19 changed the overall scenario of the world economy, and tourism industry is not an exception. The World Bank and credit rating agencies have downgraded the India's growth for the fiscal year 2021. Employment rose from 6.7% on 15 March to 26% on 19 April 2020. But as now Maharashtra is moving forward with COVID-19 and starts its mission begin again to bring the economy on the right track. Hence, the research study tries to identify the economic impact of COVID-19 to an effect on direct and indirect contributions. Here, the first analysis shows that maximum number of local businesses having more than 60% sales generated by the tourism who pays on rent and different rates, pays tax also, corporation fees also, on bills also, and now this overall business is totally stopped. It shows that the significance of COVID-19 affecting the economy of tourism industry. In second analysis also, maximum local businesses whose sales generated by the tourism is more than 60% purchase the raw material daily, and whose businesses are 30 to 60% depends on the tourism purchase the raw material or weekly. Now they are going to be stopped their weekly purchasing from the other districts or other nearer talukas also, as this third analysis also shows that maximum respondents who are going to purchase their raw material from nearer talukas, nearer districts, out of the districts also, they are going to stop their transactions because of this going COVID-19 pandemic. And it shows that there is a huge impact on this tourism economy on because of this COVID-19. Here, it can conclude that COVID-19 pandemic proves the disaster for the tourism industry economy, as the government initiate their mission begin again without starting the tourism industry, which is not going to be economically affordable, and it is not a long-term solution. As the tourism industry was one of the fastest growing and sustainable industry in India, the special relief package for the sector has to be provided by the government. But most important aspect other than the relief package is the economy from the tourism industry in India is still unrecognized. Very few part of economy from the tourism industry is recognized and explored. Pandemic COVID-19 brings an opportunity to make the tourism industry more organized, sustainable, refined, and educated, and better culture. It is the most important necessity of the hour that sustainable operating procedure for the tourism industry should need to be developed and to make the tourism industry economically viable. And this SOP should be uniform for the nation according to the nature of the tourism destinations. Thank you.
Good morning to you all. This is Kalpana from Molecular Cloning Laboratory, Department of Biosciences and Sericulture, Sri Padmavati Mahila Vishwavidyalaya, Tirupati. Today I am going to present one of my research components, computational and structural studies of ligand binding domain of ecdysone receptor of Helicobacter armigera, a serious leptopteran pest. I am going to cover these contents in this presentation: introduction, materials and methodology, results and discussion, conclusion. Introduction. Helicobacter armigera, which is also called as cotton bollworm, it is majorly effect on crops like cotton, corn and vegetables in India. It causes huge economic loss by affecting yield of many crops throughout Asia. But recent research studies revealed that expression of CRY1 AC gene from Bacillus thuringiensis suppresses the Helicobacter armigera. But field-evolved studies from China also revealed that Helicobacter armigera getting resistance against this CRY1 AC. This made researchers to find out new ways to suppress this Helicobacter armigera pest. So they concentrated on the ecdysone receptor. Insect molting and metamorphosis is regulated by ecdysteroid hormones like 20-hydroxyecdysone, a steroid hormone that binds to ecdysone receptor. Ecdysone receptor is a nuclear receptor present only in invertebrates. It is a non-covalent heterodimer of two proteins, ecdysone receptor ligand binding domain and ultraspiracle protein. It plays a central role in the expression network of genes, the development and the phylum Arthropoda. Hence, ECR has been focused as a significant choice for insect pest control strategies. In addition, ecdysone receptor is the target of the environmentally safe bis-acyl hydrogen insecticide used against pests such as caterpillars that causes severe damage to agriculture. The knowledge of detailed structure organization is crucial in understanding the role of protein in the cell and the related molecular mechanisms. The present work is on in silico studies on the present work is focused on in silico studies on ecdysone receptor of Helicobacter armigera, which is a major devastating pest in India. Materials and methods. First of all, I retrieved the sequence ecdysone receptor sequence protein sequence of Helicobacter armigera from NCBI, and then I submitted the sequence to BLAST program to identify the homologous protein structures against this protein sequence. After that, I submitted this sequence to multiple sequence alignment tools to identify the conserved regions between that protein and the homologs obtained from the BLAST program. After that, I have done the phylogenetic analysis. Phylogenetic analysis was done for checking evolutionary relation between this ecdysone receptor protein of Helicobacter armigera with a cluster of homologous obtained by BLAST output. So here I use the CLUSTAL-X program. In CLUSTAL-X also I use this unweighted pair group method with arithmetic mean UPGMA method to construct the phylogenetic trees. After that, primary structure analysis was done by using PROTPARAM to the ECR ecdysone receptor protein analysis. So in this, I identified the molecular weight of protein sequence, theoretical PI, aliphatic index, and grand average of hydropathicity. All these are calculated by using the PROTPARAM tool. Then secondary structure analysis. Secondary structure analysis is done by using GOR method. GOR4 is the one of the tool to identify the secondary structural features, and the output of this program displayed in two forms. One is it represents secondary structure in rows, helix, extended or beta strand and coil, and second gives the probability values of each secondary structure at each amino acid position. After that, the generation of three-dimensional structure of ecdysone receptor. For this protein modeling, I used Modeler 9.20 version. Modeler automatically calculates the model containing all non-hydrogen bonds, hydrogen atoms. Modeler implements protein structure modeling by satisfaction of spatial restraints. Here, I provided the alignment file having the sequences of ecdysone receptor and its template to the modeler, and set up the program to generate 10 models. So after generating the models, we concluded the final model by using DOPE score, discrete optimized protein energy. The structure which has the low DOPE score was considered as the best model. After that, after generation of the 3D model, I submitted the model for validation to check whether the generated 3D model was reliable or not. 3D model valid. Here I used Project and Prosa servers to check the 3D model, generated 3D model. The obtained model was evaluated for structural analysis by using Project and Prosa server. ProCheck confirms the stereochemical quality of a protein structure, producing a number of PostScript plots analyzing its overall and residue by residue geometry. And Prosa produces a Z-score. If the Z-score is equal to the native PDB structure, then we can conclude that the generated model was reliable. After that, structural analysis of modeled three-dimensional structure of ECR protein of Helicobacter armigera. The model ECR three-dimensional protein of Helicobacter armigera was submitted to CAST-P server to identify the binding sites and domains. The output was mentioned in the results. Here the results and discussion. So that is the ASK12085 is the accession number of ecdysone receptor protein sequence of Helicobacter armigera, which I was retrieved from the NCBI, and after that these are the BLAST results. So this ecdysone receptor shows 98.303% identity with the ecdysone receptor structure of Heliosys virescens structure, and 98% of this 1R20D structure. After that, this is the multiple alignment sequence between the ecdysone receptor and its close homologs ecdysone receptor structure of Heliothis virescens. Most of the red part shows conserved regions between these sequences. After that, phylogenetic analysis. Two phylogenetic trees are here. I generated two phylogenetic trees based on the sequence based on the ecdysone receptor Helicobacter sequence homologs against non-redundant protein database and against protein database. That means here I generated two phylogenetic trees. One is based on the non-redundant protein sequence database and other one is against protein database. In both phylogenetic trees, ECR sequence of H. armigera shows sister clades with ECR protein sequence of Heliothis virescens. Concluded the ECR protein of Helicobacter armigera is closely related to these two structures in Heliothis virescens. And these two are the phylogenetic trees. And the upper one, it is based on the PDB structures, and below this is based on the non-redundant protein sequence structures. After that, primary structure analysis. The primary structure analysis of ECR protein of H. armigera was done by ProtParam tool. Total number of amino acids present in ecdysone receptor of H. armigera was 545. Molecular weight is 61652.75, and these are the remaining theoretical PI value, aliphatic index, and hydropathicity. But here instability index is 69.13. As per the ProtParam tool, if the protein contains below 40 means the protein is in stable condition, but ecdysone receptor protein sequence of H. armigera has shown the stability above 40. It concludes itself is the unstable condition. Next, secondary structure analysis. Secondary structure analysis of ecdysone receptor protein H. armigera was performed by using GOR4, and these are the details. And here is the secondary structure features. Alpha helix 133 amino acids, and then extended strat 127 amino acids, and random coils is 285 amino acids, and protein modeling using modeler. Here I set up the program to generate 10 models. This is the 10 models generated by modeler, and here is the dope score, and lowest negative dope score having the highest best structure. So here I concluded the second one has the lowest negative dope score. So second structure is the best reliable model for this. And here I viewed these structures by using pi moles. And first one, this figure 5 is the generated 3D model of ecdysone receptor of H. armigera, and this figure 6 is the three-dimensional structure of template. That means ECR structure in Heliothis virescens. And then validation of model structure. PROSA and ProCheck servers were used to validate these structures. PROSA structure shows -6.63 as the Z score, but the Z score equal to 10 or below or 10, which were observed for experimentally resolved native protein structures. That means if the Z score is below 10 or equal 10, those structures are reliable. Those structures are closely related to the native structures of PDB, with which we can conclude that the structure is within range of natural X-ray crystallography. So here the generated model contains -6.63 as the Z score. So we concluded that the generated 3D modosine receptor is within crystallography range, and it is sure. After that, Ramachandran plot. Ramachandran plot was observed by using ProCheck. Here is the Ramachandran plot. 99% of amino acid residues are in allogous, and 92.8% present in most region, and 6% additional region. So the Ramachandran data is concluded that the generated 3D protein model was reliable. After evaluation, I submitted these generated 3D model to the CASTP to identify the binding regions in the generated structure. So it shows four structures. One is ligand binding domain of the exon receptor, and another one is ligand binding site and heterodimer interface and putative coactivator recognition site. Here we are seeing this one. A showing ligand binding domain in the ectosin receptor, and B ligand binding site, and C putative coactivator recognition site and heterodimer interface. Final conclusion. ECR protein plays very essential role in the metamorphosis and development of insects. Although there is limited information on ECR in H. armigera, this paper arguments the computational analysis of ECR protein. The data generated in this study leads a way to researchers to better understand of structural and functional regions of ECR, which on further docking studies leads to new functional insights might be applied to the development of novel strategies for the biocontrol of Helicobacter armigera. And thank you for this opportunity.
Hello, good morning to one and all. Myself, Dr. Jyoti Lahoti from Srimati LRT College of Commerce, Akola. And I done the research on this topic, an empirical study on the role of local products during lockdown in India. Abstract of this paper, research paper. Now we will see. Almost a global lockdown, a constant threat to life, has pushed everyone inside four walls of their homes and made people rethink their movements at a time when most established brands are struggling with their supply chain. The local products have stepped up its game to make its presence felt and let the world know that they care and can deliver. Surprisingly, some of the local and rather new age companies have risen up to the occasion and managed to deliver well. Now we see the introduction of this research paper. Easier availability of local players at the next door Kirana stores has played a big role in this demand, and experts feel this could lead to a larger shift in consumption patterns as people could get used to a comparatively lower price brand. Local delivery platform Vicious has been rather active when most e-commerce chains have been facing delivery challenges. In the first 2 weeks of lockdown, anything that was available sold. So now we see what are the objectives of this research. First of all, to study the role of local trader during lockdown. The second objective, to understand the situation of essential foods provider traders during lockdown. The third is to observe the most affected local businesses during lockdown. The next objective, that is to know survival strategies for local traders during COVID-19 lockdown. Next, to study how to support local businesses during and after lockdown. Next, to give few tips to the local traders for a long drive in future. Which methodology I have used in this research paper, we will see now. Primary and secondary data collection tools are used for the study. In the primary data collection, various websites have been observed and studied, and in the secondary data collection, various study material and research works which have been done related to this topic have been studied. Important and related data has been gathered and used for this research work. Also, data collected from research journals, newspapers, books, internet, and surveys of government and organization. Now we see few tips of the local traders for a long drive in future. First tip, communicate transparently with your customers. Second, maintaining healthy relationships with contract parties. Next, keep your team engaged. And last, communication to stakeholders. Stakeholders for the traders is their employees and their customers. So, do communication with this stakeholder always. Now we go on the conclusions of this research. E-commerce have been utilizing this time to get back to the drawing board and come up with a sound post-lockdown plan. Their strategy is to tap into this opportunity to reinforce their brand messaging and help connect with new customers. Furthermore, the plan is to continue to stay connected, especially in these times of physical distancing. But PM Modi appealed to the citizens to make India self-reliant and urged them to use local products. This move will ensure that India emerges as a global leader in the coming day. Amit Shah urged to citizens to India to use as many Swadeshi products as they can, and also urged others to use such indigenous. Thank you. Thank you so much.
नमस्कार, मी प्राध्यापिका उज्ज्वला नवले, मार्या अध्यापक महाविद्यालय दुबई चंद्रपूर. दिनांक 24 व 25 जून 2020च्या दरम्यान महिला महाविद्यालय अमरावती व चिंतामणी कॉलेज ऑफ कॉमर्स पोंभुर्णा यांच्या संयुक्त विद्यमानाने इंटरनॅशनल ई कॉन्फरन्सचे आयोजन केलेले आहे. त्यामध्ये इम्पॅक्ट ऑफ कोविड-19 ऑन द व्हेरियस एरिया ऑफ द ग्लोबल इकॉनॉमी, सायन्स अँड ह्युमॅनिटीज या विषयावर मी माझे संशोधनाचे पेपर प्रस्तुत करीत आहे. यामध्ये माझा विषय आहे कोविड-19 दरम्यान ग्रामीण व शहरी बीएड छात्राध्यापकामध्ये वैयक्तिक स्वच्छतेचा प्रभाव, तुलनात्मक अभ्यास. सध्या परिस्थिती बघितली असता कोविड-19 या आजाराने पूर्ण विश्वास थैमान घातलेले आहे. कोविड-19 दरम्यान स्वतःची स्वच्छता राखून कोरोना विषाणूचा संसर्ग होऊ नये यासाठी खबरदारी घेणे गरजेचे आहे. मी अध्यापक महाविद्यालयामध्ये शिकवत असल्यामुळे त्यामध्ये येणारे विद्यार्थी हे भावी शिक्षक होणार आहे व त्यांना आपल्या देशामध्ये अशा प्रकारचे जे काही संकट येत आहे त्यामध्ये खंबीरपणे उभे राहून इतरांना त्या पद्धतीने कसे मार्गदर्शन करता येईल याची जाणीव असणे गरजेचे आहे. कोविड-19च्या विषाणूपासून जर आपल्याला संसर्ग होऊ नये यासाठी आपल्याला वैयक्तिक स्वच्छते राखणे हे फार आवश्यक आहे. भावी शिक्षकांना अशा महामारीच्या परिस्थितीत वैयक्तिक स्वच्छता कशी ठेवायची त्याचे ध्यान असणे आवश्यक आहे. म्हणून संशोधिकेने सदर समस्या संशोधनासाठी निवडलेली आहे. या संशोधनाचे उद्दिष्ट आहे कोविड-19 दरम्यान अध्यापक महाविद्यालयातील ग्रामीण व शहरी छात्राध्यापक व छात्राध्यापिकांच्या वैयक्तिक स्वच्छतेच्या प्रभावाचा अभ्यास करणे, अध्यापक महाविद्यालयातील ग्रामीण व शहरी छात्राध्यापक व छात्राध्यापिकांमधील वैयक्तिक स्वच्छतेच्या प्रभावाची तुलना करणे, ग्रामीण व शहरी छात्राध्यापकांच्या व छात्राध्यापिकांच्या वैयक्तिक स्वच्छतेच्या प्रभावाची तुलना करणे. यासाठी मी माझ्या अध्यापक महाविद्यालयामधील एकूण 80 विद्यार्थ्यांचा यामध्ये आदर्श म्हणून सहेतुक पद्धतीने निवड केलेली आहे. यामध्ये 40 छात्राध्यापक व 40 छात्राध्यापिका व त्याचप्रमाणे 20-20 प्रमाणे ग्रामीण व शहरी छात्राध्यापकांचा यामध्ये आदर्श म्हणून मी निवड केलेली आहे. माहिती संकलनासाठी मी गुगल फॉर्मच्या माध्यमातून विद्यार्थ्यांना 14 विधानांची एक वैयक्तिक स्वच्छतेबद्दल प्रश्नावली तयार करून त्यांना ऑनलाईन पद्धतीने मी सोडविण्यास सांगितले व मिळालेल्या रिस्पॉन्सवरून तुम्ही बघत असलेल्याप्रमाणे या ग्राफवरून मी माहितीचे संकलन केलेले आहे व सांख्यिकीय पद्धतीने टी परीक्षणाद्वारे मी आलेल्या प्राप्तांकाच्या माध्यमानुसार त्यांचे तुलना केलेली आहे. त्यानुसार निष्कर्ष अशा पद्धतीने प्राप्त झालेले आहे की कोविड-19 दरम्यान शहरी भागातील छात्राध्यापकांमध्ये ग्रामीण भागातील छात्राध्यापकांपेक्षा वैयक्तिक स्वच्छतेचा प्रभाव हा जास्त दिसून आलेला आहे. तसेच छात्राध्यापक व छात्राध्यापिकांमध्ये जवळपास सारख्याच प्रमाणामध्ये वैयक्तिक स्वच्छतेचा प्रभाव हा आढळून आला. परंतु ग्रामीण छात्राध्यापिकांमध्ये शहरी छात्राध्यापिकांपेक्षा जास्त वैयक्तिक स्वच्छतेचा प्रभाव हा दिसून आलेला आहे. ग्रामीण व शहरी भागातील छात्राध्यापक व छात्राध्यापिकांमध्ये कोविड-19चे गांभीर्य असून तेही वैयक्तिक स्वच्छतेबद्दल जागरूक आहेत व भावी शिक्षक या नात्याने इतरांना प्रोत्साहित करण्यास तयार आहेत असे संकलित माहितीच्या आधारे आढळून आले. शिफारशी याप्रमाणे दिलेल्या आहेत. महाविद्यालयामध्ये कोविड-19 दरम्यान वैयक्तिक स्वच्छतेबद्दल जाणीव जागृतीसाठी व्हिडिओ कॉन्फरन्स वेबिनारचे आयोजन करावे, जेणेकरून छात्राध्यापक त्यामध्ये सक्रिय सहभाग घेतील. सध्या परिस्थितीत निर्माण होणाऱ्या समस्या सोडवण्यासाठी युवा पिढीचा सहभाग घेऊन त्यांच्या कल्पनांना वाव द्यावा. कोविड-19 दरम्यान शासनाच्या उपक्रमात नियमांचे पालन करून शासनाने युवा पिढीला सहभागी करून घ्यावे व तसेच कोविड-19 दरम्यान जागतिक आरोग्य संघटनेच्या मार्गदर्शनानुसार वैयक्तिक स्वच्छतेबद्दल युवा पिढीने ग्रामीण भागातील नागरिकांना महत्त्व पटवून द्यावे. यासाठी मी दिल्याप्रमाणे स्लाइडमध्ये दिल्याप्रमाणे संदर्भ ग्रंथसूचींचा उपयोग केलेला आहे व स्वनिर्मित चाचणी गुगल फॉर्म लिंक सुद्धा सोबत जोडलेली आहे. धन्यवाद. सुरक्षित राहा, घरीच राहा.
नमस्कार, माझे नाव प्राध्यापिक किरणची पाटे आहे. माझे अध्यापक महाविद्यालय तिथून चंद्रपूर. माझा विषयाचं नाव आहे कोविड-19 ई-लर्निंगचे अध्ययन अध्यापनाचे फायदे व तोटे. आज मानवाने 21व्या शतकामध्ये पाऊल ठेवले आहे व आपल्या बुद्धीच्या जगात अनेक नवनवीन गोष्टींचा शोध लावला आहे. मानवाने तंत्रज्ञानातही प्रचंड भरारी मारली आहे. या तंत्रज्ञानातील ई-लर्निंगचा समावेश करण्यात आलेला आहे. आज देशात कोविड-19मुळे प्रचंड प्रमाणात सर्व क्षेत्रात संकट निर्माण झाले आहे. या संकटातून शैक्षणिक संस्था सुद्धा सुटल्या नाही. सगळीकडे भीतीचे वातावरण सुरू असल्यामुळे शाळा सुरू करणे अशक्य आहे. त्यामुळे विद्यार्थ्यांचे आरोग्य व त्यांचे शैक्षणिक नुकसान होणार नाही याचा विचार करून ई-लर्निंग प्रणाली सुरू करण्याची आवश्यकता आहे. ई-लर्निंग म्हणजे काय? ई-लर्निंग म्हणजे एक मीडियम आहे. यातून इंटरनेटच्या माध्यमातून शिक्षण घेतले जाते. वर्ग अध्यापनात माहिती तंत्रज्ञानाचा वापर करून वापरण्यात येणारी ही आधुनिक शिक्षण पद्धती आहे. ई-लर्निंगमध्ये लॅपटॉप, मोबाईल फोन, स्मार्ट मोबाईल फोन, टॅबलेट, DVD यासारख्या साधनांचा वापर करून ई-लर्निंग केले जाते व विद्यार्थ्यांना शिकवता येते. कोविड-19 व ई-लर्निंग आज सगळ्या जगामध्ये दुसऱ्या महायुद्धानंतर प्रचंड असे संकट निर्माण झालेले आहे. सगळीकडे भीतीचे वातावरण निर्माण झाले आहे. कोविड-19मुळे जगाची आर्थिक व्यवस्थाही ढासळली आहे. आर्थिक व्यवस्थेबरोबर सामाजिक राजकीय सुद्धा व्यवस्था ढासळली आहे. त्याचप्रमाणे शैक्षणिक व्यवस्थेला सुद्धा खूप मोठ्या प्रमाणात परिणाम झालेला आहे. जगामध्ये कोरोना हे संकट असल्यामुळे अनेक देशांमध्ये खूप मोठे प्रचंड असे
Hello everyone, my name is Kashish Sandeep Mehra and my today's presentation topic is challenge in front of trader in textile industry due to COVID-19. As you all know that COVID-19 has as like a cloud on our economy, the Indian textile industry is also facing some unique challenges due to COVID-19 and it has brought down lockdown to the entire textile supply chain to the almost grid held. The government is trying to making efforts to continue steady supply to increase the supply of our essential goods to the millions of peoples and billions of people. But that also the micro level of our GDP has shifted down to 4.7%. There are many challenges has been faced by the textile sectors. They are Indian textile sector has contributed almost 7% to total industrial output, out of which 2% to the GDP and 15% of our country's export earning are due to our textile industry only. And nowadays, textile industry are facing major problem. This sector provide about 45 million people job, but due to the lockdown, many people had lost their job and even they are shifted to their native places. The major part of that was due to the COVID-19. About 60% of the order of total export sector have been cancelled. Not only export, domestic consumption is also affecting the market. News going to open, they have been stopped, and new production have been stopped due to the shortage of raw material. Domestic price could be negatively impacted if exporter dump their inventories and payment from the last few months. At present, many companies are grappling with the sharp decline in the yarn export, unavailability of cheaper import, profitability issues, and many issues have been faced by the textile sector. According to the report of Wazir Advisor, impact on COVID-19 scenario, and according to the European and US consumption has been also fall as compared to the last, we can say that 40 to 45% projected consumption have been fallen down in the 2020 year. So we have concluded that there is a great impact of COVID-19 on textile sector, which has not only impacted the textile sector but agriculture sector also, and the total earning of the country. We have seen also that the increased rate have been gone down, and their government has taken many decisions for it. And now also government are implementing different policies for the worker. Many workers have lost their job, even there is no money for their survival. Poverty and unemployment level have been increased due to this COVID-19. Demand and supply circle have been slowed down, which affected the circulation of money supply in the economy. Due to COVID-19, our economy have been facing a tough period of business cycle. Wholesaler and retailer of textile sector have been facing many problems due to the credit, and even the whole economy is working on the credit facility. So we can suggest that to the government that local market should be targeted instead of going for branded product. Resources should be utilized as per the demand, because we know that there is negative impact on our resources. There is less sources of resources, so we can use the available resources for making mask, PPE suit, as textile sector can convert their directions of production. Trade should be increased through online. IES benefit for all textile and clothing sector export to 5% and reduces their bank rate interest already to 3%. The Confederation of Indian Textile Industry have requested to the government to provide immediate relief packages for the textile sector. People should find new ways. It should not be burden on the government, but even people should find their new ways for earning. Industry must push their bank loans for Mudra loan so that they can increase their bank limit. As the COVID-19 crisis is unique, there are many opportunities in front of people, and this is the way where people can see how they have to survive in this critical situation, and they will be prepared for next challenges. Thank you.
Hi, good morning all. I am Harimadhavi, Assistant Professor, Department of ECE, Geetanjali Institute of Science and Technology, Andhra Pradesh. Today I am going to give my presentation on the topic COVID-19, which is called as coronavirus. So the title of my presentation is the recapitulation and connotation of COVID-19 pandemic. This is the overview of my presentation. This includes the definition of coronavirus and information about the COVID-19, and also in this paper we portray the condition of the Indian economy in the pre-COVID-19 period and evaluated the expected effect of the sun on different fragments of the economy. And also we have mentioned the impact of COVID-19 on present Indian economic system and on-ground trends in India. Next, we will see the objectives of my presentation. The major objectives are to understand the impact of COVID-19 on overall Indian economy and global economy, and also the impact of COVID-19 on different sectors, and finally, the challenges to avoid COVID-19 in India. Next, we will see what is coronavirus.
Before that, we have to know about what is COVID-19. The COVID-19 is an infectious disease caused by the most recently discovered coronavirus. This new virus and disease were unknown before the outbreak began in Wuhan, China in December 2019. We are all aware of this. So the COVID-19 is now a pandemic affecting many countries globally. Next, we will see what is coronavirus. These coronaviruses are a large family of viruses which may cause illness in animals or humans. In humans, several coronaviruses are known to cause respiratory infections that are ranging from the common cold to more severe diseases such as Middle East Respiratory Syndrome called as MERS and Severe Active Respiratory Syndrome called as SARS. The most recently discovered coronavirus causes coronavirus disease which is called as COVID-19. Next, we will see how this coronavirus will spread across humans. First, it will spread through the air by coughing and sneezing. And second, it will spread through close personal contact such as touching or shaking hands. And finally, by touching an object or surface with the virus on it and then touching your mouth, nose or eyes. Next point we are going to see is the economic devastation that is caused because of COVID-19 in India. The COVID-19 pandemic is having a devastating impact on businesses across Asia and Pacific. So the small and medium enterprises, which comprise more than 90% of all businesses in Asian Pacific countries, are especially a hard hit. In US, which is the world's largest economy, the Labor Department has reported that 3.3 million people are applied for unemployment benefits last week, by the highest number ever recorded. So there are also huge job losses that have swept across sectors from food services to retail and then to transportation, as nearly half of the country has closed to non-essential businesses. Next, we will see coronavirus and its global impact on overall world. The world GDP rate is $85.9 trillion, India's GDP rate is $2.7 trillion, and USA GDP rate is $20.5 trillion, and finally China GDP rate is $13.6 trillion. So according to the above data, the USA and the China contributes 40% of the world GDP rate. Next, we will see some global crisis of COVID-19 and its impact on India. The term globalization has ensured that the Indian economy and financial markets cannot stay insulated from the present financial crisis in the developed economies. And also, the impact of the financial markets will be the following, like the equity market will continue to remain in the bearish mode with the reduced offshore flows and limited domestic appetite due to the liquidity pressure and pressure on corporate earnings. So RBI would inject liquidity through SLR cuts, and maintaining some growth beyond 7% will be more struggle. Next, the banking sector will have the least impact as high interest rates and increased demand for rupee loans and reduced statutory reserves will lead to improved NIM. Some Indian companies which had access to cheap foreign currency funds for financing their imports and exports will be the worst hit. Also, some foreign funds will be available at huge premium, would be limited to some blue chip companies. Next, we will see the social impact of COVID-19. The COVID-19 impacts on all pieces of masses and is particularly unfriendly to people from those get-togethers in the most feeble conditions and continuously affecting peoples, consolidating people living in poverty conditions and youth and indigenous social orders. Next, we will see the sector-wise impact of COVID-19 on India. So first we will see the agriculture sector industry. This will severely dent India's ability to revive its economy, since there will be a sharp decline in its consumption in the rural sectors, leading to the impairment of the industrial activity. Next we will see the textile industry. The production halts in China and lockdown in India have had an impact of COVID-19. Next, apparel industry. The payment of at least $2 billion is stuck with foreign buyers because of deferment or cancellation of the orders. Next, chemical industry impact. The dependence on China for active ingredients and shortage of essential chemicals amidst the lockdown has resulted in a reduced production of organic and inorganic chemicals across India. Next, we will see the pharmaceutical field impact of COVID-19. As per Trade Promotion Council of India, the country imports around 85% of its total requirement of the APIs from the China.
So finally, we'll see the impact of COVID-19 on IT industry and IT industry stock exchange. There is a slowdown in markets that have reduced the influx of IT projects from the international markets. We all know that remote working has driven rise in demand for communication tools, conference platforms, and cybersecurity apps, and among the others. Next, we will see finally the conclusion of my presentation. The rise of most recent irresistible and worldwide dangers inside the previous 4 decades has reshaped the thinking at both national level and global levels are required for these dangers. So, a small, wide financial advancement plan, including the segment by division plans and a biological system, will support all the enterprises all together with the hearty and manageable plans of action can strive this COVID-19. So, this study gives confidence to the regulatory bodies that a significant improvement in air quality in India could be expected if strict execution of air control plans are implemented. Finally, we will see the future perspectives or preventive measures of COVID-19 in India. These infections that are caused by these viruses are an enormous global health threat. So first, India is taking necessary preventive measures to reduce the viral transmission. And second, ICMR and the Ministry of Ayush has provided some guidelines to use the conventional preventive and treatment strategies to increase the immunity against COVID-19 in India. So I think these guidelines could help to reduce the severity of the viral infection in elderly patients and increase their life expectancy. Thank you all.
Namaste everyone. It is a great privilege on my part to take part in a 2 days interdisciplinary international conference on impact of COVID-19 on various areas of global economy, science and humanities, jointly organized by Gondwana University, Gadchiroli, Mahila Mahavidyalaya, Amaravati and Chintamani College of Commerce, Pomburna, Maharashtra. At the very outset, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the organizing committee for giving me this wonderful opportunity of presenting my paper. I am Mrs. Malati K, Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce, Government First Aid College, Haliyangadi, Dakshina Kannada, Karnataka. And the title of my paper is Customers' Ecstasy Towards EMI Moratorium of Commercial Banks During COVID-19 Pandemic, a Micro Study. This paper is prepared under the guidance of my research guide, Dr. Subhashini Srivastava, Associate Professor, Department of Commerce, University College, Hampanakatta, Mangalore. Let me begin with the introductory part of my paper. COVID-19 pandemic has spread its panic waves across various nations of the world with no restrictions or boundaries as regards religion, race, caste and creed. Economies of all the countries are worst hit, resulting in lowest growth of GDP, which was not experienced or expected before. Lifestyle of each and every individual is affected. And the negative impact of COVID-19 is quite visible in every sector of the economy, and the banking sector is not an exception. Finances of a large number of customers have been infringed. Many are thrown out of jobs and their incomes have gone, and bank customers are facing the threat of default loans. As a remedial measure to protect the interest of bank customers, Reserve Bank of India proclaimed commercial banks and non-banking financial institutions to offer EMI moratorium on loan installments falling due for payment from 1st March 2020 to 31st May 2020 at the first instance, and later extended it by 3 more months up to 31st August 2020. Now the question is whether this EMI moratorium scheme introduced by commercial banks have been accepted by the commercial bank customers with the highest level of ecstasy, or has been accepted by them just because no other options are available during this health crisis. The objectives of our paper are the following: to know the impact of COVID-19 on the banking activities of customers of commercial banks in Dakshina Kannada district of Karnataka state, to study the ecstasy level of customers towards EMI moratorium of commercial banks during COVID-19 global health crisis. What is the significance of study? When the entire mankind, including the bank customers, are at stake due to COVID-19 pandemic, I feel this study is apt and more significant during this time. Literature review. Several writers, editors, eminent research scholars have expressed their opinions and perceptions regarding the impact of COVID-19 on the economy as well as on the banking sector. We have made a reference to the studies made by Inaki Aldasoro, Ingo Fender et al., Mohammad Damak, Dinesh Unnikrishnan in their studies. And the literature review reveals that no specific studies are undertaken so far on the topic customers' ecstasy towards EMI moratorium of commercial banks. So this study is undertaken. Research methodology. This is an empirical study. Both primary data and secondary data are used for the purpose of study. And primary data is collected by conducting a survey among 120 bank customers of Dakshina Kannada district by circulating the Google form containing the structured questionnaire via WhatsApp groups and mail. And secondary data is incorporated from newspapers, journals, and internet sources. Following are the hypotheses of our research study. First one, COVID-19 pandemic has transformed the preference of customers from branch banking to digital banking. Second one, there is a significant difference between customers based upon their gender, age, educational qualifications, occupations, and monthly income level, that is a demographic profile of respondents and their ecstasy towards EMI moratorium of commercial banks during COVID-19 pandemic. Limitations of study. This is a micro study undertaken by considering the general opinions of just 120 customers of Dakshina Kannada district of Karnataka state. A macro SWOT analysis study on the same topic can be undertaken to reveal the complete picture. Then the next one, data analysis. Data analysis is made by using SPSS 20 version, statistical tools like percentage analysis, mean, standard deviation, percentage mean, and chi-square tests are used for analysis and interpretation of results. Following are the findings of study. COVID-19 pandemic disrupted the banking activities of customers in different ways and had brought transition in the mode of operations of bank accounts by customers. It is presented in table 2 in our research paper. And hypothesis 1 stating that COVID-19 pandemic has transformed the preference of customers from branch banking to digital banking is tested, and null hypothesis is rejected and alternative hypothesis is justified as the percentage mean obtained is 95%, which falls in the category of 81% to 100%. So we conclude that COVID-19 pandemic transformed the preference of bank customers of Dakshina Kannada district from branch banking to digital banking. It is presented in table 2. Then the percentage mean revealed that 96% of respondents strongly opined that due to COVID-19 pandemic, withdrawals from banks have been increased but deposits reduced. Percentage mean showed that 95% of the customers strongly opined that COVID-19 has hampered the ability of the customers to pay the loan installments. The percentage mean in table 3 in our paper reveals that 77% of respondents opine that their ecstasy level is above average as it falls in the category of 61% to 80%. But it should be noted that it has not reached the expected peak point of ecstasy. Percentage analysis presented in table 4 shows ecstasy level of respondents varies on the basis of demographic variables such as gender, age, educational qualifications, occupation, and monthly income of respondents. Hypothesis 2 is tested here, and the null hypothesis is rejected, and alternative hypothesis is justified by using chi-square test, and the p-value obtained was p is equal to 0.000 lesser than 0.01 on each of these demographic variables. Then what are the suggestions from our side? Government could have planned about providing exemption from payment of interest on loan during lockdown period, and adopting friendly banking practices to boost up the morale of the customers is an absolute necessity. Bankers can think about altering the terms and conditions of loans and advances already granted to customers. And humane approach towards the recovery of loans is always highly appreciated. Conclusion. EMI moratorium declared by the RBI will end on 31st August 2020. As per the directives issued by RBI, with the end of moratorium period, individuals and companies will have to update their loan accounts by resuming repayments of loan installments from March 2020. But during this global health crisis period, so when sources of incomes have been hampered, and when the life of the people is at the clutch of deadly disease, recovering loan amount from these poor borrowers would be a big challenge for the bankers. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Good morning, everyone. Myself, Gaurav Dhali. I'm a research scholar from the lovely Professional University, Punjab. Today, I'm going to present a seminar on the topic Socio-economic impact of COVID-19 on tour operators in South Andaman district. COVID-19 became world pandemic. It's not only impact on the human health, rather it's also impact on the human economy. Tourism is one of the emerging economy of the world. Tourism largely ceased in March 2020 in all over the world. Unlike other business sector, tourism revenue is permanently lost its capacity due to the unsold business. I took my study area as South Andaman. South Andaman is one of the districts of Andaman and Nicobar Islands. My study objectives are to identify the various tour operators and related affect job fields due to the COVID-19, to assess socio-economic problems of tour operators, to suggest a plan for their employment. These are all my objectives of study. I took a methodology in which I have done a literature survey among various medias like print media, social media, electronic media. I took the news content and analyzed them to assess the various impact of COVID-19 on tour employees. I'm also done telephonic interviews and personal interview to find the impacts of COVID-19 on the tour operators. I have done content analysis approach to find the impact over the tour operators because the data is qualitative in nature. The data collection, as I told in methodology, the literature survey and personal telephonic interviews, which has taken 25 samples of tour operators. Among them, some are travel agents, tourist guides, reservation attendants, cab drivers, water sports operators. There are 19 males and 6 females. Among this data, we can see that 14 of the persons are unemployed, 9 of them are took bank loan, 7 of them have psychological issues raised after the lockdown, and 2 of them have social problems. These are the content analysis and some problems which are emerged after my studies, which I found, like unemployment, loan issues, psychological issues, and social status issues. There are some suggestions which I have given in the presentation. A broad socio-economic development plan, including sector-by-sector plan, is required. Reassessment of state policy for employees who lost their job. The tourist cab drivers have to find another job. The tour and travel company may continue by air, railway, and other ticketing issues and job. Aware of government programs, relaxation to daily wages and low compensation. Talk with friends and relatives to deal with any problem, maybe reduce the psychological trauma. Establishing an alternative job may be help to gain the socio-economic status level of the tour employees. Here I am going to conclude my study. COVID-19 or novel corona disease not only kill millions of people, whether it caused by huge depression in the world level of economy, the temporary and alternative arrangement and engagement in further economic activity could be solve the problem for a while and provide the time to rejuvenate their economic status. Thank you.
Hello everyone. Today I am discussing on the topic COVID-19, a catastrophe to education. I am Dr. P.G. Chauhan, Assistant Professor, Sri Shivaji Law College, Parbhani. Coronavirus came as a surprise to everyone, causing catastrophe all around. Education system was in dismay amongst other like economy, employment, poverty, and other sectors. School, colleges, and universities closure impact was not only on the students, teachers, and family, but have far-reaching economic and societal consequences. COVID-19 virus, which has locked down all economic activity in the world. School, colleges, and universities had no option but to switch over to online teaching to continue the academic program in an effort to minimize the suffering of the student. The sudden change in the mode of teaching learning process caught both the student and the faculty member in dilemma. As we know that India is one of the largest higher education system in the world. Education is basic need of the society. It is the fundamental right of the citizen and it is the duty of the state to provide the education. Higher education play a pivotal role in nation building and it is one of the most powerful means to create the knowledge-based education society. Higher education is very important sector for growth and development of human resource which can take responsibility for social, economic and scientific development of the country. But we have to change with the situation and see that our education system should not collapse with this unpredictable situation. We are having history that this kind of situation do come after every 100 years. Still, we cope up with it as it is said that every cloud has silver line. Now we will see Some challenges. Redesigning of curriculum with technology. This pandemic has really made us think about our traditional way of teaching and learning. The implementation of technology is the new to many universities, and everyone here has the learning curve. We should redesign our education system in such a way that it caters to the needs, requirement, and purpose of present day situation. Second one is teacher and technology. The teacher of most of the university gathered experience and gained expertise in delivering the lecture in regular classroom than virtual. All teachers are not perfect in online teaching. This will require all teachers to become more techno-savvy and go through some training to bring themselves to the level that would be required. Teaching is not a passion, but it required the technique. We have to solve the problem of teacher not only from the university level, but till the grassroots level. Next one is the economy. Economy, a major problem for the economically weaker section of the students and those from the villages in India is to access to the virtual classroom. Such students may not be able to afford expensive equipments and bandwidths to access and download the gigabytes of the video or FTP materials from their small phone and then try to understand those by themselves without someone help. The last one is the dropout. The world is also at major risk of having large college dropouts in this stress situation. The risk of losing the student is so high that they will need to relook at their admission criteria and the overall recruitment process itself to curtail the rate of dropout. Lastly, I want to conclude that everything is ambiguous. Everything is yet to figure out. We need to learn from these situations and inculcate new ways to fight this off. COVID-19 is not the first crisis to destroy the world, and it certainly would not be the last. But history is our witness. Every 100 years, this kind of crisis pops up and remains with us for a few days. And then things become normal. But we know that we will come out stronger every single time. There are doctors, paramedics, sanitation workers, police and other government officers who have devoted their life at this COVID-19 pandemic. Let us all salute the corona warriors. Definitely there will be a positive output from it. But on the other hand, there are much more big problems yet to be discovered and yet to be solved. As I already said that every cloud has silver line. So think positive. Thank you.
सभी विद्वज्जनों को मेरा नमस्कार। मैं डॉक्टर उमा देवी, असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर ऑफ मनोहारी देवी कानूनी महाविद्यालय, डिब्रूगढ़, असम। सर्वप्रथम मैं इस अंतर्राष्ट्रीय कॉन्फ्रेंस के आयोजन समिति का धन्यवाद करना चाहूंगी, जिन्होंने मुझे यह अवसर प्रदान किया है। मेरे शोध पत्र का विषय है उत्तर कोविड काल में जीवन। कोविड-19 या कोरोना पहली महामारी नहीं है जिसने विश्व को प्रभावित किया हो। विश्व के इतिहास में ऐसी कई महामारियों ने अपना नाम दर्ज किया है। सदैव से मनुष्य की असीमित भोग वृत्ति और शोषण की प्रवृत्ति ने ऐसे ही महामारियों या प्राकृतिक आपदाओं को निमंत्रण दिया है। ऐसे कोविड-19 भी इसका अपवाद नहीं है। कोरोना अपने साथ कई सबक लेकर आया है। आज मनुष्य आतंकित होकर अपने जीवन की रक्षा के लिए घरों में कैद हुआ है। पहली बार उसे जीवन का महत्व समझ में आ रहा है। जीवन मरण के इस संघर्ष में कई पूर्वाग्रहों से वह मुक्त होने लगा है। मनुष्य अतीत के मोह को छोड़कर वर्तमान से सबक लेते हुए एक सुरक्षित भविष्य की संकल्पना में लगा है। आज हम कोरोना काल के भारतीय नहीं रहे, हम सजग, सतर्क और जागरूक नागरिक हैं जो उत्तर कोविड काल के लिए जीवन की रणनीतियां बना रहे हैं। इस अदृश्य शत्रु की विदाई कब होने वाली है यह कह पाना मुश्किल है, अतः हमें इसके साथ जीना और आगे बढ़ना सीखना होगा। इसके लिए हमारे सामने कई चुनौतियां भी है और कई प्रश्न भी खड़े होते हैं, जैसे आने वाले समय में जीवन, समाज, राजनीति, अर्थनीति, प्रकृति जैसे कई महत्वपूर्ण मुद्दों से संबंधित प्रश्न, सवाल हमारे सामने उठ रहे हैं। ऐसा नहीं है कि इन प्रश्नों के उत्तर हमें उत्तर कोविड काल में ही मिलेंगे। उन प्रश्नों के उत्तर आज की परिस्थितियां तैयार कर रही है। कोविड काल ही हमें हमारे आने वाले समय के लिए समाधान देने वाली है। आज कोविड काल में हमारी जीवन शैली में, हमारे खान पान में जो भी परिवर्तन आया है, उत्तर कोविड काल में आने वाले कई वर्षों तक हमें यह देखने को मिलने वाला है। परिवार का महत्व उत्तर कोविड काल में और बढ़ेगा। कोरोना से जंग के लिए हमारी दिनचर्या में योग, व्यायाम, कसरत को अहम भूमिका मिलने वाली है। साथ ही मास्क, सैनिटाइजर, हैंड वॉश, बार बार हाथों को धोना, ये सारी चीजें हमारी आदत में शुमार होने वाली है। साफ सफाई और हाइजीन के मंत्र को हम अगले कई वर्षों तक जीवन शैली का एक अभिन्न अंग बनाकर चलने वाले हैं। प्राचीन आयुर्वेद की चिकित्सा पद्धति और नमस्ते की हमारी परंपरा पर हम फिर से गर्व करने लगे हैं। अपने सामाजिक और नैतिक दायित्व को समझकर आने वाले समय में हम उनका पूर्णतः पालन करने के लिए बाध्य होंगे। उत्तर कोविड काल सामाजिक समरसता के लिए जियो और जीने दो का मूल मंत्र लेकर चलेगा। शिक्षा, स्वास्थ्य और नौकरियों में तकनीक से वर्क टू होम की संस्कृति विकसित होगी। यहाँ तकनीक से उत्पन्न दुष्प्रभावों से समाज को बचने और बचाने की चुनौती भी हमारे सामने खड़ी होगी। आर्थिक मंदी और बेरोजगारी से देश को उभारने के लिए पुनः हमें लोकल के लिए वोकल बनने की तैयारी करनी होगी। अतः उत्तर कोविड काल महामारी के फलस्वरूप उभरते अनेक प्रश्नों और उनके समाधान के लिए बनते समीकरणों का काल होगा। धन्यवाद।
Myself, Dr. Tanuja Rao, Head Department of Physical Education, Santa Gadke Baba, Amravati University, Amravati. For this conference, I am presenting paper on women's awareness and involvement in health and fitness activities before and during COVID-19 lockdown. All of you knows that women are playing multitasking role. We can say that comparatively men, women are having more skill in multitasking. She is dominant in this aspect, we can say that. She is preparing food for her family, store, buying commodities, and cleanliness, cleaning and maintaining the home, and making arrangement for the guests. In spite all of this work, they have to take care of their own health. For that, they have to motivate themselves to work out every day and also have an efficient exercise session to burn more calories. Many of them are think about to do daily structured exercise, but it is not possible due to the management of time and their busy schedule with domestic work. They are unable to do the same. Researchers think that in lockdown duration, women are able to give some time for their health or not. For that, she has undertaken a study entitled Women's Awareness and Involvement in Health and Fitness Activities Before and During COVID-19 Lockdown. Purpose of this study to find out the involvement of women in exercise and physical activities
of before and during COVID-19 lockdown. She had hypothesized that there is a significant difference in the involvement and exercise source of data. For the present study, the subjects were selected from the Maharashtra state, Amravati district, and particularly from the one area that is known as the Katora Naka. Selection of subject for this study, researchers selected 36 housewives, aged ranged from 40 to 50 years, and all are working in home. Development of questionnaire to keeping in consideration the present study and hypothesis, researcher has taken the data by constructing self-made questionnaire. The self-designed preliminary questionnaire was made with the help of experts. After pilot study, 20 questions are final, and the reliability of the questions were 0.78. And collection of data. The final questionnaire was typed in the Google form format and mailed, and with the help of WhatsApp, the subjects of their family member, the field it and submitted. Finally, the researcher got the responses and tabulated it. Analysis of data. Statistical analysis was done with the help of percentage and chi-square test. Level of significance kept 0.05 at various degree of freedom. For this study, there are various types of questions asked in that questionnaire, particularly related to physical activities and exercise, their health habits during and after before COVID-19 lockdown, and their habits of drinking teas and all these things asked in this questionnaire. Some questions asked related to exercise. Here, researchers found that during the COVID-19 lockdown period, the percentage of involvement in exercise and physical activity of women were increased. 100% women are doing exercise during lockdown, but before that, they are performing only 66.7% women, and all are found regularity. 100% women found regularly doing exercises during lockdown, but stress levels little bit increased, that is 83.3, and this difference is significant. Then next, related the question time, how much time they are giving for the exercises before and during. In this regard also, the duration of exercise increases, and before lockdown, 30 to 45 minutes they are giving for their exercise, 60% women, but after the lockdown, they are giving more time. That means we are about 60 minutes, 33.4% women are giving about 60 minutes duration for their exercises. This difference is also significant at 0.05 level. And duration of sleeping in daytime, it is also increased significantly during lockdown. And according to the table 5, before the lockdown, and they missed their exercise during lockdown is more than the before. And here some questions regarding their eating habits also asked, and here also their eating habits during lockdown changed. They are taking more tea, and they are taking more fried things in this lockdown period, and this is also significant difference. On the basis of the result of the study, it is concluded that women are getting more health conscious during lockdown period than the before. It shows that they are doing regular physical activities and exercise. They try to do different types of exercise even during lockdown. Duration of exercise and physical activities also increased significantly. Cause may be they are getting more relaxed time than before lockdown, because in daily routine they have to do their household work well in time. There is a time bonding to do that. If some of the women want to do exercise but they are unable to do, women utilize their lockdown period to do exercise and develop their health, but on the contrary, they are not able to maintain healthy dietary habits. Lastly, researchers emphasize that exercise strength definitely developed in this lockdown duration, particularly yoga strength, but now the need is to maintain this exercise strength forever. There is some references are given. Thank you very much for
a hearty welcome to today's interdisciplinary international conference organized by some of the colleges affiliated to Gondwana University in Maharashtra. I am Dr. Ravi Dharpawar, Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce, Vivekananda College, Puttur, Karnataka State. My research topic is Impact of COVID-19 on Education Sector, a study on problems faced by the college students from online learning with special reference to Dakshina Kannada district of Karnataka State. Our health and wealth are highly influenced by various emerging viral diseases. In December 2019, COVID-19 has emerged in Wuhan, China, and spread its wing over the whole globe. A large segment of the world population are affected by it. Therefore, the WHO declared it as a pandemic on 30th January 2020. It has affected almost all the sectors of the economy, including the education sector. Literature survey clearly showed that no previous study was done on problems faced by the college students from online learning in Dakshina Kannada district. To fill up this research gap, present study was undertaken as the research problem. Objectives of the study were to know the transformation in education sector due to COVID-19. Second one, to analyze the concept of online learning. Third one, to study the problems faced by the college students from online learning. Finally, to offer some suggestions to the problems. Research methodology. Present study was based on both primary data and secondary data. Primary data was collected from the sample of 128 college students of Dakshina Kannada district of Karnataka state. Sample size was decided by following convenient sampling method. Questionnaire in Google form was prepared to collect data from the respondents. Likers 5-point scale and percentage analysis were used to analyze the data. Chi-square test was applied to test the hypothesis. Secondary data was collected from the reports, journals, and websites. Let's see how the transformation in education sector brought about by COVID-19. COVID-19 has changed the entire scene of education sector all over the world. Now we are observing shift from thinking digital to being digital. Though the India has been adapting to the new age learning, there still lies an obstacle in making the endeavors entirely successful. This is due to the fact that only 45 crore people of the total population of the country have access to the internet. Let's see the concept of online learning. Online learning is learning through electronic devices such as computers, tabs, and even smartphones that are connected to the internet. Let's move on to important part of the study findings. As I told you earlier, to study the problems faced by the college students from online learning, sample of 120 students were selected. Data collected from them was analyzed as follows. Educational profile of the respondents given in the table 1 shows that 17% were PU students, 33% were degree students, 25% were engineering students, 8% were diploma students, and remaining 17% were postgraduates. Gender classification given in table 2 shows that 53% were male and remaining 47% were female. Area of residence given in table 3 shows that 29% of the respondents resided in rural areas, 43% in semi-urban areas, and remaining 28% resided in urban areas. Important acts used by the respondents while going for online learning given in table 4. It shows that 28% were using Zoom app, 21% were using Moodle, 18% were using Google Classroom, 10% were using others including social media, 8% were respectively using Google Meet and Asset Recorder, and remaining 7% were using Skype. Table 5 shows important concept of the study, that is problems faced by the respondents from online learning. I have selected 12 different types of problems generally faced by the respondents from online learning, and that problems were put before the respondents through questionnaire for rating. And respondents were asked to rate by using Likker's 5-point scale as very high, high, average, low, and very low. The response gathered was analyzed and mean scoring was calculated and then a ranking was made. It was found that network problem was a major problem followed by the respondents in Dakshina Kannada district. And this problem was followed by no personal touch, health problems like headache, eye problem, losing, etc., lack of concentration, no effective doubt clarification, power problem, not having own personal PC, laptop, etc., financial problem, then addiction to mobile, technical problem, thundering and lightning, finally lack of family support, of course in order of importance. Table 6 gives the result of chi-square test. Chi-square test was used to test the relationship between the place of residence of the respondents and problems faced by them. It was found that calculated chi-square value was more than the table value at 5% level of significance. Thus, null hypothesis was rejected and research hypothesis was accepted. Thus, chi-square test proved that there is an association between place of residence of the respondents and problems faced by them from online learning. On the basis of the findings, some of the suggestions given. Government as well as private telecom operators, broadband service providers should move towards high-speed data networks and offer facilities to the students like additional data, free internet, etc. Software such as video chat platforms, even VR applications can be used to create personal touch and clarify the doubts. In small assignments, discussion on course materials, clearing points of confusion may be emphasized. To reduce the health issues, teachers should set class schedule for students, work with the students to set milestones and help them to design a routine to meet those goals. Again, teachers should listen to the students about their obstacles that hinder their ability to study. To enhance concentration level, course should have coherent structure, well-organized materials blended with the challenges and adventures, videos, storytelling, simulators, etc. Students as well as parents should be given a chance to communicate their problems with the teachers through email, discussion groups, chat box, etc. To avoid the technical problems, simple and comprehensive help page can be uploaded and due care should be given to sound and that colleges should try out on several smartphones, browsers and operating systems. Government colleges should provide digital equipment to students at free of cost, particularly to poor students. Students need to accept new learning circumstances with a positive attitude and open-minded heart to avoid the stress and better prepare themselves for classes. Students need to set small goals for themselves throughout the day. Students should develop a strong self-discipline, culture of independence, internal motivation, responsibility, certain level of maturity and time management skills. And students should see that learning environment is conducive to them and their seating arrangement, everything is comfortable to them. Students should also uninstall mobile games, computer games already downloaded in order to avoid the temptation. With these suggestions, I'll conclude saying that teaching and learning in an online learning environment happens differently than in the traditional classroom. It can present new challenges to both teachers and students. If the suggestions given above are taken care of as policy measures, and if the students adapt themselves to the online learning environment with a positive mindset, then the digital transformation will see successful endeavors in future. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Hello everyone, my name is Jasleen Korsagu. I am a research scholar from School of Management Studies, Punjab University, Patiala. I am going to present my paper on the topic Social Networking Usage During COVID-19, Impact on Millennials in India. Digital is the new normal, and social networking sites are fast emerging as a powerful tool to share information, shape opinions, connect people across different domains, bring participation, and above all, communicate like never before. During the COVID crisis, social networking sites have become ground zero for encouraging conversations and arguments over the well-being emergency. The youth is the leading and most fanatics of these social networking sites. Millennials, or Generation Y, is the generation born between 1981 and 1996. They are the main contributors for social media usage in India with 52.3%. COVID-19 is the first pandemic of digital age. Due to the lockdown, there is an increase in the time spent using social networking sites in India during this period. However, the use of social media has both negative and positive impacts on youth. The aim of this paper is to bring to light the impacts of social networking, specifically on youth of this generation. The study is based on secondary data collected from various articles, blogs, publications, and other websites. Talking about the positive impact of social networking sites on millennials, it keeps them updated with the events occurring all over the world. It enables them to stay connected and keep in touch with their relatives and fellow companions. It allows them with the opportunity to make new friends and expand their social circle. Further, it also enables them to show their talent and creativity, which can lead to more employment opportunities. Also, there's tons of educational content available on social media, which can be easily accessed and utilized. Especially during the COVID-19 times, there has been a drastic increase in e-learning mediums. Social networking sites also enable people to raise their voices against social issues. In the difficult times of COVID-19, millennials, being tech savvy and powerfully equipped, can spread the information regarding the pandemic and educate people. Social networking sites have incredible power to sway opinions. Apart from the positive impact of social networking sites, it also has a negative impact. High utilization of such sites can cause issues of mental health. It also leads to misspelling of words, misuse of words and tenses through the use of short forms and abbreviations, which affects the language capabilities. The morals of the youth are also tampered with as they get access to immoral literature and videos on such platforms. Social media also provides a platform where cyber theft and bullying is done, and this creates the chances and incidents of identity theft. Also, spending long hours on social media platforms decreases productivity. Such platforms encourage the spread of wrong and misleading information, which can be seen during COVID-19 period. WHO and different associations are putting in efforts to share mythbusters about COVID-19, yet these endeavors have not been sufficient fully. Coming to the concluding remarks, social media is not simply intended to be a network without a cause. The COVID emergency has given a remarkable opportunity to be compassionate ethnographers. Despite the fact that it has negative effects on youth, we cannot think of a world without these sites today. If the networking sites promote a healthy lifestyle, it will help develop a healthy young generation. These are the references. Thank you.